Coming up on the LCS Preview Show, we break down the playoff race, blow up the record books, and count down the biggest plays of the week. Don't touch that browser. The LCS Preview Show starts right now.
He's still alive! Shifter finally goes down in the double ace!
Well, no matter what happens, the whole game was worth it at this point.
And Genja now going to be jumped on and finished off.
Nice! The super hot crew tie Gambit 2 and 2 on the split.
It will not be a 4-game shutout for Team Solo Mid. CLG takes the last one.
We really didn't want them to have the C9, 25-3.
Alliance will take the 8th win in a row, and for the 3rd week running, they have themselves a perfect 2-0 victory.
What's up, everyone? I'm Rivington Division III and going ultra rapid fire mode through the LCS. Today with me is Joshua Jet Leeson. How you doing, Jet?
I'm doing real good. We have a super week, which means non-stop League of Legends for about 6 days.
Yeah, it's going to be fantastic. And we kick off our look back at Europe's biggest games from Week 10 with a battle between the hottest team in the European LCS and a ROCCAT squad hoping to stall their fall from the top of the table. As we jump into the highlights, Alliance came into their game against ROCCAT riding a 6-game winning streak. But Overpow coming out big in the beginning on this one with some rise play.
Yeah, it seemed like at this point maybe ROCCAT would stop the Alliance streak. You know, being down 10,000 gold and winning a team fight of this magnitude in this big of a way, it seemed like ROCCAT might have the momentum here.
Yeah, it doesn't stop there, though, for Alliance. It looked bad, but it only gets better as it has since the beginning of the split for them. Coming into this fight, Tabs coming up huge with the double kill, and Alliance secures the base.
Yeah, they kind of showed that fight that they lost was a bit of a mistake, and they come out with another victory in a row.
Extending that winning streak to 7 is never a bad thing. Alliance was back at it on Friday, fighting for a share of first place when they took on SK Gaming. Didn't take Froggen very long to start hopping some walls.
Yeah, Zed was ridiculous this game for Froggen. He is just playing so well. Got the Ignite burn right there down to finish him off. Froggen never wears the jacket either.
Nope. Having so many unique champions across so many different games as well. He keeps playing hopscotch on this one, shutting people down over the walls, one after the other with Zed. And wouldn't you think, it happens again, and nRated just dances to death here. Yeah,
about half a second on top of nRated. Boop, and he's gone. Alliance 20-7. Froggen is on fire.
Finishing that game 9-1-7. As Zed helps them move into first place. Next up, later that Friday, 7th place Super Hot Crew helped to keep their playoff hopes alive when they took on 2nd place Gambit.
Yeah, and Xin Zhao was pretty big for Diamond this week right there, being able to get the counter gank onto Impaler and take the first blood, but the Gambit composition didn't necessarily scale that well. This was their last chance to make a big play.
Yeah, business as usual for Gambit, and Diamond coming in very strong. A lot of the Xin Zhao lately in that in and out play with a little bit of Sona from Edward is helping them take the fights.
This fight was so expertly played by Gambit. The in and out, the back and forth, and finally the flash over the wall by Darien and Alex to pick up some critical kills. Slow game up to this point, and Gambit was really trying to make their move.
And they made their move at a Baron, but Super Hot Crew was just a few steps ahead and were really able to take control here at 40 minutes.
Yeah, a lot of people would say this was a bad call by Gambit, but it was kind of what they had to do. Even with the gold lead, they knew they were going to get outscaled, so they tried the Baron. Super Hot Crew shut him down.
And a big upset win there for the Super Hot Crew against the highly rated Gambit Gaming. So many league games going on, and even more this week. Our next highlight comes from Gambit and SK, already losing it out. We'll have to see what they have for each other.
Yeah, so FNATIC and MILLENIUM get the chance to try and move up in the standings with those games happening. And here we go, Peke on Zed. We've seen a lot of him this week.
That's right, we do see FNATIC versus MILLENIUM, rather. And Kevin is going to be taken down as Soaz comes in very strong. Kerp does what you can, but the zone only lasts so long.
Yeah, as long range as Aerith is, once he gets closed on, it's just curtains for him. Nice stun there by FNATIC as they continue to press.
Pressing that game helps FNATIC move up in the standings, making quick work of that, and after a week of games that only made the table more cluttered. Let's take a look at the glorious ties. Thanks to their 8-game winning streak, Alliance has clawed their way up from the floor to the top of the table, where they're joined by FNATIC and SK Gaming. But the traffic jam doesn't stop there, as Gambit and ROCCAT are tied for 4th, with the Wolves and Crew fighting for the 6th seat. But the table is far from set and the seats will be rearranged after this Super Week's worth of games. Today couldn't start off any more super. A first place battle between FNATIC and Alliance with sole possession of the top spot on the line. Then on Wednesday, we've got 6 games coming your way, including a fight that features longtime rivals GAMBIT and FNATIC, as Edward and the Suits look to reclaim a spot at the head of the table. Then on the final day of the European regular season, all the ties will be settled. Whether it's during our 5 regularly scheduled matches or in the bonus coverage, that's all but guaranteed to happen right after. And with so many incredible games all having an impact on the playoff picture, we're not going to pick a BF game of the week, but instead we're going to break down the BF week of games. There are 96 official results already in the European LCS match history, and as we head into the final 16 contests, every team still has a shot at the postseason. And on the flip side, every squad is still in danger of missing the playoffs. So now to drop some knowledge on the postseason possibilities, I'd like to welcome Quickshot to the show. How's it going, Quickshot?
Have enough time to cover all the possibilities, but I'll do my best to at least clear up some of them.
All right, sounds good. Let's kick off our postseason postulations with a look at the teams at the bottom of the table: the Wolves, the Crew, and the Millennium.
Well, let's start with Millennium, since they have the least likely chance of making it to the postseason. In order to make it, they need to do something that they haven't done all year: win 4 games in a row. But even if they do that, and they go from 7 wins to 11 wins in just 1 week, they still need a lot of help. They need the Super Hot Crew to beat the Wolves, but then lose the rest of the games. Plus, they need the Wolves to lose all 4 of those games. And even if all of those stars align, all that's actually going to do is create a 3-way tiebreaker for those final positions in the playoffs. Now, for the Super Hot Crew, their job is considerably easier, but they still need a little help. If the Crew beats the Wolves in their head-to-head match, then all they have to do is win 1 more game than the Wolves the rest of the Super Week to guarantee 6th place. But even if they lose their head-to-head against the Copenhagen Wolves, at least if they can pull off 2 more wins than the Wolves, they'll tie for 6th place and force another tiebreaker. The Copenhagen Wolves, on the other hand, they are in control of their own destiny. All they have to do to lock in 6th place is win 1 more game than the Super Hot Crew. Or if the Wolves beat the Super Hot Crew in their head-to-head, their Super Week match this week, they can even go 1 worse in that win-loss column and still force that tiebreaker. Now, while the Wolves and Super Hot Crew are both still technically alive for a first-round bye, it would take a miracle. So I'm going to mention it. It's possible. I've mentioned it. Let's move on. Team ROCCAT is the next team I want to talk about. Now, they have a very real possibility of grabbing one of those first-round buys. But first, they have to make the playoffs. And for ROCCAT and the rest of the other teams sitting higher up on the table, the old adage holds true: win games and you're in. In fact, all it will take is 2 wins, or 1 win and a loss by the Super Hot Crew for ROCCAT to be postseason bound going to the playoffs. Even if they lose 3 more games than the Super Hot Crew, ROCCAT still gets at least that tiebreaker match for 6th. I think you're seeing a trend with tiebreakers. The worst case scenario for Overpow and Crew is that if they lose all 4 games, and if Super Hot Crew wins all 4 of their matches, that means ROCCAT's season reaches terminal velocity and they're facing promotion. Now, while that's the worst that can happen, the best that can happen is a first place finish. ROCCAT can end the week tied with GAMBIT and still take the title thanks to the head-to-head, whereas a tie with Alliance would force a playoff, and a tie with SK would place them in 2nd, once again, thanks to those head-to-heads. And of course, that's only if there was 2-way ties. When you start figuring in 3- and 4-way ties, there's far more math than even Pythagoras can handle, and a Thursday full of loads more bonus content. Now let's move on to the next team. Let's start with GAMBIT. Just like ROCCAT, all it takes is 2 wins or 1 win and a loss by Super Hot Crew. This will guarantee a playoff spot for GAMBIT. And also like ROCCAT, it would take 3 more losses than the Super Hot Crew to force a tiebreaker. Now, with 4 more losses sending them into the promotion tournament, that means GAMBIT actually faces promo as a possibility. As far as first place is concerned for GAMBIT, they will have to finish all alone at the top of the table, since their head-to-head against the other teams are the worst of the contenders. That means it'll probably take a 4-0 performance or a Thursday tiebreaker for GAMBIT to swagger their way into first place. Now, meanwhile, for the rest of the teams to guarantee a post-season appearance for SK Gaming and the other first-place team, which includes FNATIC and Alliance, the quest for first goes in favor of SK. They've got one of the best records against the other top teams, and depending on this week's results, they could be 3-1 against all 3 of them. But no matter what, they won't have a losing record against them, which is great for those tiebreakers. For FNATIC, it's win one, and they're in as well. But the quest for first will be much harder, and once again take a super week's worth of wins. They are currently on the losing side of 2/3 of their games against Alliance and SK Gaming, and they'll have to even up those series if they want a shot at number one. The last team to talk about is also the hottest team in Europe right now. Alliance is the only squad that has a winning record versus all 4 of their Super Week opponents. So I've got to say that heading into this final set of games, based on the way they're playing and their schedule, Alliance has got to be the favorites to finish at the top of the table. It's Super Hot Crew that are the heartbreakers, so we'll have to keep an eye on their results.
All right, Quickshot. Everyone, thanks you for doing all the homework that had more numbers than my binary math finals.
Yeah, this is one of the toughest weeks for everybody involved. The pressure on the teams is immense, and thanks to all of the ties, it means we the casters have to do math, and hopefully I haven't bored you all to death. We'll see how the games play out.
All right, for now, for more on the team that Quickshot predicted would finish first in the European LCS, I'd like to now welcome Sjokz to the show. How's it going, Sjokz?
Everything's okay. I'm very fired up for Super Week.
As am I. You recently had a chance to talk to Alliance. What do they credit for their recent success?
Well, both Froggen and Wickd credit their recent success to the team getting to know one another. Wickd says that they know each other's limits and they know exactly what everyone will do at any given time. Now, Nif also points towards the team's increased champion pool, improved pick and ban phase, and a shift in their playstyle to a more objective-oriented approach for their success.
And all those small changes have led to some huge success. With just 2 more wins, Alliance will set a record for the longest winning streak in the history of the European LCS. Do they consider themselves to be the best team in Europe right now?
Well, when I asked Alliance that question, Niv said that if they can cut down on their mistakes, they are, quote, the best right now, while Wickd said that if they can beat FNATIC in the first game of Super Week, they should be in good shape to beat everyone else as well.
It just seems fair that you should have to beat a team before you beat down their record. Now, I want to ask you as we move on about Froggen. Over the last 8 games, he's played 7 different champions and won 2 MVP awards. What did Froggen have to say about his recent performances?
Well, Froggen said that he hasn't really changed his style, but he pointed to overall team synergy for his success. He says despite his reputation, he's always roamed, and his champion pool has always been big. He's just finally getting to play them in the LCS. Now, as far as where he ranks among European mid laners, he deflected the question, saying that basically it's impossible to rank them, but his teammate Nif, he wasn't as modest. Nif had very high praise for Froggen's ability to play every champion his team's comp requires, and also for Froggen's laning phase, which he called the best in Europe. Overall, Nif said that Froggen is, quote, by far the best mid laner in Europe right now.
All right, Sjokz, thanks for hitting up Alliance and giving us an inside look at what they credit for their success.
It's always a pleasure, Iv. April's Fools.
Nice, Sjokz. Now for more on the records that are on the brink of being broken this week, like FNATIC's win streak, let's send it across the studio to Jat.
Thanks. Last summer, we saw LCS records set for the most kills, most deaths, and most assists in a single split. And this spring, we're close to seeing the LCS record book rewritten once again. Let's get started. We touched on Bjergsen's quest for kills per game title last week. Despite having a down week, 11 kills in 2 games, he's still on pace to average more kills per game than he's ever had before. Also, anyone has ever had before. However, his chances of breaking ManCloud's mark for most kills in a split took a serious hit last week. He now needs 35 kills over the next 4 games to take the title. Another per game record that could be getting broken would be the highest gold per minute mark. All Wild Turtle has to do is keep making that money at this rate, and he's going to break his own record. And now from a money bag to a scumbag, we have Edward right here. He's poised to break his own mark of 46 kills secured as a support if he averages 2.5 kills per game over the Super Week. That's a total of 10 kill steals, or kill secures, as Edward would like to say, in the next week. Another bot lane record that could fall this week is the record for most kills as an AD carry in a split. Sneaky actually currently has 129 kills, which means he is 23 kills off of tying double this record. That would be 5.75 kills per game. Sneaky is currently average 5.38 per game, so it's going to be close. But we can't forget about Wild Turtle. He's more than capable of jumping over both of them and setting the record himself. Besides sneaking up on Doublelift's record, Sneaky is also sneaking up on Cop's record for KDA in a split from an AD carry. But whether he breaks that record or not, Sneaky is quietly putting up one of the best statistical splits ever by an AD carry. And another record that could be falling would be Meteos' split for most kills by a jungler in a split. Diamond set the record last spring, and Meteos has already equaled that mark this spring with 4 games to go. So I'm going to go out on a limb and say Meteos has this one. The reverse of that record, however, is a little bit more dubious. Most deaths by a jungler. NK had 115 respawns, which are only 15 more than Coast and Tendudex, who will hold this title if his 4 deaths per game average holds up over Super Week. And the last record that looks to be rewritten is the assist by a top laner, currently held by Soaz. Darius is averaging 8 assists per game, which should help him reach the old record this week. Now for a look at one last record that might be broken this week, let's head back over to Riv.
And with 3 more champs making their 2014 debut in Week 10, we're getting close to setting a record for the most champs picked in a split. Let's take a look. Last week, Snoopy pulled Nautilus out of the depths of his champion pool, with Wild Turtle showing off his Twitch reflexes shortly after. And the third new champ to light up the stage was Golden Glue's Lux. That brings this spring's total to 88 champions. That's just 3 short of last summer's total and 5 short of last spring's record. Now we have another season to root for some to whip out a Heimerdinger this week. Obviously, the Super Week will have a lot of opportunities. But the question is, will any of you be brave enough to tweet him as your pick for the next champ to be played? Hit us up at LOL Esports and mark it with a hashtag LCS Preview if you think you know who will be next. Now, as far as last week's predictions, I've got to give some love to the people who picked Vel'Koz, especially at NJ Stelzner, who said Vel'Koz will be played at support, and D-Claude, who used the word tentakill. We just like that one. Plus, I've got some gold stars for no mind reading, and Luca Brody for correctly choosing Nautilus, with a special shout out going to M. Groenbach for saying it would be Snoopy who picked him. Very nice work. And speaking of tweets, last week we received one from a pro who just happened to be watching the LCS preview show. After seeing himself prominently featured in our last hit, Shifter tweeted, "That last hit, that's so troll." After further review, I'm going to have to disagree with you, Shifter. That wasn't troll. This is troll.
Shifter, that's the one they need to shut down. The barrier goes down. They're going hard for Shifter, and they take him out.
Oh, the stun hits Shifter, not in a good spot. Down he goes.
Oh, he hit it. The charge goes out. They are easily going to get that one, and they do get the blue buff back to Link. Going on to Shifter, the Ignite's there, the heal comes out, it's going to be enough. Doesn't make it to the fountain, he trips on his shoelaces.
Man, what a massacre.
All right, April Fool's antics aside, Shifter came up big this week as Team Coast took 2 huge steps towards the postseason. But up first, it's the battle between 2 of the top teams in the league, CounterLogic Gaming and Team Solo Mid. TSM coming into this match a 3-0 record in the head-to-head against their old rivals, who were looking for the sweep.
What a game this was. And even though First Blood wasn't until 7.5 minutes, there were many kills to come.
And I loved every one of these fights. Pretty much going coast to coast the entire time. This one goes back and forth. The Lantern saves as usual from Alphamu on Thresh. Everybody pretty much got the picks they wanted this game.
That time Wild Turtle flashed in to finish off a kill, unlike the end of the game.
And then we're looking at just 23 minutes in. You got to remember the lineup, the spray and pray from Wild Turtle here for the triple kill.
Yeah, we're just kind of wondering what just happened to COG's health because Wild Turtle obliterated them. That's why they picked Twitch for the first time.
And more plays to come in. A huge assist from Dexter here. So many Lee Sin kicks to the face of TSM in this game.
Yeah, and that's why he picked Lee Sin as well. A couple kicks back on Shyvana. That big one down onto Wild Turtle. There's the hugs after the game.
CLG beating TSM for the first time this split. Team Solo Mid's loss, that opened up the door for Cloud9 to move in for a tie for first place with a victory against Curse.
Yeah, and the door is open for a big level 1 fight as well. Soraka Starcall at level 1 is pretty scary to deal with. Here's why.
Chicken Little's going to be running here. The sky is definitely falling. Look at all of the area of effect damage as the schoolyard fight breaks out at level 1.
Yeah, Cloud9 picking up 2 quick kills there at level 1. Nearly getting a third if that Dark Binding would have landed, but that gave him some momentum.
And first time we see Soraka, she does not displease. A double kill here coming from High with a bit of help on Meteos on the outside. You can just see High hovering around the brink of death the entire time.
Yeah, High, first one to break out mid lane Soraka in the LCS. Gets the double kill after falling himself. You can't get close to Soraka or she will shred you.
And as the game escalates, if Cloud9 is on top, they will make your base theirs, as Cloud9 does here, consistently taking down Curse. The domino effect falls into place, and the Nexus follows shortly after.
Just an overpowering push there. Cloud9, business as usual for them.
Absolutely. The next highlight we look at, speaking of TSM, on Sunday it was their turn to take on Curse and try to avoid losing 2 games in a row for the first time all year.
Yeah, and TSM started off pretty shaky, and it was followed after a big comeback by 25-minute Dragon Fight loss. Curse was looking really good after this one.
always getting something great for themselves, but sometimes overstaying their welcome. This fight looks so good, but TSM was on the chase for what would lead to the unofficial quadra here for Bjergsen.
Bjergsen's Nidalee chases fast and far. Doesn't even need to land all his spears because he's so fast hopping over every wall to maximize his distance. Does land that one though, splits the clone.
Teamwork here. Somebody take the right, I'll take the low road. He gets the kill, the unofficial quadra as we said. TSM bounced back, and Bjergsen's triple kill leads this game to the victory. Up next, Dig's new mid laner Golden Glue finished up his first week in the LCS with a matchup against one of the best mids North America has to offer.
Not the best way to start, dying at level 2. As Hai said afterwards, he was not respecting the Lulu lane. Didn't actually cost him that hard, though, because he came back big.
He did come back big. See the damage from this laser coming out. Unfortunately, they weren't able to follow up too big, but these kills would help solidify Dig a little bit more ground in the game.
Yeah, really long fight here. Dignitas was on their heels right before this fight, and they are so close against Cloud9. They always play this team tough. Nice triple there by CutiePie, and then Golden Glue comes back after his final spark to start with a light binding to finish.
Very nicely played. Getting his shield out, you can see he's considering that damage that Hai was about to bring to the table. And you see it right here as Cloud9 perseveres through another big fight. And Hai going downtown on this one as he flashes for another one.
Yeah, that was a nice dark blinding to really secure the game. Flash! Glitter Lance. Of course, after this one, it was all said and done. Zoomed in fist bump.
All you need is the fist bump, and it's the victory. With Week 10 in the rear view and Super Week in our front view, let's take a look at the standings. Cloud9 and Team Solo Mid are tied in first place and guaranteed a trip to the postseason. In third place is CounterLogic Gaming, who has also punched their ticket to the playoffs.
Yeah, and the race for fourth place got a little tighter after last week's games, with only one win separating Dig from Coast and Curse. Finally, we got that EG and XGG at the bottom, tied for 7th.
But all those ties won't last for long, as we've got 16 games coming your way this weekend. Friday is stacked with head-to-head tie busters as Curse takes on both Coast and Dignitas in the fight for 4th.
Then on Saturday, we've got 6 more games, including the 4th and final meeting of the spring between Team Solo Mid and Cloud9. And then on Sunday, the 2014 LCS Spring Split wraps up with 5 more matches. And once the dust is settled, if we still have any ties in the standings, those will be taken care of immediately following the fight between XGG and EG with some bonus LCS action.
And just like in Europe, we couldn't pick just one BF game of the week, but instead we will break down the BF week of games. Unlike last summer when much of the standings were basically set, this spring the final 16 games will impact everything from the first place to last place. And while the squads are basically divided into the have winning records and have not, there's a theme running through this final week. Do what you can to avoid facing CounterLogic Gaming in the playoffs. But before we get to CLG, let's start the parade of postseason possibilities with 2 teams unlikely to face Doublelift and Crew in the playoffs.
Yeah, well, XGG and Evil Geniuses are most likely not to make it there. It's because both of those teams are 3 games out of 6 with only 4 games to play. To make matters worse, EG's head-to-head versus Curse is the only tiebreaker either team owns. And since these teams would have to win 4 games in 1 week when they've only won 6 games all year, it's pretty safe to say they need to start looking towards the promotion tournament. And that's what makes this race for 7th place so interesting. Whoever finishes 8th will most likely have to face LMQ in the promotion tournament, and frankly, LMQ is playing better than either of these teams right now. So while Sunday's game between XGG and EG doesn't have the prestige of Saturday's TSM Cloud9 game, it could be the difference between finishing 7th and having a much better chance of regaining a spot in the LCS, and finishing 8th and having to face up against LMQ. Next, I want to hit the fight for 4th, but really, it's the fight for not finishing 6th. These teams need to avoid fighting CLG in the first round of the playoffs. Now, despite being 1 game back of Dignitas in the standings, the team that has the best shot of avoiding a 6th place finish and a quarterfinal fight with 3rd-seeded CLG is Curse. They own the tiebreaker against Dignitas and will at least tie Coast in head-to-head wins. Plus, based on their Super Week schedule, Curse would be predicted to go 2-2 and finish 5th or higher. Now on to Dignitas. They have the 2nd best statistical chance to finish in 4th or 5th. They own the tiebreaker against Coast and have winning records against 2 of their opponents this week. That brings us to Team Coast now. While they all but guaranteed themselves a playoff berth with 2 clutch wins last week, Coast is the only team out of 3 to have to play TSM and Cloud9. And unless Team Coast can pull off a couple of huge upsets, they're likely to take 6th and face CLG in the quarterfinals. Now to be fair, Dig, Coast, and Curse aren't the only teams hoping to avoid getting ganked by Dexter and Crew. Team Soul Mid and Cloud9 have both said that they would have liked to avoid that situation in the semifinals. And the best way to do that is finish first. as the top seed will face the winners of the 4th versus 5th matchup in the semifinals, most likely Dig or Curse, while the 2nd place team will square off against the winner of the 3rd versus 6th matchup, which, if our postulating is correct, will be CLG or Coast. And in that fight for first, Team Solomid has the much easier Super Week schedule as they face the bottom 3 teams in the league, while Cloud9 has a showdown with CLG on Friday. Now, if both TSM and Cloud9 can avoid being upset, and Cloud9 can take out CounterLogic Gaming one more time, that means we'll be in for an incredible battle for first place on Saturday. A lot of ifs, though. Now, if you're wondering why we framed this playoff picture around teams trying to avoid a matchup against CLG, here's why. Ever since Dexter has started roaming their jungle, CounterLogic Gaming has finally started living up to their potential, or even exceeding it. Over the last 7 weeks of the spring, CLG has compiled a 12-3 record and posted a team KDA of 5.17. Also consider that CounterLogic Gaming not only beat Team Solomid last week, but they've also fought Cloud9 to a 1-1 record since Dexter joined the lineup. In fact, if Dexter had been starting on CLG since the start of the split, we'd probably be talking about a 3-way race for first place heading into Super Week instead of the 2-way tie we have right now.
Yeah, and when you add all those stats and the fact that CLG's bot lane has a special kind of synergy and they look this good, it's no wonder that all the other teams want to avoid them in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Happy April Fools, CLG.
That's a tricky one. Aframu always supporting Double Lift.
Such a soft touch from Double. Now from the silly to the sublime. Let's take a look at the top 5 plays from Week 10 of the LCS, or as AfroLift calls it, the Penta.
Yeah, at number 5, Xuna comes face-to-face with a runaway bull.
Down on everything he has. Aframu is looking right for him, and he crushes him down into mincemeat.
Aframu just smashes Xuna's face into the ground.
And coming in at number 4, it's Forgiven with the huge outplay.
Jumping in here, can he get to Forgiven? Facing the hole, goes through from this one. Takes him down to about 2/3 of his HP, and here comes Kerp as well. The damage, flashed away from, and he's turned it around. Amazing play from Forgiven.
Number 3, it's Dexter's clutch kick.
It's very hurt on the outside, but that's the clone. He actually goes down to the hands of Dexter, and TSM is still trying to find where the rest of the team is. A double kill! Beautiful play from Dexter and Double Lift, and they're going to keep going, and they're going to have eyes possibly on Baron.
Coming in at number 2, EG's Ken brings Pobelter along for the ride.
The last few shots when he shields himself up. There's the box. Oh, the long way! Get the lantern! Brings in Pobelter! He gets the double distortion follow-up, and they do find the kill after the long haul.
And this time it's Froggen taking a ride on the Thresh Express for the number 1 play of the week.
Does himself favors. I'm not too sure if this is going to quite be enough. The lantern flash run near pulls Froggen across from 2.
Right there, that was so good, they've had to pause the game to give him a high five.
I'm so excited to see those plays as we kind of start 4.4, because now we get 16 games kind of out of each region with that much play.
Double the amount of games, a few more LCS big plays, but still the same number of highlights. So the quality has to improve, right?
And everybody's got their top-notch champions. They're ready. These are when the strats have to come out. There's no more lackadaisical, we can kind of wait and play this team better than the other. It's going to be all out and going for broke here in Super Week. All right, guys, that does it for this week's adventures. But before we go, we have a pair of last hits on us.
Healthy people coming off the base, chat. It could be staved off.
Yeah, 3v5, but the Baron buff is still there. That's 2 inhibitors down. Coast just going. They got super minutes on the other side.
Wiz Fusion can't get himself in range for these Nexus turrets. There's no focus there. It's just locked onto Zion Spartan. EG is trying to micro in and out to save themselves from damage. Snoopy goes for the micro in, and the focus on to Nintendo X as he gets a kill. Shifter almost goes down in that one. No, he will. Sliver of health left. Stays alive. Shifter with the plays. Here we go. Inox may take him down, but the Zanya's play. Everybody jumps on one spot. All the eggs in one basket. He's still alive. Shifter finally goes down to the end.
Double ace.
The last breath and the double ace. Nobody's gonna end the game.
Well, no matter what happens, the whole game was worth it at this point because we just got our first double ace.
Super Week brings with it many facets.
Countdown's running amok. Double kill for him already. Kottenx will try and jump away.
The goal is to stay for next season.
One more shot, not quite enough. He does. He gets it. He takes down the mid laner. An alliance with 4 members alive could finish the game right here.
We're going to see the end of the season. We're going to see who manages to top the league, but we also could be seeing tiebreakers.
The two most exciting things is going to be Alliance and FNATIC.
Requiem's just come off cooldown and they're going to do it once again. Only 2 men left here for FNATIC. They're going to be falling slowly but surely.
If they stick close, we will have these extra matches, so there's definitely a possibility we get it again.
And it seems that we're doing very well in the beginning. They seem to be struggling a little bit.
Sjokz meanwhile catches his ultimate, catches 3 members down there. Lucian doing the damage. Celaver tries to flash away, but Sjokz capitalizes on that one. Taps gets himself a second kill.
Everything can happen in the standings.
That's perfect placement. And Selfie just catches all 4 of them with his distortion. MILLENIUM just absolutely shredded down by the Super Hot crew.
Who's in playoffs, who's got the top seed, and who's playing who yet. So that we're going to look forward to.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Week 11 of the 2014 European LCS Spring Split, coming to you live from our studios here in Cologne, Germany. I am Lee Deman Smith, and with me for today's action is my good friend Martin Deficio Linger.
And it's our final Super Week of the Spring Split, and with 16 exciting matches lined up over the next 3 days, with our standings so close, every team is either fighting for their position in the playoffs or to avoid possible relegation.
And let's take a look at those standings right now. In first place, it is a 3-way tie. No surprise. Alliance, they have an 8-game win streak. FNATIC are on a 4-game win streak, and SK Gaming are hanging on in there. They're all 14 wins, 10 losses. Then in fourth place, it's another tie. This time GAMBIT and ROCCAT. However, ROCCAT own the head-to-head record with GAMBIT. They have 3-0 advantage over them, which actually gives them a massive edge in those positions.
And in sixth place, we got Copenhagen Wolves just staying in playoffs for now with 11 wins and 13 losses. Right behind them, though, SUPA crew chasing this crucial playoff spot with 10 wins and 14 losses. And down in the bottom, we have MILLENIUM with 7 wins and 17 losses. They still have a slight chance at the playoffs if there's a 3-way tie between Copenhagen Wolves, MILLENIUM and SUPA Hot Crew.
So now let's take a look at today's matches. First up, it is FNATIC facing Alliance in a battle at the top of the table. Then that's going to be followed by ROCCAT and the Super Hot Crew as they face off.
And in another fight at the top of the standings, it's our last Classico of the split with SK Gaming against FNATIC. MILLENIUM will then try to keep their hopes alive against Super Hot Crew, and then the Copenhagen Wolves and GAMBIT will close out the day. Following the LCS games, we have a very special exhibition match featuring TSM versus Cloud9 lined up, and after that, the Genja series will continue with Denial against Coast Gold.
Now, with so much on the line for the teams, here's the players we expect to make an impact during this Super Week. First up, well, no surprises, it's Frogger, and he started carrying Alliance to victory 3 weeks ago and set them on their path to win 8 wins back-to-back. Now that the rest of the team have also stepped up around him, it has given him the freedom to roam, farm, split push, in fact, just about do anything he wants. Second, it is Diamond. He's created every opening for GAMBIT after the last week's disappointing results. He will be going hardcore to set the record straight during this final Super Week of the season.
Svenskeren is my first player to watch simply due to how important he is for the entire SK Gaming early game, which is both good and bad. SK Gaming as a team was not winning by having the strongest individual players, but by having the best teamwork. And the synergy between Svenskeren and the lane's early game means whenever he plays the likes of Pantheon, then he can carry the entire early game for the team. Amazing is my next player to watch. Still among the best junglers in Europe and still leading both EU and NALCS in kill participation with 81.9%. Just like Svenskeren, then Amazing is the backbone of the early game from Copenhagen Wolves. Whenever he performs and helps out the weak solo laners, then it buys time for Forgiven to get farmed and for the Wolves to get a lead going into the mid game. And my last 5 players to watch are the entire Super Hot Crew. Super Hot Crew is in 7th place, fighting to get the playoff spot. And with a roster change and newfound confidence, they're going into their most important week as a young team. With a game against MILLENIUM today and facing Copenhagen Wolves on first day, then Super Hot Crew should be able to decide their own fate.
And remember that you can get all the stats on these players and much more over at lolesports.com. And while you're there, let us know who you think will win today's games.
Yeah, just click on the schedule link, give a thumbs up to the team you think will win each matchup today. We'll check in before each game to see how you voted. You can also get seats to join us here in the studio to watch these pro teams play in person. Tickets are now on sale for the Spring Split playoffs, which begins April 15th.
And we've also opened up voting on the website for the upcoming 2014 All-Star event that will be held in Paris, France, beginning over on the 8th of May. From now through to April 12th, you can pick 3 pro players every day from any combination of teams to represent your region.
And this year there will be a new format showcased at the start of each All-Star Day called the All-Star Challenge. And after the players are announced, we want you to help decide the unique aspect of the game mode the pros will play, and you can then vote for those starting April the 13th.
And remember that the top 2 pros in the voting will go to All-Stars unless they're part of the team going to the Invitational. This means that while Reckless is in the lead right now, if FNATIC win first place in the playoffs, and that's a big if, I must add, any player in the top 5 votes still has a chance to go, and with 12 days left to vote, anyone can still win. And while we're talking about All-Stars, we'd like you to get on Twitter and tell us what 3 European LCS players will get to the All-Stars and why.
That's a very tough question. Players like Froggen, been impressing everyone, of course. Reckless, definitely in the run, of course, also. I believe he's number 1 on the voting at the moment.
Big vote for him right now.
Maybe if you look at some of the other teams, I would like to see someone like a Mr. Rales, for instance, from Super Hot Crew, been performing so well throughout the entire season.
Yeah, you got to think of everyone that's been doing well. Forgiven as well.
Forgiven, of course, from Copenhagen was amazing. There are so many players, but be sure to send those to us at LOL Esports and use the hashtag LCS. Sjokz will be reading some of your answers later in the show, and we look forward to hear what you have to say.
So, coming up now, it is the first game of the day, finally about to get underway. FNATIC versus Alliance, and this is the final time that these teams will meet in the Spring Split, and the head-to-head currently stands at 2-1 in favor of Alliance. With the teams tied in first place, this match carries with it a huge impact for the end of the split. This is the start of a very tough Super Week for FNATIC as they play the current top 5, starting off with Alliance, who are on an 8-game win streak of their own. However, FNATIC, well, they're currently on a 4-game win streak of their very own after some very impressive performances off the back of the Intel Extreme Masters, of course, which they were placed runners-up. They are playing with confidence, and they seem to have rediscovered their form at the perfect time in the season.
Yeah, and FNATIC has gone back to some of their old picks with Reckless on Jinx and Source on Shyvana, and both picks worked perfect for them last week, and it's great to see FNATIC expand their champion pool even further, and also make the pick and ban phase a lot harder for the other teams. And FNATIC is just playing so much better right now, and the rotation and the coordination are a lot quicker compared to the team we saw during the losing streak, and they just need to keep their performance going as they now face Alliance. But we have to remember one thing, in the last 4 wins, it's been against 3 of the teams who are in the bottom of the standings, and then also a very shaky ROCCAT.
Yeah, and of course Alliance, well, they're looking to set records of their very own this Super Week as they're currently chasing FNATIC's all-time 9-game win record for the European LCS teams, which they set in 2013 Spring Split, of course, which they ended up winning. The entire team has really stepped up their game, and you can feel the confidence from every member when you speak to them. Last week, they picked apart ROCCAT and SK Gaming with ease, controlling every single objective.
The current form of Alliance makes them the best team in Europe at the moment. Every member is performing, and more importantly, they're very consistent. Looking back at their last 8 wins, we see the same things working for them in every single game. Dragon control, lane dominance, and great ganks from Sjokz has been the recipe for Alliance success. And talking about Sjokz, there are some numbers that really show the difference between Sjokz from the start of the season to now, to how he's playing now. Sjokz has a 79% kill participation in the last 8 games, where he had 65% before the winning streak. He also picked up Evelynn, a champion he didn't play at all early in the season, and with a 100% win rate and a KDA of 6.6, then the Evelynn pick is doing work for Alliance. And the Sjokz we see now compared to the one in the start of the season is a completely different player. We now see a player with confidence and synergy with all his lanes, and it really makes the Alliance early game very, very scary.
And before we get to the game, Sjokz sat down with the top laner from each of these teams to find out how they met and developed a friendship, and more importantly, how they prepared to battle each other on the Rift.
Tell me about when you first met each other, and what was your first impressions of each other?
When did we even meet each other first? I played AD.
I am, yeah.
First K.
Everyone was playing
everything. Yeah.
You're playing super. Top lane sometimes.
My team was the most hyped team, and everyone thought we would win because we were doing really well before that. And then we got to the offline event, and sadly we didn't perform. Source's team and Pega's team both beat us. They were in 2 different teams back then.
I kind of know him, but I didn't really talk to him at this time, so I just knew him like as a player.
So guys, the All-Star vote is up. Slightly different format to last year, but we all remember what happened last year in Epic 1 versus you guys.
Yeah, I think it was a lot of fun and we were just trying out champions to beat each other, and I still have nightmares about Nuno. So for me it's really important that my entire team goes.
I have the same opinion as Wickd. I think the main thing is to go as a team.
I think our chances are really big if we manage to beat FNATIC.
In my opinion, they're the strongest team right now, since they are performing really well. So if we can beat Alliance, I think we can beat most of the other teams.
I can presume you guys seem pretty good friends. Is that also the case outside of the LCS, or does it just stay in the studio?
I think Alliance and FNATIC are really close two teams. We always or often do things together.
We often go out during the after LCS, during the weekend or stuff like this.
Does that relationship change over time when, in the beginning of the season, it's all chill and there's not that much on the line yet, and then when it comes to the end of the season, you get a little more annoyed with each other, or?
I don't think you get more annoyed with each other. The only thing that changes is how much you want to win against them.
When I lose, I'm really disappointed or sad, so I don't know, I just don't want to talk to anyone.
Then I lose. I'd rather lose to Sjokz, for example, than someone I'm not that friendly with, because I can still be happy for a friend doing really well. And if he outplays me, so be it, because he's a good friend of mine, that's fine.
Yeah, and I can tell you that obviously going out with these guys as well, and seeing them after the game, they're not lying. They do go out together. They party together. They do enjoy themselves in the bar and wherever it may be. They even go shopping together.
Even go shopping together.
It's not complete bromance. Let's not get carried away.
I can warn you, going shopping with Sjokz, he has expensive taste.
They all have expensive taste. They're pro players. Let's get the starting lineups underway. On the blue side, it is FNATIC. That means Soaz is in the top lane, Cyanide in the jungle, Peke in that mid lane, Reckless, the leading all-star so far, as the AD carry, and Yellowstar on support.
On the red side, we have Alliance with Wickd in the top lane, Sjokz is the jungle, Froggen of course the mid laner, Taps on AD carry, and Nif the support.
So, game about to get underway. The first game of 16 here in the European LCS for this Super Week. A lot can change and a lot on the line for this game. What are we expecting, picks and bans?
2 picks for Alliance have been so important. Fresh onto Nif and Evelyn onto Sjokz. I want to see FNATIC either ban them away or at least pick them away from Alliance here. Don't want to risk anything. We've also seen Alliance ban away Renekton quite a lot. I'm not sure if they want to ban against Source, who's been playing more Shyvana, Trundle even, then actually Renekton in the last few games at least. So I'm not 100% sure if they want to ban it, but I could definitely see it as a possible ban.
We've also seen the mid laners, Froggen and Peke, both playing Nidalee, pulling out Zed last week. Are we expecting to see anything from them?
I wouldn't be surprised to see Zed again. I mean, both of them showed how strong it is. Both of them have openly said this champion, you always have room to outplay the enemy if you play Zed. You can always win your laning phase if you can outplay them here. So for both of them, could be an option. LeBlanc as a ban. I would actually like to see FNATIC banned away from Froggen here. I'm not 100% sold on X-Pick as LeBlanc yet, so I'm not sure if they want to pick it against the likes of Froggen.
So here we go, picks and bans underway. It's FNATIC versus Alliance, and straight away, Evelyn removed. Don't want Sjokz on that one. I said 100% win rate, as you pointed out. Lulu being taken away from Peke.
Yeah, so the Lulu ban here, very standard now. On the red side, of course, you don't want to risk enemy team first picking it. Evelyn ban, I absolutely love it from FNATIC. Respecting Sjokz here, and also looking at what's been working for Alliance. The early game pressure, he's bringing on Evelyn, remove it.
Well, there is the Nidalee ban, so both Peke and Froggen have been playing that for recent weeks to good success. Gragas as well, now that is a standard choice for Peke. This is like the fallback option for the blue side, because it's one of those neutral picks in the mid lane where you can just counter anything.
Exactly. It's actually been, whenever he had to blind pick his mid laner, he would go for Gragas. It's, for him, also a very safe champion. We see Gragas every single time. Get a few levels, then you can farm. You can always do well in your laning phase, and you scale so well into late game. So I like the bandit from Alliance, and wow, a lot of mid lane bans.
Yeah, there's the Zed. LeBlanc currently open as well. A lot of top laners as well. We talked about the Soaz and Wickd combo. Could they maybe try and steal Renekton early on here? Final ban waiting for Alliance. What do we think?
Well, so with the likes, of course, LeBlanc is open, but both these mid laners play Orianna, so they could have it as a counter pick if the other team is picking LeBlanc early. Renekton, of course, been something Alliance have banned away. I'm not sure if they want to do it this time around. Actually, no. Target onto Reckless here. Don't want to risk him being this super carry on Jinx late game.
I believe he's still got the 100% win rate on Jinx as well, so no surprise taking that away. Despite the fact Reckless was saying it's not as viable as it used to be. So as we're seeing his face right now, we're considering what will be the first choice.
And what I like about this last ban from Alliance is they don't take anything from the top tier of champions here. So FNATIC can first pick, let's say, Renekton, and then all of a sudden, from Alliance side, you have the likes of Kha'Zix jungle and you have the likes of Thresh support, 2 top picks for them. So they can trade with FNATIC here just by banning away Jinx, which obviously, seeing as they delayed it all the way down to the last second, was not exactly something they planned on beforehand.
So as big discussions, you can see Reckless discussing it. Yellowstar generally is one of the callers in the picks and bans phase. Peke also making the choice, and it is a LeBlanc lock-in.
And instantly response here from Alliance. Kha'Zix, they knew FNATIC would take something. Of course, they really wanted over on the red side or blue side, and it meant 2 picks, especially Kha'Zix jungle can be very important here for Sjokz. So that's what I like about the pick and ban phase so far from Alliance. Also Lucian, been the go-to AD carry for taps in the last few games. He's been dominating on it actually, especially in the laning phase together with Nif, been very, very strong. So I like this pickup here from Alliance, and both teams at least saving the top lane for now. Let's see who actually picks it first.
Tab's one of those secret unsung heroes of Alliance, been quietly going about his business and picking up kills and getting that farm alongside Nif, who was played brilliantly out of his mind last week. Even I was speaking to the team after the game, they were just like, Nif was amazing in that game, those flash stuns he was using with Leona.
And let's see actually if Froggen decides to go Orianna against this LeBlanc. Normally Alliance will always last pick the mid laner for Froggen just to see everything from the other team side here. So now, of course, they can actually pick the Orianna because they already know the mid lane matchup, unless it's going to be LeBlanc top lane for Soaz.
Okay, if Froggen locks us in,
that was the one he told.
I've mentioned it before, when we were in Katowice, Hai and Froggen spent 2 hours discussing LeBlanc versus Karthus and who was going to win. This could be an interesting one, of course. Let's go back. Elise and Leona were locked in for FNATIC, and we saw last week how good Nif was on Leona. Let's see how Yellowstar can do.
Yeah, but also we know that Nif loves to play Thresh. It's open, it's a very good pick against Leona, especially in the laning phase where you can stop her from engaging by flaying her when she sends blades onto you. So for Alliance side, I'm not sure actually if FNATIC wanted him to pick the Thresh here and was trying to bait something out, but it actually seems they want to go for Morgana instead. And this is the matchup we saw last week. Laning wise, Leona got options to actually make plays here. She can send blades onto either Lucian and Morgana, bait out the Black Shield, and then change target and stun the guy next to them and lock that target down with her Q, with her ultimate, whatever she's having ready here. So we need to see actually how the laning phase will go, but Nif definitely knows what Leona can do towards him.
And also Shyvana being picked up by Wickd, taking it away from Soaz. So what is Soaz going to use to counter this one? Renekton, of course, is open if he wants to go with it. It does mean we're not going to get the Aurelia Shyvana duel that Wickd was maybe hinting towards on Twitter last week, but at the moment he's got a number of options open. Could be the Trundle, of course, countering it.
Yeah, Trundle could be a good option to scale with Shyvana into the late game. If we see a Renekton pick from FNATIC, they obviously focus a lot on the early game. They have to win it early on. With this Vayne, if they actually lock it in, and then Renekton, they will have some early game power and then late game power with the likes of Vayne. However, Lee Sin top, first time in Europe.
It would be the first time in Europe if Soaz likes to go with it, and he has. So wow, don't forget it could also be a Elise top. Soaz used to play a hell of a lot of Elise top.
A lot of options here from FNATIC actually with their composition. What I like here about the Lee Sin, if it's gonna go top lane, is you have a very strong early laning phase, and also you can max your E, which means you get a lot of, you have of course your physical damage on your auto attacks, but then you have your magic damage on your E, so it's very hard to itemize against it in laning phase, and he's gonna get a lot of good damage onto Wickd. And if he's running teleport, we have seen this with this in top lanes in Korea, we've seen it also in NA I believe once. The pressure you can put on the map, because you will win your laning phase, or you're supposed to win your laning phase with Lee Sin, and then you can teleport around people, and you're so mobile, you can set up so many ganks in different lanes.
Maybe Froggen doubted his own decision of Karthus. He did hold out on that pick, and maybe switching across to Kayle, who he has played to great success so far in the European LCS. Looks like it's being discussed. He will get locked in. So, big picks from both these teams. Interesting. I want to see where this Lee Sin's going to end up, whether it will rotate in towards that top lane or whether Elise is going to sit there. I think Elise is going to sit on side and it will be Soaz on Lee Sin in top lane. First one in Europe.
Only issue here for FNATIC, or not only, but one of the issues for FNATIC in their composition is Lee Sin top lane, very strong early mid game, will be just a tank when it comes to the late game part, unless he's very, very fed. Then he can, of course, make a lot of plays, but late game-wise, he will be outscaled by Shyvana. Elise versus Kha'Zix, I will take Kha'Zix late game any day. Mid lane-wise, Kayle against the Bang. It's the same deal. The Bang is very strong, but she's not the same kind of champion late game as Kayle is. And also, of course, the ultimate from Kayle will be able to stop her burst. But the Vayne pick, however, that's the saving grace for FNATIC coming into late game, where we have seen Reckless in the past, how good he is on Vayne, and he will be able to carry the team.
Well, it is an interesting first matchup we could be seeing here. We are just about ready to kick the game off. So let's see how you voted according to LOLesports.com. It seems that you've picked FNATIC by 68%.
We have to say Alliance have been so strong lately. It's very, very hard to not put them. I wouldn't say it's clear favorites, but at least I would say Alliance coming into this game looks a little bit stronger than FNATIC. But of course, FNATIC, we have seen them in the past. We know how good they are when it really matters.
FNATIC, they won the Spring 2013. They won the Summer 2013. They got 3rd place at the World Championships. They came runners-up at the Intel Extreme Masters. They've got a big fan base, that's for sure.
That's true, but it also shows, I mean, they're in a very experienced team. So when it really matters, coming into the Super Week, of course, the last Super Week of the LCS, or the first split here of the LCS, this is where FNATIC really needs to perform, and as an experienced team, they know when to pull up the big games.
Well, every team in the European LCS is hungry to get that position in Paris All-Stars. Can they be the team that represents Europe? We will see, because both of these teams have a good chance at making it. FNATIC starting out as the blue team, and they're up against Alliance as the red team, playing from top to bottom. We have seen a number of fights kicking off in the level 1 phase since we changed to 4.4, which of course we are on right now. But with this 2-minute cooldown on the trinkets, they tend to all go in the same place.
Yeah, but Pekka needs to be careful here if he actually decides to walk down to the bush where Alliance is coming in with Morgana, of course. He was actually in the bush.
Oh, we'll see whether he gets in towards the Dark Binding. Nif did not go with it. He didn't lead with the Dark Binding there. You can see he did level it up. He has got the skill available, but he didn't choose to open up, which often you will see going into that bush would be the Dark Binding fire, pre-fire.
You want to fire a blind one in, and then you run in with 5 people, and then if you land it onto someone, you pick up the first blood or force a summoner. But I actually believe Alliance thought they would be there faster than FNATIC, and they didn't expect someone to stand there, so they just walked straight into the red buff.
It does, of course, mean that FNATIC have got themselves all into there. But it seems Froggen chose not to play this game. He's disconnected.
Oh.
He's like, no, guys, I'm out. We didn't level 1 restart. It's like one of the scrims.
We didn't get a kill.
We didn't get a kill. There's something wrong here. He's clearly obviously having a client restart, judging by the looks of the admin. No touching going on the screen. So Froggen just waiting for the game to reload and get himself back in there. He's
very focused.
He's very focused, isn't he?
Is his eyes closed? Oh no, he's blinking.
He's focused on the game loading. To be fair, when the game's loading, there's not a lot to do, is there?
No, he just sits there
staring at five screens, so can't blame him. Okay, looks like he is back in the game, so we're probably going to get this pause underway in a moment. The first one of Super Week, and of course, it wouldn't be Europe without a couple of pauses.
Of course not, and possible tiebreakers at the end of this week.
Countless possibilities as well. It's had our mathematicians figuring it all out. We heard Trevor, of course, Quickshot, talking about it in the pre-show. The number of possibilities that we have got for ties is incredible. But one thing's for sure, whoever wins this game is in the playoffs.
Yeah, 100%. And if Alliance win the game, I believe they're 3-1 against FNATIC.
They have really big stats against all the top teams. Despite their rocky start, they've actually pulled out some really good stats. And they're 2-1 up pretty much on everyone in that top 5 area. So they've got a very good head-to-head when we get into the playoffs. Here we go, though. We will get this game underway, I promise.
So, we actually got a deep ward here into the red buff of Alliance, FNATIC, sorry. So Alliance got full vision of where Sana is actually going to start on this Elise. It seems he's going to start the blue buff. Alliance decided not to stay around in the jungle of FNATIC here, so they don't want to try and take the red buff, just want some vision, maybe even spot out a possible lane swap.
Well, at the moment we are seeing potential start Alliance thinking they've still got a blue invade, but red invade, sorry, but they've all backed away, which is why they're sat stacked up on this bush, maybe playing it defensive. The, of course, red buff will be spawning in a couple of seconds.
But look here, Alliance dual lane is actually up towards the red buff, so they're going to go towards the top lane. Meanwhile, Reckless and Yellowstar moving towards blue buff will be picked up here by Source actually, so We see FNATIC getting their own blue buff onto Cyanide and now picking up the blue buff onto either Reckless or SOAS here. Very good start. They're gonna get 3 buffs and only 1 for Alliance.
Very good level 1 start, and of course given the blue buff to SOAS, who
will be in a 1v2.
Will be in a 1v2 in that top lane, but it's going to help him out, and he's also potentially, is he going to go into the lane level 2? He's sticking around, taking down everything in there, so he has actually cleared the camp out as well, but he didn't hit level 2.
No, but he's not going to get any XP up top lane anyway, so he's just winning out big time. He's recalling now here. Oh, is he gonna? Yeah, he's gonna recall, so not going to try anything here, but for Alliance, I'm not sure they actually wanted a 2v1 scenario here. I think they were expecting FNATIC to swap up top lane with their dual lane, so that's why they moved Taps and Niv there. And now actually they realize, oh, nobody's here. We have to go 2v1 now. We're going to give free farm to this Vayne.
Yeah, with effectively a kill lane, which is what you call the Leona Vayne. Go up against Lucian Morgana. You'd think Lucian Morgana would have a big advantage, which is clearly why they want that 2v2.
Of course. That's the thing. They're going to have a lot more poke onto Reckless, onto Yellow Star. It's very hard for Yellow Star to engage. We talked about in Champs League how he needs to engage onto Morgana. So for Alliance side, it's not exactly ideal. Only 1 buff onto Kha'Zix, and they're also forced to actually stay and defend. Normally we see these 3v1s, and we see actually Cyanide coming down here. Could they go for a dive?
3v2, they've got the siege minion there, but well, Alliance have got a big wave of minions. They're going to lock up onto Sjokz, but that may not be the target. Instead, he jumps away. He goes towards Cyanide. Cyanide repels, gets away to the minions that had already gone deep in there. A great first blood, and now Wickd's in trouble.
And Wickd actually teleported into a minion here by mistake, I believe. I think he possibly wanted to flash out, so his teleport is gone. This turret is gone. Everything for FNATIC in this early game is perfect.
Well, it's worked out very well, and as you mentioned, maybe got the flash teleport on the wrong key.
It looked a bit weird.
Time around.
I thought it was SOAS teleporting down at first, but realized he doesn't have any cooldown, and why would he even teleport down at this point?
Well, maybe he just wanted to get more kills. They could have, possibly, but FNATIC take the first tower, they get the first blood, and they have a big advantage over Alliance. Just 1,000 gold already, just 4 minutes into this game. Wickd has yet to back away, going to ward out, make sure there's no one, no little spiders waiting in the bushes there, and he will get himself a tiny bit of free farm. But as you can see, the damage on this top turret, as it is a stronger turret, is only minimal.
Yeah, but it seems Cyanide is the only one going up there to defend. They want to still keep Reckless free farming in the lane, don't want to have him go against this Lucian and Morgana, so they send him down to the bot lane despite there's no turret, and they didn't actually decide to just push the lane all the way up to the next one here. So they just want to extend the laning phase and just have the bonus of killing the first turret.
Well, in terms of gold, it is actually still Tabs with the slightest of advantages, you can see, because he's got a bit of farm over Reckless, despite the fact they did get that assist and kill down the bottom lane. Yellow Star warding out, making sure that jungle is covered off. Remember, they did take that blue buff, so that ward, if I believe it was a purchased ward, will last until that blue buff respawns.
But FNATIC really took full advantage of the fact that the Trinket ward is at 2 minutes now, so they knew there would be no vision from Alliance in this riverside here, and that's why they could go into the blue buff with 3 members, pick it up for free, and once they realized, okay, Alliance are not actually starting this blue, so we didn't find the enemy jungler there, he's gonna be red buff, and that's why it's easy for them to just walk down here, and then also send Cyanide to start his own blue buff all the way there, knowing he was a lot stronger than Kha'Zix with only 1 buff.
I love the sweet irony of the fact that we highlighted the 2 top laners, SOAS and Wickd, and they are in a 2v1, something both of them absolutely detest in this game. SOAS, though, he didn't go tank, so we'll see how that affects him. Of course, he could be tank. Nice safeguard there, dodging out of the Dark Binding.
There are many ways you can build top lane Lee Sin. I expect him to go something like Tiamat and then into tank, maybe even complete it to a Hydra and then tank. Because generally, you want to have the wave clear, you want to be able to split push, but also you want to be able to be the front person of your team in team fights.
Yeah, with that teleport, he's going to be making use of it, going back towards that top lane. Of course, we are on 4.4, so it's only a 200-second cooldown because he did it onto the tower. So SOAS returns, gets himself a Doran's Blade along with the Doran Shield he had to start with, and a Ruby Crystal. Looks like Wicked took a hell of a beating. Didn't see what exactly it came from. My guess would be the bottom lane. Meanwhile, Froggen, well, we see Peke diving in towards him. Intervention was used very quickly from Froggen there to make sure he was safe.
And it's actually a big issue for Wicked, the fact that the lane didn't get reset down in the bottom lane, so he actually pushed it all the way to the turret of FNATIC. It meant they could start zoning him away with the 2 members, and that's why he's only level 4, not getting LCS. But in the mid lane here, Peke.
Well, they were waiting for him, and he manages to get jump on him. Good in-scene threat, and Claw takes the fear on from Sjokz. But a good pile of damage, and more importantly, force the flash from Peke.
Force the flash, force him almost out of the lane. He's actually deciding to stay on now. He started recalling, so force him out of the lane. CS advantage, should be going to Froggen here unless he decides to recall himself once he pushes the wave in.
So Sjokz has been effectively babysit by Cyanide. He's been alongside him for a long period of time. This is slowing Cyanide down somewhat, but he's kept up with Sjokz no problem. The CS is going to be behind a little bit, which means he's not got such wave clear in the jungle, but we can see, of course, those blue buffs are respawning. We'll see whether FNATIC try and make something of it. You can see Alliance already have Wickd just off at the side of their own blue buff now that it's respawned.
Yeah, and nobody from FNATIC is nearby here, of course. They're actually pinging it because it's spawning. We had vision on it here, but Wickd, well, he started out, he's only level 5, so in case a fight should break out, it seems nothing's gonna happen here because FNATIC just staying in the lanes. But also look here what they're doing. They decide to leave Reckless alone down in the bottom lane. They want him to get ahead in XP. They want him to be able to split push, because who's gonna stop him? Do you underfarm Shyvana, or force Froggen then to move down and try and stop him here? If he's able to 1v1 KO, big win for FNATIC. And now going on to Nif here.
Cyanide going around, gets a little bit of poke on Nif. Nif quick to use that black shield on himself to prevent the big poison damage that will come out from Cyanide. Peke coming up there. That black shield is on a very long cooldown. Wouldn't be available if Peke came up, but he's going to instead back away because, well, Froggen will push that tower hard.
And with all this help here to Source, they are easily defending the turret for now at least. Source actually staying around. Cyanide is walking down, going to do some jungle camps, and he can return up to the top lane in case Alliance pushes it down. And it also means for FNATIC, they continue to get free farm on Vayne down this bottom lane. There's nobody to stop him. Wickd is still only level 5 because every time he comes close, they just force him away.
Yeah, talking about farm, you say you're forcing him away. Look at the CS differential. Sjokz up level 6. He's quite happily farming away. He's got 43 minions, whereas Wickd only 27. Again, he needs the help, needs the support, because this 2v1 is not working.
And that's why we actually see Sjokz coming down here, him making sure that if something should happen from FNATIC side, he's there to defend Wickd. Didn't want to risk them diving onto him, so he died, and this huge wave FNATIC had built up would then just go to the turret, because Wickd really needs the XP and the CS from this big wave.
The pressure that bottom lane has created has led to Cyanide starting off this dragon. He's going to get the help of the rest of FNATIC as they now come in there. So, first dragon objective to FNATIC. We talked about the objectives early on that Alliance had to secure. It was 9 out of 10 dragons and 4 out of 4 barons last week. Well, FNATIC, they've already taken one away from them this week.
And if FNATIC now can get some vision control around the entrance to the jungles of Alliance here, with their composition, they can actually find a lot of kills easily. Of course, we have single target on Vayne, single target on LeBlanc, and Lee Sin to pick out targets. But look here, 2 members coming up towards Source in this top lane.
Yeah, they're going to catch it. It's 4 members coming around, all of them towards Sjokz. He is dead. The question is, who will get the kill? He manages to flash away, but you can see Sjokz quickly chases on towards him, uses that ultimate to gain a speed advantage. Sjokz kicks him away. He's delaying. What is he delaying for? Is anything happening around the map? Not really. Sjokz is going to slowly go down. It's Froggen's kill in the end.
So to actually get the kill onto Froggen here, Alliance will be very happy about it because they want to make sure KO gets a good start, can get into this late game point where you can really start carrying on someone like KO here. So fine for Alliance. And FNATIC were not in a position to push anywhere else except for a few hits on this mid turret. So they didn't actually lose anything Alliance by sending 4 members top.
Peke using that distortion to try and keep that wave clear, trying to keep that farm going. Froggen was happy to just delay for a while, take away the raids and come back around as the wave pushes in towards his tower. So Peke not getting a great deal of damage down on it. Not the greatest of tower pushes on LeBlanc, which is why Froggen felt quite comfortable to keep farming. Looking across the map though, Wickd, we talked about how far behind he is now. Look at that turnaround. Because the bot lane, they had to back away. They went for that dragon, they gave the objectives, but they also gave a gigantic wave of farm, which Wickd has kept pretty much frozen in his lane.
Yeah. Just the fact that Wickd actually left there to farm, the fact that Sjokz showed early on so FNATIC didn't feel like they could actually dive onto him or force him out of the lane, it also meant that he just got full farm. He's actually ahead now due to the gank onto Source, so the turnaround here from Alliance actually made them be ahead now for Wickd.
Gave him about 40 CS overall, I feel. So finally the bottom lane are coming down. Solar Flare going down onto Nif. He used the back shield on Tabs. The Dark Binding on Cyanide though. Teleport comes in from Wickd. They still have that tower there. There's no minions. So Cyanide or Yellowstar. The Yellowstar trying to tank it as long as he can with the safety of Sjokz coming around. And it was a 3-on-3. The teleport not resulting in a kill.
But at least making FNATIC here back off. No kills, of course. Good use of teleport actually from Wickd, preventing something from going down. But still, down the bottom lane, Reckless is just left all alone, free farming, getting single or XP, of course, full XP by himself, solo XP.
Solo XP is a big thing, and getting a Vayne fed is even bigger because they will become a massive damage threat late game. Of course, Froggen is there with the intervention, so if he does manage to focus some target, he will be able to try and prevent that big burst of damage. But then you got to worry about Peke on LeBlanc.
Exactly, the whole combo from FNATIC here, we actually see very little amount of safe wave clear. That's why they need to split push throughout the entire game. That's why they need Vayne to be ahead. That's why they need, of course, Peke to be ahead. And the plan for them would be to keep Source in one lane, have Reckless in a different lane, then Peke roaming around between the lanes, trying to set up kills. It's going to require a lot of vision control in the jungle of Alliance here, but as long as they can stay ahead early game, get the auto turrets down, it can work for them. And that's the whole idea about the combo, and that's why we see so much focus on getting Reckless farmed, so you can one-on-one anyone from Alliance.
Well, they do have, I was going to say, they believe they have the timers. Yellowstar had that shield ready and waited to go. I know for a fact Yellowstar is the man that times all of these buffs, and they had fantastic timing on this one. Peke steals the blue buff from Alliance.
It had the ward from the last one. Of course, they pinged it away. They saw Wickd even start the blue buff, so easy enough for them to time this one. It also means with the 2 buffs in their own jungle, they can once again get 3 buffs and only 1 over to the side of Alliance.
Not Peke pushing that mid lane. Froggen without the blue buff will be burning through his mana a little bit quicker, but of course, with that Nash's Tooth on, he will have good wave clear, but again, lacking in the mana department. Only the Dawn's Ring to keep that regen going and his runes and masteries. As it is, Sjokz has been doing a pretty fantastic job at farming away, but yet to see any real ganks coming out from him. Of course, he was supportive in that top lane kill on towards SOAS, but that really has been the only movement we've seen from him so far.
But it's been hard for him to set something up because the laning phase was, I wouldn't say over so quickly because people are still in the lanes, but now it's actually split pushing instead of just standard laning. So it's hard for him to go onto someone like Vayne because there's no CC onto Wickd unless he can actually hit his ultimate onto Reckless here. So it's hard for him to set something up. Of course, Source in the top lane, it's a hard target to gank. That's why he's just been farming, making sure getting into this mid game, just like Cyanide, that both the junglers can be strong and farmed.
Well, that's just straight greedy there. Peke coming in and getting himself a refresh on that blue buff. Wickd and SOAS are in the top lane together, but look at this. Yellowstar and Cyanide are coming in to try and bully him. Sjokz is nearby if he's required. Has evolved his ultimate. That's all he's got though so far. None of those clones are in. They are going to focus on towards him. Wickd on this tower. He has got the tower defense and it's quite a healthy tower. Instead, he's going to use his ultimate very early on here and try and turn this one back around. They focus back on Yellowstar, but Reckless is going to come in as well. Solar Flare misses completely, but Reckless, Wickd gets pinned on the wall. That's going to be enough. The Condemned gets him down. Sjokz is going to back away.
So 4 members from FNATIC here picking up 1 kill and a turret. They really want these outer turrets gone so they can get the vision into the area of Alliance. That's why they invest so much to it. But look here in the mid lane, 2 members pushing down the bottom lane, Taps getting the turret, so Alliance responding really well.
Will that Dark Binding land? No, it will not. That's going to force them to step away a little bit. Black Shield was used, and he actually goes a little bit aggressive on Peke there. Don't have any more minions left, Froggen, so we'll step away from that one. But Tabs, as you mentioned, put the pressure on that bottom turret, and he keeps it all square in turrets, 2-2.
And this is what Alliance just need to do, because their composition going into the late game is so scary to deal with. They have wave clear, of course, they have tower pushing potential, and the straight up team fight with this very tanky Shyvana, very tanky Kha'Zix in the late game, Black Shield, of course, and 2 damage dealers who scales well into the late game. So Alliance just needs to try and hold on for as long as possible, get the needed farm, and then they can try and win when it comes to late game here. But Dragon for FNATIC, nobody's nearby. They don't even want to fight from Alliance side.
Yeah, Wickd was down there in the mid lane and is already backing away towards top, so they did not want to get involved in that one. So it will be the second Dragon for FNATIC. It keeps their gold advantage. It's now just shy of 2,000 gold. Of course, they still have that kill advantage, but they're all even in turrets. But objectives are really working out well for FNATIC so far.
Yeah, and start noticing the wards on the minimap here. Pink ward from FNATIC actually behind the red buff of Alliance. We have another ward up in the top lane. We have some good wards in the entrance to Alliance jungle. It simply means if Alliance wanted to contest the Dragon or want to move between the lanes, FNATIC can spot them out, and with this combo, find them and just kill them instantly.
Yeah, Alliance themselves have barely any vision. As you mentioned, they've only got really the one by the Wraith Camp, which is pretty much a remnant from the lane phase, and they've got that singular one down the bottom lane. So lack of vision for Alliance right now. FNATIC in full control of the map, it seems, and really pushing every objectives. It's the mid lane they want next.
And this mid lane turret is so important for them. It's the last out of turret, and that's why Alliance quickly in there to defend it. Good wave clear from Kayle, of course, and also the Tormented Soils from Morgana will help. So Alliance need to keep this mid turret alive. Otherwise, we can see FNATIC start to just roam around everywhere.
Just that Sunfire Cape. I think Wicked's going to have a bit of a job keeping Rekkles away from this one. Of course, with that Bladed Rune already completed, continuing to shove on. Ironically, all this time we've been talking about Rekkles being on his own, Tabs has got the CS advantage and it's still building.
It's just two completely different characters, and the job in this game is going to be completely different. And actually going on to Froggen here.
Oh, intervention being used very quickly there. Peke had popped that ultimate of his own, but didn't get any damage down on him because of that intervention. Just blocked it all.
But yeah, Tabs' job, if you just come back to the 280 carries, is going to be in the mid lane and pushing. But look here from FNATIC. 4 members coming up to the top end, but Alliance, once again, ready to respond, ready to clear it, and the FNATIC, they need to back off because, of course, Lee won't be able to hit the turret, Leona won't be able to hit the turret, and very short range on Vayne makes it very scary for FNATIC to actually push the turrets.
Tabs getting a lot of warning there, saying there's 3 of them coming towards you, buddy. Don't take that mid lane farm, which you want to go towards. Instead, he may well try and cut off, put some damage back on towards the back of FNATIC. Instead, yep, we will just get a quick poke on him, defending out that turret.
But Tabs is going to love this game because he's going to be able to just stand in mid lane and farm by himself all the time. The rest of Alliance are going to need to move around the lanes to defend. And now here, blue buff up once again. Look at the ward control from FNATIC. Pink ward and green ward. Full vision, also in the area here. So Alliance, they're not able to contest it, and that's why you see them not even move. They're like, we just need to farm, take our blue buff, take our dragon, we don't even care. But Wickd, he wants to stop this red buff.
Yeah, he's stopping the red buff, and they're thinking of maybe even going for Rekkles. You can see all of Alliance now already transitioned towards this top half of the jungle. The red will go across. I think that was smited away by Sjokz actually in the end there. Yes, it will do. And he just evolved his wings.
And this red buff is actually more important than the blue buff because red buff onto Vayne means even more split pushing power. Down the bottom lane, teleport from Wickd to defend this turret.
That's going to keep hold of it. Froggen is there alongside him, but that does mean the top turret has been left exposed and Rekkles is all up there on his own. Sjokz is going to go up there, but he's going to have a tough job at keeping Rekkles away from it.
Yeah, and Sjokz, if he decides to try to 1v1 Rekkles, of course he has the red buff, so he will be able to slow him down, but it's going to be very risky for him against the Blade of the Rune King.
It's just going to clear that wave, make sure it's safe. Tabs is now rotating up here, so it's going to be AD carry versus AD carry. That means Wickd, who is also rotating up, was thinking of trying to get around the back of Rekkles, but Rekkles already stepping away. So both these teams trying to use a lot of rotations, map prowess, but really just dominate and try and push them around. FNATIC have always been very good at the rotations, but it seems so far Alliance are matching it.
Yeah, so we have like the offensive rotations from FNATIC, always deciding where Alliance should be defending or where they should be with their members. So they have control of the map, but Alliance are just doing a very good job responding and always send the right members to the right places. And that's why we haven't seen FNATIC actually take any turrets or any of the inner turrets yet.
It seems that every time Tabs moves to that lane, Rekkles is like, fine, I'm going to go elsewhere. And that's what's happened this time around. We saw Tabs go to the top, Rekkles said, fine, I'm going to go back, I'm going to buy, gets himself the Zeal, returns back to the mid lane, try and keep the pressure back on that mid turret.
Tabs will actually be able to kill Rekkles if they decide to 1-on-1 at this moment. Wickd, on the other hand, full tank Shyvana, can never actually get onto Rekkles. He can jump in, condemn him away. What's he gonna do? He's just gonna run after you. So Rekkles always want to try and be in the lane with Wickd because it's free farm for him. It's safe. There's nothing Wickd can do to actually shut him down. Tabs can dash into his face and do the full burst and actually gonna do a lot of damage onto him.
Rabadon's death cap now completed by Peke, so we'll see whether he manages to try and burst someone down. Cyanide starting off the blue buff for Peke. Meanwhile, this bottom lane, they are trying to set up a gank, but you can see by the minimap, there's no one anywhere near this one.
Now, all the members from FNATIC actually look towards this top side instead. Rekkles moving up here, Source already in the top side. Could they try and get a kill onto Wickd? They should be able to dive him because Source can actually tank the turret.
It's a 4-man dive possibility. Of course, he has got that Dragon Descent to try and jump away from this one. And now we are starting to see things that I was about to say, they're leaving the mid lane exposed to Tabs, and that's dangerous. They could, of course, be trading. And, well, Froggen's going to go on towards Peke. Peke's into all sorts of trouble here because he's been caught out. Will Froggen flash free? It doesn't matter. He had the Ignite down. He gets the kill.
And this is why Peke is not supposed to be the member going 1v1 against Froggen in a side lane. Peke is supposed to stay in the mid lane here, make sure Tabs can never hit the turret, and then you need either Source or Rekkles down the bottom lane to try and 1-on-1 him. But going on to Nif.
Nif in trouble. He's going to go down. He's not going to get that ultimate off. He's not going to get anything off. He was completely locked down by FNATIC.
Beautiful setup here. Dragon coming up in 14 seconds. The timing is perfect. perfect. Let's see if Alliance actually want to try and defend this one. Wickd is already moving down from the top lane. This could cost him the top turret.
Sjokz uses his ultimate, tries to gain the ground, and it pounces in there. He does manage to get a claw on towards Cyanide. He's going to repel across towards the Wraiths. The rest of Alliance are backing him up on this one. They have left Reckless alone on the top turret, so this is going to be a dragon for an inner turret. I'm not sure it's a trade I would go with, but it's going to work out for Alliance.
It's definitely a trade FNATIC should be happy with, because they just want to get the turrets down, open up the map even more, and he is going to get it here. So FNATIC decides to back off, don't want to risk fighting 4v4 against Alliance here.
So tower for FNATIC in the top lane, dragon for Alliance. First dragon, by the way, I might add. Peke, he's got to be careful. He's going to be going straight into this bush, and he's going to get Froggen straight in his face. Intervention already used here. A little bit early on that one. Didn't have the ignite this time around to make the kill.
As long as Froggen times his ultimate, there's nothing Xpeke can do against him. That's why they need to make sure he's not in the lane with Froggen, and that's why you actually see Alliance sending him down bot lane every single time they spot out the members from FNATIC. When they see Reckless top and Source mid lane, fine, Froggen will just go bot lane.
Froggen keeping that farm going. Hasn't got that death cap yet. We're finally seeing Peke actually putting a little bit of magic resist in there.
He should get the death cap now, though.
I wonder if he's going to go for Merc Treads or what he's going to go. I would be surprised if he did, but you never know. But as it stands, we do see the death cap now completed on Froggen, and we'll see whether Alliance decide to group up. These two mid lane turrets have been standing for a very long time, in the 23-minute mark now, with only 3 kills and 2. It is actually a low-scoring early start game, and both these teams probably feeling the pressure of being in that #1 spot.
Yeah, while we don't have too many kills, I still feel there's a lot of action because all the teams are moving around all the time, forcing everyone else to move. Wickd actually coming on towards Source here. Alliance, they want to fight.
Yeah, Reckless is there, and they're putting a lot of damage down, forcing the Cullen from tabs there. They're really only fighting for one single objective, and it is the blue buff. But this time around, it seems Alliance want to fight for it.
And this time Alliance is actually having some wards around this area, so they had vision of the blue buff spawning. Let's see what's going to happen here.
That leash is not going to land. Sjokz managing to outtime that one. Blue buff is possibly going to get smited away here. Cyanide comes in, he wants to get vision, gets the smite down.
Of course.
Gets the solar flare on towards him as well. Now Wickd dives in there with the intervention on him. They're going to try and focus Peke, but he can just distortion away. And now the rest of them, they get the condemn on Wickd. It forces him in there. Sjokz is trying to pick a target out, but Tabs instead is too mobile to track him down. Now they're going to dive on Wickd. Wickd's so low, but he gets away as well. It's a messy fight. Sjokz jumps back in. I'm not sure why, but instead he's going to get closed down. No, he gets the kill. Soaz goes down. Peke was the one that got it. Peke himself will go down as well to Tabs. It was a really reckless ending to that fight.
But the binding for Nif just here in the end, right into the face of Peke when he tried to jump in here, and Wickd instantly teleporting over here, pushing down this turret. Nice move by Alliance.
Great use of teleporting is going to net them 2 turrets. Big push here. Alliance could keep on going. They could go towards this inner mid turret. This is a great fight turnaround from Alliance.
They should be able to pick this one up here, so Alliance just fully capitalizing on the fact they took down 2 members of FNATIC.
Fantastic rotations. We talked about how Alliance were countering FNATIC every step of the way. We are going to see Soaz now teleported into mid lane. I'm not too sure if he's going to be able to land this Sonic Wave. He wants to kick someone in, but Froggen's not having any of it and turns it back around on Soaz.
And of course also the Black Shield would actually prevent him from kicking them back into the team. There was no... Oh, there was actually alternate, but now they're starting the Baron. There is a ward from Alliance, and of course FNATIC didn't know this, so they can see a fight.
This is a risky peel play from FNATIC, I feel. Nobody is down on Alliance. Nobody backed away from Alliance. Sjokz getting caught out though. He's have to try stealth up there. There's the Black Shield on towards him. He's going to keep vision on Peke, but there's no one putting any damage down towards him. They have peeled away. Sjokz may get caught out, but that stealth working wonders for Sjokz.
Yeah, look how much attention he's actually getting from the FNATIC team, and just due to his stealth, due to his 50% damage reduction, he's just tanking everything. But FNATIC now finally getting this mid turret. They really wanted it earlier in the game.
Yeah, managing to bully their way into that one. The Cullen's going to clear out the minions, which will put a halt to FNATIC's process. Wasn't sure whether Wickd was maybe looking to come around the backside of them, but they're not. They're going to have 2 members go back to the fountain, try and heal up, buy themselves some items, while meanwhile FNATIC, they're going to try and rotate and push his bottom turret.
So let's see actually what FNATIC wants to do after this one, because Froggen is already moving down. He should be able to defend it, unless he's actually the only member, because the rest of Alliance is staying in the mid lane. So let's see if FNATIC, will they dive him?
Solar Flare being used, intervention already. That's a very early intervention. It may well be the death of Froggen. It will be. It's Reckless that gets the kill. The rest of Alliance not even close to responding. They will get here just in time to save the turret. No, FNATIC get it.
Alliance expected FNATIC to back off after they took the mid turret. That's why it's only Froggen moving there. The rest of Alliance were going into the jungle, just clearing out the mid lane. Nobody moved. FNATIC though, see the situation, instantly pops the ultimate and kills Froggen and the turret here. So both teams are really making sure whenever there's a small mistake from the other side, we will get your turrets, we will get kills, we will get farm, and both teams are just playing so well.
Bunch of items coming out now slowly but surely. Of course, there's been a long farming session between these two teams, so no surprise we're starting to see a couple of big items are coming out. Trinity Force was completed by Tabs. Phantoms Dancer was completed by Reckless. Meanwhile, are we going to see them going in towards that Baron once again? FNATIC are all close by. They have 2 pink wards just to be safe in there. Not too sure why they went for 2, but instead they're going to dive on towards Nif. But Cynide's gone very deep on this one. Takes all of the culling damage there, and the rest of Alliance are close by. Void Spikes do land on the rest of FNATIC, but they're going to step away.
But also look how aggressive FNATIC are playing. They have in their mind saying, late game Alliance combo is so strong. We need to make sure we can make plays now. We need to win the game now. That's also why they started the Baron before. So they really want to set something up.
Well, they're going to try and dive on Froggen, and once again, the intervention used very early. This time around, can they turn it around? No! The intervention, again, runs out too early. Sjokz goes very deep on this one, on towards Nif. The ultimate will land. It's going to stun him up. They're going to try and jump on towards him, but this is Sjokz, the tank leads in. Peke's going to get talked low. He manages to get away, but they're all so low. FNATIC are running away from this one. And Alliance, will they try and push them in? They are. They're going to run for it.
Non-stop action here, FNATIC. They pick up 1 kill, they just continue going, and now they can take the Dragon. Or will Alliance try and come in top? No, they're too far away. Dragon for FNATIC here, can back off, reset everything, and let's see if they want to go out to the lanes or want to go back up to this Baron where they have 4 pink wards at the moment.
Alliance far too slow to react to that, and actually seemingly looked a little bit lost once they were like, oh, okay, what should we do? Should we go for this? Not too sure. Maybe a miscall coming out of Alliance has given FNATIC that slight edge and continuing that gold advantage they have. They have the turret advantage, they have 3-1 in Dragons now, and of course that's all led to a 3,000 gold advantage.
And they're just making sure every single time there's a chance for them to engage, they will do it. That's why they have this Leona to just land on the ultimate, go straight for it. Source jumping in, always trying to land a Sonic Wave to find a target he can kick back to the team here. So FNATIC using the combo really well, the mid-game power spike combo with, of course, the Lee Sin top lane. We saw how tanky he was in the last fight. So they just want to make sure they can force fights. And Alliance just want to make sure they can actually survive them.
Well, they're just farming pink wards right now. Oh, that was a good use of Black Shield there from Nif, keeping Sjokz alive. Sjokz would have landed that Sonic kick otherwise. Wickd just off of the side there, very close. Patches Veil will get popped again by the Sonic Wave of Sjokz, and the rest of FNATIC, I'm not too sure they're fully committed to push this mid lane.
Look at Taps, still ahead in CS, completed his last Whisper now. So he's getting very strong and very hard for FNATIC to deal with. How are they gonna kill him? Jump in with Peke towards him, Black Shield, intervention from Kale. He's not gonna die. He's gonna be able to stay in the back line unless he's gonna get caught up by someone like Source or Cyanide. Then he's gonna stay back and just fire away. So Taps might actually end up being the most important member from Alliance when it comes to the late game.
Well, teleport available for both top laners, but it is Reckless we see heading towards that top lane alongside Cyanide. So FNATIC a little out of position as Alliance look to try and shove one of these waves. They don't want to go too deep though. They don't have really any ward coverage, and you can see the ward was just placed in towards that mid lane. They got the one in the river, which is why Wickd continues to push down that bottom wave, and there's no reaction at the moment from either team. They just want to keep that farm going. They've had a little bit of a delicate period. It's actually Froggen that got caught out twice during that, which led to FNATIC's big advantage they suddenly gained, but overall it's still very even between these two teams.
Look at his items. He's not gonna be stunned up anymore. If they engage onto Froggen, he's gonna have the Quicksilver Sash to cleanse it and just get away here. So he actually decided to say, I'm the focus from FNATIC right here. I want to make sure I can always get away in case you landed onto me.
And that's an item you really never see on KL.
Rarely,
you had to use it simply responding, and like you say, using it purely in response. That pink ward coverage will get cleared out. They do have themselves a ward at the front of the Baron pit, so FNATIC still keeping that good coverage. The pink ward of their own was placed in towards that. That will get spotted by the sweeping lens. But this is a battle for vision right now between these two teams. Reckless taking a little poke, but he's going to clear out that ward. Bottom lane was shoved in completely by Sjokz. Wicked's trying to do the same to the top.
Yeah, we actually saw FNATIC just spread out here. Didn't decide to just start up Baron instantly again because they knew Alliance would be ready for it, would be nearby. So slow down a little bit, get a few key items on their members. And actually what I like about this Quicksilver Sash as well is the fact he can cleanse if he gets silenced by a Peke, for instance. So he won't be affected by it. And that's where I also like it.
So 3,000 gold still separating these two teams. FNATIC looking to try and slow things down here. Pekka's going to be careful he doesn't get caught out because he was caught out twice by Froggen as well. Let's not forget that one. Wickd is off on his own still, farming out that bottom lane, keeping it pushed, keeping it going. He's got a slight edge in farm over Soaz right now, but that's not really the focus anymore because they're not going to be fighting each other, that's for sure, because he's gone for that full armor and magic resist build over FNATIC, who are looking to try and land some damage here. Sjokz, good black shield again coming out of Nif.
But FNATIC just staying around this Baron here, they don't feel confident they can actually split push. They don't feel they can deal with both Wickd and of course Froggen, who's very, very strong here. So that's why they don't spread out in the lanes, that's why they don't push them up, because if Froggen goes up here, Teleport actually coming in, there will be a fight.
Soaz had gone down the bottom, they spotted him. Yellowstar's going to get focused out here, put a lot of good damage down in fairness, but he will get dropped early on. Wickd uses that Dragon Descent, it's going to be reckless to try and focus on towards. They see Cyanide, he's repelled, but he's only going to come straight back into the rest of Alliance. He goes down, it's a double for Wickd, and now they're continuing to chase in. Reckless gets chased down by Tabs. Fantastic stuff. Pekka off at the side there, but Alliance can go straight back in and take that Baron.
And the coordination from FNATIC in this team fight were completely off. One member went in, the rest actually backed off. They had to wait also for the teleport from Source before they could really engage. Yellowstar though was already behind Alliance, setting something up, the first one to go down. And the team composition from Alliance here in team fights just showing how strong it is, and also why FNATIC was so desperate early on to try and force something.
And more importantly, look at the damage done to Wickd. That wasn't done by Baron, they were focusing him, and that's probably not the right target.
But look here in the backside, Yellowstar going on to taps. The rest of FNATIC are already backing off here. Down in the bottom lane, Source is still teleporting. He didn't join yet. Now he comes in at the Baron. Yellowstar is already dead. It's already 5 against 4. Taps now in the back line. Nobody's gonna touch him. Froggen untouched as well. There's nothing from here on the FNATIC can actually do. Also, when the Sonic Wave misses from Source, he's not able to even go in and actually needs to use the kick onto the tank.
Okay, trying to do anything he could. Almost got chased down by Sjokz there, but good managed to chains to keep him away. It would have been the death of him as well. So, Baron buff for Alliance. That turns the gold on its head. But more importantly, the fact that they are, what, 800 gold advantage to Alliance now, and they have that Baron buff, which many have equated to, what, 8,000 gold advantage because of the stats that it gives you overall in terms of items.
And now they have the ability to just push down here because the wave clear on FNATIC, we talked about it long ago in this game. It is very hard for them to actually safely clear the wave. They need Pekka to use his distortion onto the minion wave where he can be caught up by binding or at least take some poke. So let's see what Alliance decides to do. For now they're staying grouped, only with Wickd down the top lane, and Source actually trying to sneak this dragon.
Well,
it's gonna work.
Spot it. He's gonna sneak it. But the rest of Alliance, they're actually going around the back of him. They're gonna run towards his bottom turret. They want the inner turret. They're gonna lose the dragon at the cost of it, but I'm not too sure they were too worried about that one. They will surround the bottom turret and take that one with ease. Wickd's coming in there. The rest of the team rotates around, of course. With the Baron, they can keep pushing.
They can keep pushing here. FNATIC again. It's very hard for them to actually defend this. This is some of their wave clear. The Spider from Cyanide, Distortion from Pekka, and then they just need to pretty much auto-attack clear the wave. That's why Alliance can so easily move in, get a few hits on the turret.
There's a good culling coming out, actually put a lot of damage down towards Cyanide. The wave was cleared quickly though, of course with that distortion that Pekka has, but look at this, they're tanking it through, they're tanking it up, and they are doing a lot of damage. Half that hit points already shredded from the turret. Tabs is going to get himself a second bite at it in a moment as his next minion wave comes in. Sjokz getting quickly burst down there, but again, quickly defends himself and gets that regen.
But still some good damage here from Pekka with the blue buff. No blue buff actually, so he doesn't have the extra mana regen and cooldown reduction. But Alliance just continue hitting on to this turret every single time they get the chance. And they should be able to get it. If not next wave, then the next one again.
That was a good cocoon by Cyanide, and Pekka again trying to burst down. This time he catches on towards Froggen, but Froggen keeps healing up that damage, of course, with a lot of ability power of his own. He can top people up pretty quickly. I mean, that's exactly what he's doing. You can see him speeding around as he heals himself up. Next Kong line comes in there. It is a siege minion. Will they try and go for this one? Wickd goes in, takes all that front-loaded damage. Soaz getting locked up. The Colin coming out. He gets blocked off. Yellowstar saves the day. Pekka comes around the back, gets a burst down on towards Sjokz, but they have taken the turret. Now Cyanide's running for it. It's only the inhibitor they're going to go for. They only want the objectives, and then they'll back out.
And now Alliance can back out here. Yes, they lost a member, but still got the turret, got the inhibitor. They don't care about kills now, but FNATIC chasing on, seems to back off here. Source was not in range for Sonic Wave.
Well, they'll be chasing into a jungle they have no vision of, which is always a bad way of starting a fight, which is one we see Yellowstar leading the charge, but they're not going to be able to focus down. Everyone from Alliance has stepped away from this one. They didn't know the timer on Dragon again. They went and just checked the pit there, but look at this. They haven't stepped away. They want to try and catch someone out at red.
So simply due to the superior vision control here, we actually see FNATIC putting down wards now to make sure they can spot out Alliance. But they saw some members moving in, wanted to try and move around and catch them out here. Actually have full vision of Pekka up here. Seems you'll want to play it safe.
Yeah, they swept out, cleared one of those wards, but Alliance will back away. Still with that Baron buff, it's going to be, what, around about... Let's have a quick look at it. It will be, it's not far from running off, actually, on the members. It's got about, I think, a minute left on it, but by the time they've regrouped, rebought, and come back, it's probably not going to be available for the next tower push.
And we also have a Banshees now on 2 taps. So he's, again, Black Shield. You have your own shield. You have your dash. You have your intervention from Kale. How on earth is the AD carry gonna die from Alliance side? That's the thing for FNATIC here. That's why we actually see them going for different members. For instance, Sjokz was the one Pekka decided to do all his focus on in the last fight here. And it's gonna be so hard for him once Alliance again pushes down, unless they decide to wait for the next Baron, giving Reckless some time before him, because we have to remember, Vayne late game is very, very scary, and Reckless is an AD carry who can actually solo carry his team.
Only if he can get close enough, though.
If he can ever get close enough.
Which is going to be tricky. There's 2 slows, technically 3 with the red, I guess, in there as well. The Dark Binding. You're going to have a dragon pouncing at you, an insect flying in. There's a lot of objectives in your way to try and maybe get towards one of those squishier targets, which, honestly, there's not that many squishy targets right now.
No, that's the thing. Even the squishy targets here got abilities to stop damage from coming to them again. That's the thing with the Kale we talked about, is all the shields, the Banshees onto taps. Everyone is having abilities to stop getting damage. You even have a Mikhail, so you have an extra cleanse onto Nifty. He can put onto whoever member he decides to put it on. So Alliance composition, we talked about in Champs League how strong it was late game, and also the items they have been building now just makes it very hard for FNATIC to do anything unless they can try and catch out someone if Alliance should make a mistake.
Out of interest, I'm trying to think when the Talisman was completed, or more to the point when he started building it. But you can see Talisman's actually got himself, what, about 760 gold. The Spell Thief has got him around about 1200 gold. So a big advantage from that Spell Thief, which, of course, as a Morgana, you generally pick up from the very beginning.
Yeah, and you get a lot of gold from it, of course. And he's now he's able to now to provide a small slow, or 80% slow for 2 seconds, sorry, onto someone if he lands the skill shot from his Frost Fang here. Let's see if he actually decides to use it offensively or defensively. I mean, Frost Queens, of course.
Frost Queens, yeah, in the moment. Alliance going to rotate to the top inner turret that looks like they want to focus on. They're going to try and steal away the blue buff, but it is not there. It's already been gone down, so they're going to clear out the wave instead. I think Wicked's just going to tank this one up. Yes, they are going to make use of that tank because it only needed a few more hits. Wickd, of course, had gone there early. Look at FNATIC, though. They're going to try and chase this one down. They know the Baron's up in 30 seconds time. They're going to try and get in there and get some ward coverage.
Exactly. FNATIC is doing the right move here. They want to make sure they can get some vision, just not give everything over to Alliance. That's why they instantly rush up here as they spotted them, taking down the turret. Yes, the bottom lane is pushing. Teleport Source now back to defend here. Remaining members needs to make sure this area is not too easy for Alliance to just clear, because then they can just take the next Baron easily.
Remember the last fight, though. That Teleport Soaz was not in the right place at the right time, and with those wards being taken away, he's going to have to teleport in from some distance. FNATIC are going to have to throw a ward down. Cyanide getting caught out there. Not too sure if they realized the Dark Binding had covered. They didn't really execute on towards it. Now they do. Cyanide getting caught down. He's going to jump in towards it. Reckless doing damage from the side here, though. This is a good fight maybe for FNATIC. They've got themselves choked in towards the corner, and that works wonders for the distortion. We see Pekka going in. Wicked taken low. Reckless gets himself one. They jump on towards the next. Yellowstar focusing down. Sjokz taken solo. Taps is going to get focused off. He's going to get caught down. Froggen goes down. Reckless gets himself a double. The choke point was disastrous for Alliance.
But perfect team fight by FNATIC here, getting Alliance in this area where they can move around, leaving Reckless in the back. Nobody touched him, and he just managed to hammer away on every single member from Alliance moving close, and also the distortion in from Pekka onto multiple members. Alliance now, big mistake, and FNATIC capitalizing on it beautifully.
Strange error from Alliance. They really caught themselves out, and that was simply chasing down Cyanide. They thought, we've caught out this jungler. It'd be great. We can take him away, get rid of that smite, get rid of that damage, danger on towards the Baron, but instead they didn't realize we've caught out the tankiest member of FNATIC, who just repelled away and said, what up guys, we got Pekka and Reckless doing the damage from the back.
Yeah, and again, as you just said, more importantly also, Wickd using his ultimate on towards someone like Cyanide here, so he didn't get even to the backline of FNATIC, and that's why it was so easy for Peke and Rick just staying back and doing all the damage. Ooh.
Peke caught out, Tabs using the Culling, but it was only on the Mimic. Instead, Red Buff will go across to him. So, FNATIC have the Baron. They have themselves a 5,000 gold lead, and now they are back in charge of this game as they were earlier on from the lane phase. So, we'll see what they can do with it. Can they put the pressure back on towards Alliance? Because Alliance have only got that one inner turret remaining in the mid lane, whereas the rest of them are just inhibitors. So, let's not forget, Wickd has a teleport. There is an exposed inhibitor down that bottom lane. There is a potential to backdoor if they can keep that wave pushed.
We also have to remember, just like we talked about when Alliance were pushing up, great wave clear from Alliance. Very, very minimum amount of wave clear from FNATIC here. So Alliance should be able to at least defend the lanes, unless FNATIC feels confident just diving onto them. Don't want to give them any chance to even hit the minions, just straight up engage and go for them.
The moment Froggen shows himself, yeah, they just realized it. They saw the whole FNATIC in that mid lane, realized, I cannot take this wave, I need to be around here as quick as possible. Wave was cleared with the culling. Are they going to try and tank this one up? No, Froggen is there now. They're going to have to go aggressive on this turret. They're going to take it down. Nicely sieged out there from FNATIC, and a quick burst from Peke as well. Gets a good distortion on 3 members.
So yeah, with these tanky members from FNATIC, they're just standing here. They don't even care about the minion wave being cleared from Alliance. They're just going to get the damage here. And due to Froggen not being nearby, Alliance didn't feel like they could do anything to stop them from hitting the turret.
There's a big wave pushing the bottom lane. That may well get rotated on again. FNATIC trying to get some poke on there, trying to catch a target. Wisely so, Tabs is staying very much well away from this fight. He's making sure the Peke can't get close enough. They're keeping that wave clear going. Dart Binding is not going to land. And they are keeping him at bay just for now with that Baron buff remaining. Wickd steps off the side. He has to clear that giant wave.
Good timing though again. Gets the wave cleared once the mid wave is already gone here. FNATIC not feeling confident enough diving onto Alliance again. It's very risky when there's a Kayle and of course a Black Shield. Very hard to dive against. So we actually see them now spreading out a little bit on the map. Getting red buff onto Reckless. Very important for him kiting in the fights. If he can kite against Wickd and Sjokz here, he's gonna be so deadly.
Pull-in used again from Tabs to clear that wave. Keep them away. A little bit of poke back on towards Peke. Quickly gets healed off with that buff. Shielded up, of course, as well from the safeguard of Soaz. And they really haven't put much of a dent on this turret just yet. Again, Tabs keeping focus on this one, and Soaz may have to go very deep on this one if he wants to try and pick out an opponent.
You see every single time Peke tries to jump in to harass a little bit. The Dark Binding from Nif, he pops back out over and over again. Alliance keeping the turret for now. FNATIC just staying here. Still got the regen, of course, from the Baron buff, and also a big wave coming up in this top lane.
Big wave, and you can see Soaz already heading up that way. FNATIC thinking of maybe rotating towards it. Ooh, Sonic Wave catching on towards Nif there. Didn't fancy that target. It's Tabs that they're really looking for, or a Froggen. Just something they can get juicy target. There's a good burst of damage onto Sjokz, but quickly gets healed off again from Froggen. There's the culling on a very quick cooldown, clearing out that wave. They have to rotate up towards the top there. Wickd really doesn't give too much cares about that one. He gets caught out. Soaz tanking up the turret. No damage going on towards it though.
But very few hits here from Reckless, actually making sure whenever he got the chance, he moves in, get a few hits, backs off here. It's all FNATIC can do, and it's the thing we talked about. So for them now, spreading out again, realizing we can't actually push onto this turret, we have to go back here. I feel like FNATIC should actually just start split pushing again, move Vayne in one lane, put Source in a different lane, keep Peke in the mid lane to roam around, and just try and force some fights here. If they get Reckless against Wickd, he's going to be able to get a few hits on the turret every single time. And if it's Froggen, well, just back off a little bit, let Source push down the bot lane, let Peke roam down, try and set something up.
Well, as we hit the 45-minute mark, you can see this game is still very close. It is, in terms of gold, a big advantage for FNATIC, but as you just saw, even with the Baron buff, they just could not siege their way into the base, and waiting to try and land one of those picks. Alliance playing it savvy, making sure they didn't show themselves too much. Alliance, they don't have any ward coverage, is why they're very much delicately approaching these areas of the jungle, making sure they can get those wards down, get some sort of clear vision, using those sweeping lenses, making sure they can remove FNATIC's vision of their own.
But this next Baron here is going to be the big thing for FNATIC. They need to make sure they have full vision in the jungle of Alliance and around this Baron, and then try and force Alliance to move out of the base and stop them from doing it. If they can get them out here, if they can fight against them in open ground, they will, or should be able to at least, try and do what they did in the last fight here. Pick up a few kills, maybe get Alliance low, or at least just pick up the Baron and then try and do the same here. But again, for FNATIC, it is so risky unless they catch someone from Alliance out with this composition.
Well, if nobody deals with that bottom wave from FNATIC, that's going to slowly push itself along, I feel, which is why, yeah, we are seeing SOAS going down there. I'd say by the time the Baron spawns, that would be up to the base, that exposed inhibitor, which SOAS has to deal with that one. Has got teleport available, so no worries there for FNATIC fans. He will be ready to engage, and great vision, honestly, from FNATIC around that Baron pit.
Perfect vision, full control, can see everything Alliance is doing in this area around the Baron here, so they can start it over and over. If Alliance moves in with 5 members, back out. Start again, back out, start again. Force Alliance to move back and forth between the mid lane and the Baron here. And once they spot a single member moving in a wrong position, they can jump him, get the kill, and then they can take the Baron and also push up for the inhibitor.
FNATIC trying to look at collapsing. Peke off at the side. There is a Banshee's Veil on tabs and Sjokz. Froggen may be a juicy target, and he's been using that intervention very early. So as is taking Dragon, actually, while this all happens. Now Alliance have those 5 members. Ooh, they just got a glimpse of Peke there, who quickly got himself away. And that's actually bought time for Alliance to get in and sweep away all those wards that FNATIC have got in there.
So now Alliance, well, they won't actually get in here to the pink ward. They have to back out. So FNATIC still in the advantage around this area. Also, again, due to all the wards in here.
Yeah, and the reason they have to step away, they can't go too deep, because then they're just leaving that mid lane completely exposed to FNATIC, who have just taken the 6th Dragon of the game for themselves, which is going to keep that gold, pushing in the way. Peke sneakily going in.
Peke is so annoying.
Using that Mimic to get in, get distorted. He's going to do it again. Oh, he didn't quite get the basic attack on it this time. Alliance are maybe going to try and take advantage of this. SOAS is actually pushing on his own down in towards that bottom lane, pushing in towards the inhibitor. Alliance are going to have to make a good use of this and push in towards that tower.
Wickd is actually recalling. The teleport is ready for him, so he will be able to defend the wave, join in for a fight. Alliance now backing off here. Didn't feel like they could just push all the way down. They didn't have full vision of the rest of the members from FNATIC.
Does buy themselves some good tactical advantage to get in and take that pink ward away. Nif actually just off the side. He's got to be careful he doesn't get dived in on here, because he could get burst down very quickly, which is why we see Peke supporting his support there, coming around with him. Top lane has been cleared out there. Nif trying to use that black soil. Peke actually trying to bait out the dark binding from Nif. Not going to land. Instead, he could throw it wildly in towards that death bush, but again, just off the side, down the bottom lane. Wickd this time clearing that wave once again. Baron is, of course, now up, and it really is a fight for vision.
And now they actually started here with only 3 members. They're waiting for Alliance to come in, and then they can jump them.
Just on towards Nif. That's going to be Nif pops just like that. No ultimate available. Teleport from Wickd on towards the Baron pit. They're going to back away. The Cullen doing work here, but SOAS blocking it off nicely. He's found out Froggen. Can he get around the side? No, he can't.
Nice.
That binding goes down. Intervention from Froggen. They haven't really got the damage on the right items. They're going to go down towards Reckless. That's a pounce on. Sjokz doing damage. Reckless is forced away, but they're putting the damage down in the right places. And FNATIC are shredding Alliance apart. Wickd the only remaining member, and Reckless chasing on towards him. They don't care. They're going for the mid turret.
No black shield because Nif died instantly when he wanted to ward the Baron here. Meant the stun onto Froggen, locked him down, multiple members jumped him, and the whole fight for FNATIC, because they had the full vision control in this Baron area, was perfect. Look at this here. They have the vision, they're just waiting for someone to walk in and place a ward, and they will jump them. Peke, black shield is actually gone from Nif. Instantly popped here. 4 members now only for Alliance, and no black shield most importantly. It means with the 5 members here, Reckless staying in the back line, and also the beautiful Son of Flare coming onto Froggen right here. Boom, locking him down. He's now forced out of the fight, and Reckless still staying in back. And now going on to Wickd here.
Pushing through, they could maybe finish the game here. They've got Wickd down. They took one Nexus turret down. Nif's the only one to spawn. Gets himself the ultimate off. Will it be enough to slow it down? No, it won't. He's going to get locked down. It's a double for Reckless. The Nexus is going to fall. And FNATIC take themselves top of the table, ending Alliance's win streak, defending their own, and securing a 5-game win streak of their own. Fantastic turnaround from FNATIC.
Fantastic. They did everything right around this Baron here. They defended their wards. Every time Alliance wanted to clear something, Peke was there to stop them. It meant they had full vision control. Once they started, they got the great team fight. But of course, we have to highlight the fight beforehand, where they get Alliance in this choke point and just stay back with Reckless, stay back with Peke, and just hammer away onto them, only letting Alliance do damage to Cyanide and Source. It was absolutely perfect.
Yeah, fantastic control, and you see Reckless on your screen there. We have to highlight, you know, he's leading the All-Star vote right now. He's 7-1-6 in that game on Vayne. We talked about how Vayne can be a powerful machine towards the end there.
How
but really,
he can be.
It was all about Peke's start, getting that distortion. He actually went in blind on Nif as well, because Nif had already cleared out the ward, so he just knew that Nif was going to be around there. So just went in. Bit of a momentary opportunity really going for it, and a fantastic fight from FNATIC.
Just beautifully set up. I mean, they knew that composition, or the composition in a 5 versus 5 straight up would be in favor of Alliance. So they used the LeBlanc, the pick comp potential they have, and just defend everything around this area. And as soon as there was a small chance, even though it was blind, he knew someone just popped the ward here. I bet it's Nif. Jump over, instant kill him, boom. 4 members over for Alliance. We are now ahead. We're going to win the fight. So it was just very, very smart play by FNATIC.
And they are now 15-10 in the lead in the standings, of course. That equals also the head-to-head with Alliance at 2-2. So if we do have a tiebreaker, it would have to be another game. But that's 15 games away, ladies and gentlemen. A lot of games to be played over the next 3 days.
And honestly, getting a rematch of Alliance versus FNATIC, I don't complain. I wouldn't mind it. I mean, this game had everything. We had split pushing, we had tower dives, we had early aggression, of course. We didn't get too many kills, but we got a lot of movement around the map. And then the big team fights here. The team fight from FNATIC, when they get Alliance into this choke point, was just beautiful to watch them stand behind, just baiting them always to move further in, and just collapsing and killing everyone, getting the first Baron, and then, of course, setting up the second one. Loved it.
Fantastic fights from both teams. And we talked about how, you know, coming into form at the right time works out. FNATIC, have they done it? You talked about it earlier. You know, you just called them out and said they've only beaten the lower teams. They've now just beaten a team that's tied for the top on a charge and has beaten everyone else in the league. Is this the FNATIC that's going to go and win Spring Split once again?
They're definitely looking at as one of the favorites now. The reason I highlighted the fact that they played against the bottom teams is, yes, 4-game winning streak, but we needed to see them against a top team now before we could really see, is FNATIC back now? Is it the really strong FNATIC we see? And clearly, it is. Beating Alliance here, a team who went 8-0. Also, I believe actually FNATIC is having still the winning streak now in...
They held on to their 9-game win streak, which they'd actually set in spring 2013.
And
so they defended that. They've held on to that, so nobody can get close to that anymore. They could equal it. No, they can't.
Only got 3 games.
They've only got 3 games left. They couldn't equal it, unless we have tiebreakers.
If they count.
Then they could go and get on into it. Who knows? But fantastic game. FNATIC find themselves in form at the right time, in the right place.
So, a little bit credit to Alliance here. Gaming-wise, we saw them defend this very, very hard split push from FNATIC early on. We talked about how the composition needed some time to get into late game, and they defended it well. They rotated around. We talked about during the game how they held them off. They actually even got the Baron, pushed down, got the inhibitor, but from there on and out, it was just FNATIC who said, you know what, we need to now step it up again. We had the lead, we lost it, now we're going to get it back. We're going to beat you in these team fights, we're going to bait you into some bad positions, and it was just very good shot calling and very good decision making, and again, experienced teams coming into late game really showed it.
And it was really all about their vision, FNATIC. They managed to get the picks, and if you think about every advantage they gained in that, they picked someone off. They picked off Froggen twice.
It's the whole combo.
They picked off Nif twice. They just managed to find someone down. And as you mentioned, it's the whole combo. Everybody piling in. For now, though, we're going to send things over to Sjokz and Quickshot, who have FNATIC Cyanide with them to talk about that win.
Thank you very much, Deman. Indeed, joined by Cyanide after that fantastic game. What a start to Super Week for you guys and for all of us, because it was a viewing pleasure. It was absolutely amazing. But starting off in the beginning, in picks and bans, you guys went with totally different team comps, both of you, in comparison to the last time you guys played. So what were kind of the main things you wanted to play?
In the picks. So we wanted to deny LeBlanc from Froggen a bit, since we saw that he played it a lot. And we were actually kind of scared about the Kha'Zix scale comp. Like, we are like, maybe they go for this, it would be pretty bad for us. And they did really good, and they got those 2 strong picks, and we were not really happy with that, but we managed to win anyway.
Was it risky, the composition that you guys ran with that top lane Lee Sin with Elise? We felt like backstage, Alliance's comp had a very big headroom to outscale you in the late game.
Yeah, our comp was not that great for team fights. Like, we pretty much just had to pick off kills and get objectives, get turrets, and just try to have skirmishes and not fight them head-on 5-on-5. But we managed to do somehow good in the fights anyway. We played really good, and the Vayne was a huge factor as well.
Absolutely, that was late game, but in the beginning, you guys just needed to get ahead to get a little bit of gold advantage. And one thing you guys did very well was blue buff control, all but one time.
Yeah, so leading up to the replay we're about to get to, about 24 minutes, you guys challenged and took every single blue buff. It was quite clear it was a game plan. Let's pull that replay up onto your screens right now, because at the challenge at around about 24 minutes, it looked like you were going to pick a fight. It started well, but then things went a bit awry. Let's roll this clip through and talk me through what was happening in your team.
So we wanted to get the blue from Froggen. I ended up getting it here. And here Leonardo took a really good ult, but then the Shyvana jumps into us and we just trying to wait for the Kayla ult to end. And Pekka gets a bit caught, but he gets away, it's fine. And now we want to re-engage, but yeah. Here we end up splitting, and it's quite bad. We should have just chased the Kha'Zix, Shyvana, and Kayle here, but we ended up splitting, and then, yeah, we try to go on them and get a bit too greedy since they're quite low, but...
Who's calling this at this point? Because, you know, it looked like you had 3 different thought patterns for which targets to go for.
Yeah, it was chaos. We failed pretty hard here. Like, this shouldn't normally happen, that we split this hard, and the calls were really different here. So it was a really bad fight from us.
What caused the bad calls? The confusion, the chaos, or something else?
Yeah, it was just a chaos, and there was really no like one good move to make. So there were like 2 things, and we were kind of doing 2 things at the same time, and it's really bad always.
Maybe that bad call, that one bad call. Is it that you guys are a little bit more nervous now than the past few weeks? Because it's coming down to the wire.
Not really about being nervous, because I feel like we play better when we are under pressure since we are so experienced, at least for myself. So it was just a fail. I don't know.
So I've got a bit of an interesting question from the side. You guys secured 6 out of 7 dragons that game. That's twice as many dragons as you've taken from Alliance the entire split. Coming into this match, you'd only taken 3 out of 14. Was Dragon a focus point against this team, or was it purely the composition you were playing that allowed you to get them?
Yeah, like I said, we had a pick-off comp and we kind of won the early, so we could with Elise just try to get all the Drakes, and we managed to do that. But then I think we did one bad fight at Baron, which was kind of deadly, but we managed to come back anyway, so...
Yeah, final question maybe about the game. Tell me about that Baron fight where you did do very well. Not really the Baron fight, where you got them in the choke point there, right under blue.
Yeah, I totally baited them. I didn't get caught on anything, so it was totally intentional. And yeah, then we just had a perfect position to fight like Lee Sin, stunned them all, and Megan could just clean up.
Yeah. Yeah. Do you want to ask the final question? I give you the honors.
So the question that I was that I was thinking about with regards to the rest of the split, in the pre-game we heard both FNATIC and Alliance saying if they won this first game, either team would feel very confident going forward. With 3 games left for Super Week and getting closer to guaranteeing a playoff spot, how is the mood in the camp knowing you have another game today and 2 very more tough games tomorrow and Thursday?
Yeah, like today is the hardest day, I think, for sure, since we play against the first place contesters. But if we win them both, I think we will feel really good about ourselves already, and we already do.
Well, you certainly got momentum going for you right now. Congratulations once again, Cyanide. We'll catch you right back to base for a short break, but stay with us because 2 teams will be fighting for a spot in the playoffs as ROCCAT and the SUPA Hot Crew battle when we come back. Stay with us.
Go bot, and we can invade their blue. That's what
FNATIC is going to have to throw a ward down. Cyanide getting caught out there. Not too sure if they realized the Diamondprox in cover. They didn't really execute on towards it. Now they do. Cyanide getting caught down. He's going to jump in towards it. Reckless doing damage from the side here, though. This is a good fight maybe for FNATIC. They've got themselves choked in towards the corner, and that works wonders for the distortion. We see Peke going in. Wickd taken low. Reckless gets himself 1. They jump on towards the next. Yellow Star focusing down. Sjokz taken solo. Tabs is going to get focused on. He's going to get caught down. Froggen goes down. Reckless gets himself a double. The choke point was disastrous for Alliance.
I'm back in Europe right now. I'm waiting for my visa, so I'm allowed to in the States as a professional athlete. It's really fun seeing all the teams again. A lot of old friends, a lot of new people that you know from online, but you finally get to meet the first time in live. SUPA hard crew, for example. Really good. Always fun seeing the costumes again, all the people. I like the studio. It's bigger, it's better. I don't think there's anything majorly different NANU. It's just different people. Exciting crowd coming out, exciting fans every time. Very loud music sometimes, but yeah, I liked it. Everybody always asks me, is it different to live in another place? But I'm so used to it. I lived in Korea, I lived in Europe, I lived in Germany, and now I live in America. For me, not much changed. Whenever I go outside though, California, it's a lot nicer weather, so I definitely love that. I'm fine with Europe for a couple of weeks, but I miss playing though. I want to play on a stage again. I get the jitters. I like wherever I can play, and I like wherever the stage is.
And of course, it was great to see Crepo here last week. But coming up now, it is Game 2 of Super Week. It is ROCCAT facing off against the Super Hot Crew, and the current record between these teams holds at 2-1 in favor of ROCCAT. However, it's been 4 weeks since they last met, and a lot has changed for both of these teams since then. ROCCAT, well, they've been in trouble lately, winning only 3 out of the last 10 games. They've openly admitted that there have been troubles in the early game, and they really are struggling. If they don't get the lead, well, they could be in all sorts of trouble. Last week, they scored an important win over the Copenhagen Wolves, and a win here against the Super Hot Crew would guarantee them a spot in the playoffs. Almost. They need 2 wins.
They do, but ROCCAT, they simply stopped improving the last few weeks. The players talked about how they didn't practice enough, and it really showed in their performance. And they need to perform this Super Week and show that they've sorted out their many issues. Because when ROCCAT started losing, we heard both the team and the coach, Veggie, say the early game was too weak. They were ranked 1 between week 5 and week 7, but then things just went completely downhill for them. And listen to this. They didn't pick up a single first dragon. In all 3 weeks, they were ranked 1 in the EU LCS. But we have seen big improvements to the early game, we have to say it, in the last few weeks. However, it's actually now the mid-game teamfights, which has been one of the big issues. So now they need to win the early game to just snowball the game. And when talking about underperforming, we have to highlight Celaver. The team focused a lot on getting him Lucian or Caitlyn early on in the pick and ban phase, but he rarely actually carries the game by himself. He's a player who performs very well when the team is winning, where he has 9.4 KD in 13 wins. But when the team is having issues, he's often actually the player with the worst, who's doing the worst, with only 1.5 KD as well.
Well, the Super Hot Crew brought in a new player 2 weeks ago, and so far it seems to have helped them a team a little bit. They've only won 2 out of the last 4 games since Selfie joined them in the mid lane, but they are starting to show signs of improvement in every single game they play, especially their match against Gambit.
And Super Hot Crew, they believe they have a lot of new options when it comes to champs select with Selfie, but I'm not 100% convinced yet. I like the new playstyle with Impaler pairing up with Selfie and setting up kills while the bot lane try to win 2v2 through aggressive play. But we have also seen it backfire a lot when actually Selfie in the mid lane gets shot down early. And keeping the focus on him, we've seen very mixed results from Selfie. His first game of LeBlanc against MILLENIUM was great, but then his Rise and his LeBlanc against FNATIC looked very weak. And Gambit, they banned away LeBlanc from him, and then we saw Selfie and Kale having big issues early game against Alex in lane, but then he turned it around late game with some great team fights. And generally, we just need to see more consistent play from Selfie before we can judge him. But one thing for sure is the Super Hot Crew as a team with the new playstyle is looking a lot stronger now now that he actually joined the team.
Well, let's check out those starting lineups in a moment. You can see, look, Selfie in there, and you saw him. The poison focus, having to discuss, of course, with the admin, which everybody here does, getting himself into that game. What are we expecting to see in this game?
Well, in this game, looking at picks and bans, I'm actually expecting Selfie to be the target for at least 2 of, or maybe even all 3 bans from ROCCAT. I wouldn't even be surprised to see like Yasuo banned away. He's best champion. He's not been playing it yet, but in solo queue he plays Yasuo a lot and he's very, very strong on it. And of course LeBlanc. Don't want to risk him playing it. Yes, he had a good game, he had a bad game, but still. Is actually the only champion he's really been performing on. So banned away, don't want to risk anything, and also make him a little bit more nervous, shake up the whole playstyle, or new playstyle of Super Hot Crew.
We'll see how he does against Overpow, more importantly. Let's check out those starting lineups. Over on the blue side, it is ROCCAT, and that means Xaxus in the top lane, Jankos in the jungle, Overpow in that mid lane, Celaver as the AD carry, and Vander as support.
And on the red side, we have Super Hot Crew with Mimir in the top lane, Impaler is the jungle, Selfie, of course, the mid laner, Mr. Rylis on AD carry, and Mixer the support.
It's interesting. We talked about Vander life. I'm trying to think whether he ever picked up MVP. I think he did.
He did.
Pretty sure he did.
In the game.
Because he was amazing at the start of the season. He's another one that, alongside Celaver, maybe he needs to step his game up a little in that lane phase. And he's up against a really tough lane in Mixer and Mr. Rylis. Picks and bans going to get underway in a moment. We talked about Selfie. What do we think about ROCCAT? Because this is a man in the mid lane with Overpow. They allow him to take what he pleases.
Yeah, Overpow is the guy deciding for himself what to play. Often, actually, they delay the mid lane pick all the way down to one of the last ones, and then he's saying, I want to play this, I want to play this. And that's how it goes for ROCCAT here. And it's also why we have seen some strange picks, but they've stopped doing it. They're now focused on more standard picks. We've seen the Ziggs from him, we've seen Gragas.
No more Mordekaiser.
No more Mordekaiser. Sadly enough, I would actually love to still see it. But the bot lane, as you talked about, is going to be the key thing in this early game. Super Hot Crew. They want to shut down this bottom lane.
And we'll see whether Impaler resorts back to that Pantheon that's been working very well for anyone that picks it up. And I was kind of surprised when it disappeared. We'll see how it goes. Yasuo being banned away this time around. Not letting Selfie or Mimir. I'm not too sure who's been practicing on that one. They've clearly done some research to take that one away. Gragas also being taken away. We saw Xaxus playing that last week.
But yeah, again, Yasuo, solo queue champion for Selfie. He dominates solo queue with it. Banned away. Every single team actually against Super Crew banned Yasuo. So nobody's taking the chance here. Gragas instant response. Been one of the favorites for Overpow. Been doing really well on it. And then of course responding back. Saying, you know what? You're not even going to play LeBlanc.
LeBlanc, as you mentioned, was taken away. That's a Selfie all focus so far. Xaxus has been removed from the picture. Jankos has played that a bunch, but he's also been on Elise a lot. Lucian being taken away. Is that going to be a Caitlyn first pick for ROCCAT again?
Well, Lulu is still open. I actually think Super Crew should ban Lulu away. Don't want to risk either Overpow or Xaxus up in the top lane playing this Lulu here. And in case they're banned away, we actually will see high chance of a Caitlyn or a Ryze, of course, because we saw Overpow play Ryze in the mid lane, doing really, really well, and they won this one. And another champion they're taking away from Selfie here. If you look at the things he had,
that's all three of them.
He's only played Kayle now, which is left open, and his laning phase on Kayle against Alex was not pretty.
We'll see whether he decides to rotate away from anything else on that one. Ryze, the first pick, and has a relative success so far in the European LCS, not been the blowing me away so far. Been a number of choices with the picks. What do we think? Are they going to go for that bottom lane pairing? Are they going to take Caitlyn away from Celaver?
They could definitely take Caitlyn away here, but ROCCAT would have been aware of this, so they clearly have something ready for Celaver, so it's not just the end of the world if Caitlyn gets picked over here by Super Hot Crew. Otherwise they would have left the Lucian open, just have both AD carries up. But let's see actually what Super Hot Crew decide. Evelynn is definitely open and a choice.
And also remember the game that ROCCAT had where they banned away, what, 3 AD carries,
yeah.
And actually thought that maybe was Varus, I think they went for in that game. Caitlyn has been stolen away, and there is Impaler on Evelynn.
So Super Crew decides to take away Caitlyn. Lucian and Caitlyn are the two picks for Celaver down here in the bottom lane. When they've been gone, been banned away, he's fallen back to Varus, Ezreal. We've seen him on Vayne, I believe, once as well. So we need to see what he decides to pick here. Again, clearly ROCCAT knew there was a high chance of Caitlyn being picked away, so they must have something prepared.
Well, I mean, if you look at Super Hot Crew, they've completely tried to counter A, the AD carry, and B, Jankos in the jungle. They've taken away Xaxus, which he's been playing a lot late, and Evelynn generally is his fallback champion, so
yeah,
trying to do the same. They're countering each other right now. Pretty much intense picks and bans, which is probably why you're seeing a lot of discussion from both these teams.
Elise and Lee Sin is both open for Jankos here, so it's not the end of the world for him. Both of them will do really well early on. But Evelynn, of course, we always talk about how annoying she is to play against, because again, you don't have vision of her. You need to ward deep inside the jungle at the camp, spot her out, or you need to have some good ping wards, but there's always a risk of people clearing them out. So Evelynn pick here for Impaler will mean a lot of early game pressure from Super Hot Crew, which we know they love now with this new playstyle.
There is the Thresh for Vander, and will more importantly be Xaxus on Renekton, the champion that he played. He pretty much bossed at the start, the opening few weeks when ROCCAT really exploded onto the scene.
Yeah, Renekton was one of the key picks, and the whole early aggression style from ROCCAT. Always having Xaxus here, pushing in his lane, then Jankos would walk up and they would dive, or Overpow would roam up and they would dive on to whoever he's against in the top lane, get a kill, get the turret, and then continue rolling around the map. They could be doing the same here. Obviously, they already shown now it's going to be Ryze mid lane, so it means for Super Hot Crew to have some extra time to try and think, what do we want to play against this Ryze?
It means means that Maima's going to be forced on towards Shyvana, which generally means that Xaxus should be winning out that lane early on. And we talked about how ROCCAT have that problem of winning the early game. Karma also getting locked in. A champion that's definitely rose to prominence. Was played a lot in the early days of the European LCS, but fell away and now is back.
Is back up here, and the Karma pick itself, it's just because teams have realized, as they realized in Korea with Celaver being so popular, European teams have realized how good movement speed is, how strong it is to have this extra utility on your team to roam around and rotate on the map, and that's where Karma comes in. Also, you have one of the best laning phases when it comes to support. So much high base damage and so much early game pressure. Paired it with a Caitlyn, you have the recipe for a lane that needs to win and will get a turret down early as long as they play it properly. You could even see ROCCAT decide to lane swap away from them.
Waiting for ROCCAT to make their final choice. There's a big discussion going on here. Celaver, is he going to be sticking to Jinx? It will be. We did see Volibear highlighted for a while, but it looks like it will be Lee Sin in the jungle.
So ROCCAT are getting here a lot of their comfort picks actually. Renekton top lane, Overpow, he loves to play Ryze, been spamming it a lot also on solo queue. Obviously fresh on 2, Vander life here. And Lee Sin, one of the junglers that Jankos used early in the season as well with a lot of success. Always so good on his early ganks here. So a lot of good picks for ROCCAT, a lot of mixed as well. They have early game power with Renekton and Lee Sin, they have late game power with Ryze and Jinx. Wave clear wise, it's not ideal. They actually have to use the ultimate from Ryze to clear the waves easily enough, unless we see some static shifts onto Jinx to help it out a little bit. So wave clear, not the strongest, but overall team fight synergy is very, very good for them.
I was hoping and praying for the Fizz in the mid lane, but it may well be Orianna that Selfie is going to choose in that mid lane. We'll see whether he sticks with it at the moment. It is currently highlighted over 12 seconds to go on this one. Not going with, again, the assassins that he's known for.
There's simply, I actually think only Yasuo and LeBlanc are the two he wants to play. That's why teams ban them away. Orianna pick, however, against Ryze, I actually like it because it's easy for you to predict where Ryze is going because he doesn't have any jumps. He needs to run up, you know he runs towards the target, you want to start doing do his damage onto this target, so it's easy to predict where he's going with the ball from Orianna and then land the ultimate on him in team fights, in laning phase. So that's why I like this Orianna pick, and also farm-wise, he should be able to get some good poke onto Ryze early and also stay fairly safe with his own shield here. Still, going into late game, Ryze is an absolute monster, but Orianna is not a bad pick either going late game, and that's the thing with Super Hot Crew's combo here. Very late game focused. Evelynn strong in the late game. Shyvana will outscale Renekton, very strong in the late game. Orianna good in the late game. Caitlyn, very good in the late game. Karma, good all around the game, good utility here. So Super Hot Crew want to go to late game, where ROCCAT is a bit of everything. They don't want to put everything on early game or everything on late game.
Well, they've got two aggressive junglers with Lee Sin and Evelynn as well. Could be exciting start to this game. The players have selected their champion, and while the game is loading, let's take a moment to check your votes. With 78% have voted to ROCCAT lead Super Hot Crew in this one.
Well, ROCCAT have looked better in the last few weeks. They've improved their early game. In general, just fixed some of their mistakes and also their pick and ban phase. We don't see Lulu or LeBlanc top anymore from Xaxus falling back on these tanks in the top lane, which pretty much all the teams are doing. Every single team in Europe who tried to play AP top lanes stopped doing it now and just falling back to Renekton, Shyvana, all these champions that really excels in this meta.
Well, Super Week is not really where you try things out. This is where you win games, and that's absolutely what both these teams are looking to do. Of course, ROCCAT with that big Polish fan base, they are really the Polish dominators in the scene so far. Of course, Meet Your Makers used to be in them. They're now known as Mousesports. Of course, going through the Challenger scene. They're going to be in towards the Challenger playoffs, which will be happening in a week's time, I believe, or 2 weeks' time. But at the moment, ROCCAT, they are the ones that are supporting and representing the rest of Poland. Meanwhile, Super Hot Crew, you know, this is a team that just came into this LCS so early on in the tournament, and they literally had 2 days before the European LCS got underway. Crazy, crazy stuff for them. So we're expecting to see them maybe rise to prominence. They have still got a shot at getting towards that 6th spot, but I believe if they go 4-0, I think it was that Quickshot was mentioning, we had to try and make it. There's a lot of math that could happen. There's a lot of games that could happen, you know, wins, losses for any teams will change things. But if they were to go 4-0, they really are the darlings of the LCS that could maybe throw a spanner in the works for everyone. You know, there's even a crazy possibility that if they went 4-0, and ROCCAT did well, and GAMBIT went 1 and 3. GAMBIT can end up 7th.
Yeah.
It's crazy. There's so many things, so many possibilities that can happen. Don't expect it to happen, but you never know. Just look at last summer. I wasn't expecting a 4-way tie until FNATIC went and beat GAMBIT after going 0-4 in Super Week. They went and won the only one game they had to do. They won it
expected it.
and threw a whole monkey wrench into the works. And even yourself, you got pulled into that one. It was a crazy, horrible playoff situation for everyone involved.
It was one of the worst things, actually, because you sit there as a team, you just played your games, you're like, there we go, we got the games come, we got the playoffs, we're done. And then you watch the last game, and then the referees walk in like, yeah, you're going to have to stay for like 5 hours more.
Yeah.
We're going to need a lot of games. You're like, oh, really?
I think we had 6 more games, didn't we?
I believe
After playing
so.
6 in a day, we had 6 more games. That could actually happen on Thursday. I'm just saying, it could be a long one. And everyone involved is so excited for it.
Well, one thing we can say for sure, the teams who experienced this tiebreaker before, GAMBIT, FNATIC, Alliance, I would say, with at least some of their members, they've tried it now. They know how to keep the focus going, what to do in between this waiting time, where some of the newer teams coming in can be more, oh, what's actually happening, lose some focus, and can be harder for them to get ready for the match itself if you play at like 2 in the night. So going into tiebreaker-wise, we need to see how well the new teams can actually perform and how strong the mental strength are.
Well, and it's interesting, you talk about the mental strength, you just think back to EG, they actually had fun with it.
Yeah.
They switched actually Froggen and Crepo around, and yet Crepo won with Anivia. He did brilliantly with Anivia. They completely mind-gamed GAMBIT, and they did really well.
And that's, EG as a team, it was always a team you looked up to and said, you know what, these guys have been in the scene for so long, they know how to do this.
They've definitely had some long pauses before.
That too. I mean, EG is probably the perfect team for pauses and tiebreakers because they're used to this. GAMBIT have tried it before, of course. FNATIC tried it before. These teams will have the advantage when it comes to the focus going into this tiebreaker. But also, we can never count out some of the newer teams because we've seen during this European LCS, everyone will beat everyone. I haven't heard a single person say, I'm going into this game and I know we will win. Everyone's like, well, we might be favorites. However, last week or 2 weeks ago we played them and they just stomped us, so I'm not sure what's actually going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, you only need to really look at the head-to-heads of all the teams, and you see that obviously, like you mentioned, everybody can beat everyone. We had Super Hot Crew, they've taken 2 games off GAMBIT themselves, which is crazy in itself. Whereas you look at, say, the North American LCS, you've got obviously TSM and Cloud9 at the top there. We're, 20 wins, 5 losses or something? 20 wins, 4 losses, sorry, because there's 4 games to play. They're also going to, of course, be playing out on Friday, Saturday, Sunday themselves. Could have a tiebreaker because they're both doing very well at the top. But they, as you look at the North American League, there's clearly, the favorites and the lower teams, whereas in Europe, we just don't know what's going to happen in these games sometimes.
And the European teams are just so close with everything, and we often see the same kind of play styles for a lot of teams. That's also why the games are always so close. And then it's actually hard to say, what is best for a league? Having some dominant teams or having all teams being able to beat each other? Like, which one will make the strongest
One
league?
definitely creates a big fan base and a big fan following.
Yeah.
The other one, I mean, even looking at the Worlds, when we went in there, Europe was basically completely undermined because everyone was thinking they did bad at All-Stars. Well, in fairness, the team hadn't practiced too much for that one. I remember speaking to them. So everybody immediately judged the European teams. Well, they're all beating each other. They're obviously lower standard. They went in there and did fantastic and dominated. So it just shows that the European level is high, but everybody is high, it seems, when they get in the LCS.
Everyone is just able, also because all these teams, of course, practice with each other. So they get to see all the good things, all the bad things. And everyone here in Europe, when it comes to playstyle, we don't have like this one guy where we say, this guy is the best jungler in Europe. Nobody's even close to him. Yes, Diamond is one of the best junglers, but it's not like we're saying, oh, he's just way better than all the other junglers we have in Europe here. We have a lot of players being close to each other. We have a lot of players where we always talk about, oh, who's actually the best? And we can never really point it out. And also why the teams are so close, because we don't have these like clear stars.
And it's also why, we looked at the records in the pre-show. Obviously, North America hold pretty much most of them because they have those dominant teams, whereas there's not any, there's AD carriers that have gone crazy, but there's not any AD carriers that are almost safe from teams. They're going to go to I don't know, I'm trying to think of a lower team without being disparaging in North America. I don't want to blame the team, but anyway, if TSM or Cloud9 were to face one of those teams in the lower area, they're already 3-0. Generally, their AD carries going in let's see how many kills I can get today, rather than thinking this is going to be a tough lane phase.
It's true. I mean, it is a perfect point, and we just need to see when it comes.
More importantly, it gives confidence. That's what I'm getting towards.
That's true.
You know, we talked about how FNATIC, they were confident coming into that, and they're one of the teams that only need confidence to go and win, and that's exactly what they've done against Alliance. And you know, Trevor mentioned it in the interview with Cyanide, saying, now that you've got a confident win over Alliance, are you going to go on and win this? Because they're one of the teams of confidence, and if you're going into a game really confident in your own ability, the fact that we can win this pair and we can do this matchup. Two mid laners going against each other. If one thinks he's clearly better than the other and dominates him, he's going to know, and he's going to know, this game, guys, I've got it in the bag, I'm carrying it.
100%, and it's generally going for every single pro player. Doesn't even matter if you're on MILLENIUM. If you beat GAMBIT one day, going into the game next day, you're going to be like, we don't even care about our place in the standings. We can actually win this game because we just beat GAMBIT yesterday. And it's also why we see these winning streaks in Europe pretty much throughout the entire season. There's been winning streaks.
So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Those round of applause does mean, of course, the game was finally going. We had a quick remake, by the way. There was a room page bug, I believe it was. I'm not too sure which player it was for, but nevertheless, we are back in the action. Impaler maybe looking at sneaking in towards that death push. We'll get spotted if he walks straight in towards Jankos.
So looking in at both compositions, super hard crew, as we said, in the Champs League. It's a while ago now, so we can just repeat it. A lot of wave clear. Very good scaling into the late game. ROCCAT side, very little amount of actual wave clear unless they want to use the ultimate from Overpow to clear the wave here. But then they have very, very strong pairing with Renekton and Lee Sin early game to set something up to try and shut down Mimo up here in the top lane. Ryze, of course, scaling into the late game. Jinx scaling into the late game really well. But Renekton and Lee Sin will fall off compared to Evelyn and Shyvana over here. So we're going to see an early game where ROCCAT can put a lot of focus either on the top lane to try and 100% shut down Shyvana, or just say we know we're going to win this top lane, so Jankos will focus elsewhere to try and help our lanes.
Oh, sounds like it's going to be a switch around possibly for ROCCAT here. Both teams, as you mentioned, are doing it. Whether neither team really had vision of one another.
Nope.
They just simply did this blind, but I think they maybe were expecting it.
Yeah, Subart Crew is saying there's a high chance ROCCAT will swap this one here, so we're actually going to go up here. Will they actually walk into their face?
Double counter invade, both going in. It's actually Jankos that takes a lot of damage. Mixer gets hooked up, but they don't fancy following that one. And both teams had similar ideas of a late invade in towards their buffs, and both will step away.
And this is again the thing here, when you don't have any vision in the early game, we see a lot of these lane swaps with a late invade, because it's safe, you would normally say. If the bot lane from Subart Crew were down in the bottom area, they could walk in with 2 or 3 members from ROCCAT, take the red buff, and then go up top lane. But simply because Subart Crew had the same idea, they were up here, getting some good damage onto Jankos, who's actually fairly low now in the jungle.
Good burst on towards Celaver there. Didn't win that trade, that's for sure. And going back towards these level 1 invades, I want to quickly mention, obviously when I was talking to Crepo back at Season 2, when this really all began, and they were talking about, you know, if one team were to invade, you have to counter it, because you can't just lay down and take it, because they're going to take a big objective away from you.
And just like we saw in the last game, FNATIC walks in, takes the blue buff from Alliance. Alliance are not in a position to respond. What happens, they end up giving over 3 buffs to FNATIC level 1 and the right lane, so FNATIC got the perfect start. This time around, both teams, same idea. Want to go in to the separate buffs here, want to invade, find each other, and now Subart Crew got the lane matchup they want here, with both Karma and Caitlyn poking away onto this Jinx and this Thresh. Down the bottom lane, however, it's going to be in favor of ROCCAT.
Yeah, the real challenge begins for the ROCCAT duo lane. Celaver and Vander, they have played very well, as you mentioned, in the early phases, but Celaver, is he going to have to step up his game here? Because Mr. Rales is definitely one of the top AD carries in Europe, no doubt about that. However, he's alongside Mixer, who himself is chasing a record of his own. I'm not too sure it's a record to be proud of, because it is most deaths in the European LCS. But nevertheless, Mr. Rales, I don't recall dying last week either. I think he pretty much stayed immortal.
I believe Mr. Rales is one of the players in the league with the least amount of deaths, and then of course paired with the guy with the most amount of deaths in both Eon and NA, if I'm not 100% wrong. Might actually be Nintendo Dude being #1 in NA and then Mixer coming in a second here, but still, they have very different play styles. Mixer all in, Mr. Rales playing safe, staying back, keeping a good position.
Well, this mid lane, we didn't get a chance to look at it, of course. Boot start for Overpow once again on Rise, making sure he can keep himself mobile, get in, get out, get those basic attacks on. That's all he's looking to do right now, and then he's going to be looking to stack that tier up. Jankos, he's rotated round. He's looking to maybe help out this top lane. We expect to see the lantern thrown out, but Vander didn't really manage to land what he wanted. They're going to go for Mr. Rales. They do land the Sonic Wave. They get a good bit of damage down, but the death sentence doesn't come down. Ignite was used.
Yeah, so they do actually force the flash away here, so they got something from it. But Vander actually flashed in, and then he played the wrong way onto Mixer, so he didn't get him in towards him. Mixer then flashed away too, so a lot of summoners used in favor of ROCCAT, however, because they got both here, and Jankos then can return up here, try and set up another gank with the Lantern from Vander, and try and get a hook onto Super Hot Crew.
Jankos is going to try and counter around, of course. Can he go back around? Is he going to loop back around towards that top? He's going to ward it out. No, he's going to loop around and have a go towards Selfie. Selfie himself spots it early enough and heads down south there. Simply spotted by, I think it was actually his tower that gave him his vision.
But look here, very smart position by Selfie, because he saw, of course, Jankos up in the top lane. He knew he would be, or there was a high chance he would be in this top area. That's why he positioned himself all the way on the opposite side of the lane. So if he spots him there, he could run out and be safe.
As a player, how do you approach this bottom lane matchup? You know going into it, you're going to have 9 levels where basically you are going to be bullied by Renekton. I'm talking about Mima here, of course, who you actually have played in a team with.
Well, you pray you're not going to get dived by the enemy jungler, because one-on-one, Mima should be able to hold his own and get some farm here. And for him actually going into this laning phase, his only mindset is going to be, I am not going to die. I'm not going to give him a kill here. As long as I can just get some farm, I will outscale him. I will be able to go into late game, and then I will win the duel. So that's why you see him stay all the way back here. You even see him warding early, because he's saying to himself, if Jankos is here, they can kill me and deny me this big wave, which is really what I need to keep up in XP and at least try and keep somewhat up in farm.
Yeah, you could say, like you say, he warded that tri-bush, stayed very passively away and was very delicately approaching those minions to make sure he didn't get caught out by Xaxus with any of those moves, maybe slice and dice and stun him in there. Instead, this mid laner, well, Selfie's going to have that bonus with his basic attacks, putting pressure on towards Overpow, trying to force him away. He has got the advantage in terms of CS so far, just trying to keep that poke on, but really hasn't pulled the trigger just yet. They have both hit ultis though.
Yeah, we have to remember the damage from Rise, especially when he's starting boots, is very, very low. There's no mana crystal earned on to give him some extra damage, so with the shield and also the auto text, of course, from Selfie, he will be having, or he does have more damage, and that's why he's actually just getting this slight CS lead, but Overpow still doing a good job keeping up in farm and scaling on. Once he actually recalls, get his tier, can start stacking it up, he will be fine.
What would help out Mima down the bot lane is if he could get a gank from Impaler, but it seems that Xaxus is going to back away from this one. Impaler will sneak on through.
Might just push it out.
Going to simply, like you say, be pushing out that farm. Yeah. Mima's going to go back and buy in a moment. Yeah, they're just going to shove the way.
It's also a very hard gank to pull off when you're not level 6. Now he actually got the level 6 onto Evelyn here, but it's a hard gank to pull off because of the lack of CC and the very good mobility from Renekton. So he wanted to push it out fast, get Mima to recall, get some items, return down to the lane. Top lane wise, Super Crew are still winning out on this due to the fact their dual lane is doing so well.
Oh, Jankos thought about starting the red off, did manage to land the Sonic Wave on it, but has to safeguard to a ward in the pit there because, well, Selfie was tracking him, as were the top lane pairing of Mr. Rales and Mixer.
Look at this. Both Impaler and Selfie picked up pink wards. So they want to set up some early vision control here. Either we're going to see some defensive wards. Actually, this one is going to be spotted out if he puts the pink here. So he clears it now, but of course ROCCAT will know there's a pink. They can walk down and clear it themselves. So he doesn't actually get all the vision he wanted from it.
Making sure he gets something. And Super Hot Crew now have themselves a BF sword on Mr. Rales very early on. That's all he could afford. He has just gone for that one straight item. Vampire Scepter and a second Doran's Blade for Celaver though, in response to that one. And actually CS is staying fairly even. We do see the top golems actually going away. Super Hot Crew making sure they take that away from Impaler. Blue buff was given across to Selfie.
There's a very big wave coming towards Super Hot Crew up in the top lane though, so they will pull ahead once again. The good thing ROCCAT is doing is actually keeping them away from the turret. It's still very healthy, so as long as they can keep going here, just continue farming, it's fine.
Well, speaking of farming, Mima's just returned back to that bottom lane. He's got himself a rather large deficit, as you would expect, because Xaxus managed to shove that wave back in, whereas Mima needed the help of Impaler to come and do it for him. Went for the Ninja Tabby early on the boots, so just making sure he's got the movement to escape any ganks that Jankos may try and provide. Impaler coming in towards Vander here, Holds himself just off the range. There is a ward in that bush. It is only a standard ward though, so it won't spot Impaler if he sneaks into it.
I do like this choice though from Mimir actually. Gonna take 10% less damage from the auto attacks from both Xaxus, Jankos if he goes in there, and of course Celaver. So it's a good pickup from him early on against all this physical, because he's not expecting to fight against Ryze in the next many minutes.
Mr. Arlen's keeping that farm, as you predicted, going very nicely. And Impaler's just stepped aside, take himself some farm of his own. He's gonna keep on going, and both these junglers, they've been around, they've been looking for ganks, they've been offering the support, but as of yet, no openings have shown themselves. And Wickd talked about Overpow last week, how he goes for this build. Oh, I tell a lie, we're going to go for Vander. He does manage to land the hook. Good! Death sentence, they're going to use the rocket actually on Impaler. Teleport comes in, Overpow catching on towards Impaler, but there's just not enough damage to turn this one around. Jankos was also in the river, keeping Selfie away from that fight. Quick engage, but both managing to back away. Really good chompers from Celaver though in that fight.
Yeah, very good chompers, stopping Subaru from engaging on, and Mimir now one clear of this wave, using his ultimate. Talking about Overpow and his build, I actually dislike the fact he rushes his Catalyst here, because he's gonna delay his tier, which means he's gonna delay his own power spike. It's gonna take him longer to actually stack it up, and I don't believe it's worth it, because in this laning phase between Selfie, they've just been farming back and forth. It's not like he's been heavily ganked or there's been a lot of aggression from Selfie here, so I would have loved to see a tier so he could get his stacking early and be stronger faster.
Yeah, zero pressure, and now that he hasn't got it, we're into 10 minutes. If he goes back and gets it now, you're going to be looking at 30 minutes.
Yeah,
exactly.
It's
going to be a long time.
It's just longer and longer before you can get it fully stacked, which is your big power spike. Also, you can upgrade it, get the shield, of course, and that's where Ryze become this very, very hard to kill monster.
We'll see how it works out for them. You did mention that the Super Hot Crew's team actually scales better in the late game, which is seems a little wild. He is going to back off now. I expect that will be the tier he's going to pick up ASAP as soon as he goes back. Tier of the Goddess. Yes, there we go. So it's actually bought time for Super Hot Crew to move in, because he's now left that gap in there. We are going to see 3 members of Super Hot Crew taking away the first dragon.
Yeah, good call here. Timing it well with the recalls from, of course, Overpow to say, you know what, there's only going to be 2 members at max to go for it, and with 3 members we can easily take it. So good early dragon. Up here in this top lane though, Jankos is staying around. He want to try and set something up really, really badly. There is splash though on Mr. Rales, but nothing on Mixer. If the hook lands from Vander onto him, he will be the target.
He's also got the barrier as well, as you mentioned. They're going to be sticking around the turret. It will have to be a dive. The slow doesn't land. Will the death sentence? It's going to be Mixer they're going to focus on. He has got the most deaths in the LCS. And he's going to be first blood here once again as ROCCAT get a kill. Jankos in trouble. There's going to be ace in the hole. Celaver did a good job of blocking that one off. They are going to keep chasing this one. Impaler's coming around in support. They're going to know that. They're going to realize Mr. Ral is being aggressive here. There is a reason for it.
But man, beautiful play by Jankos, flashing and kicking back here, but Celaver staying up too far.
Why did he stay around? He's got the barrier, he takes the lantern.
It was bait, he was baiting.
Manages to bait that one out. He did have to burn the barrier though to save the day.
That's true, not entirely worth it for him to stay, but again, this dive up here, Jankos going in, instantly flash kicking Mixer into the rest of them and just getting the first blood here. It's a good move, and he really puts a lot of focus on making sure this bot lane can actually perform against this dual lane. It's a little bit of thing you actually mentioned before the game, how the ROCCAT dual lane not been the best lately. So with this help from Jankos, they have been able to actually keep fairly well up in farm.
But this is the first pressure the Super Hot Crew have been able to apply on that tower, and it's really doing it work. They should be able to take this one down before Jankos gets up here, and they will. So first tower of the game goes to Super Hot Crew, a good counter to that gank in top.
Very good counter, and of course Impaler moving there instantly as he saw something happening, so he could push it down, get the turret here. Blue buff, however, should be going over to Overpow with the tier, stacking it up now. It's gonna be a matter of time for him before he hits his real power spike.
Well, we do see a Bloodthirster being completed and Boots being picked up by Mr. Rales. He's going to rotate around. Are they going to go down to the back, or are they going to hold on this top turret? They are going to rotate bottom, and that is going to leave this top turret exposed. Good enough flame from Mixer, going to keep that wave cleared. We do need to see Mimir making his move up towards his top lane very quickly though, which is why we're seeing Mixer just hanging around, and he may well stick around too long.
Yeah, he's actually backing off now as he spotted Vander going very aggressively into ward, so he knew something could happen. There should be a turret here now for ROCCAT, but down in the bottom lane here, Actually, SUPA won't really be able to respond
What are they
anything,
doing?
but they're waiting for Overpow to move for Xaxus, but he's also coming there. This could go wrong for SUPA Hot Crew.
Xaxus, they are going to see, but it's Overpow they're focusing on. There's the Ignite. They pulled the Shockwave. Jankos kicks him back in towards Xaxus, and Selfie is going to go down from this one. They may catch on towards Impaler as well. Hasn't got the stun available, but it was a good counter from ROCCAT. Jankos in the right place at the right time.
Yeah, great counterplay from ROCCAT. The bottom lane was pushed all the way up, so Xaxus, he saw his time to actually roam up towards the mid lane, and then baiting out from Overpow, Jankos came in, kicked him into the face of Renekton, into a stun, instant dead.
And ROCCAT making use of it. They knew the position of the jungler, and they knew they could keep the pressure on this top turret. They're going to see Dragon Descent coming in there. Here comes Impaler, gets his ultimate down on both of them. They're going to try and turn it. Teleport comes in from Overpow. He's onto the turret. It's a good hook. Impaler's going to run for his life now. It will be a 1-for-1 trade. But SUPA Hot Crew are really being pressured by ROCCAT here.
Yeah, ROCCAT making plays everywhere here. The reason they stayed because they knew they had to teleport. Even though he actually teleported inside the turret, he joined in from Overpow's side. Selfie though actually decides to run down the mid lane instead of staying up here to defend. It could be a turret for ROCCAT.
This is almost certainly a turret for ROCCAT. Jinx, of course, with that burn down with a minigun. Not too sure what Selfie was thinking he could achieve. He definitely stopped that push on towards the inhibitor turret, but that was never a problem. Mime was going to respawn and deal with it, and he could have just pushed the mid.
And Selfie was even running to the top lane at first, then decided to turn around because he expected ROCCAT to back off. They're saying, you know what, let's just take a free turret. He could have been there and defended.
Well, it wasn't to be, and the bottom lane has been defended very well by Xaxus in the meantime, so SUPA Hot Crew were not even able to push the bottom out while the rest of the duo laners do rotate. Blue buff's given across to Selfie. We'll see how this works, but ROCCAT at the moment has started to do a very good early game, which has always been something they've struggled against. In terms of CS though, if you were to argue the point, you could say SUPA Hot Crew won out the bottom duo pairing and of course the mid lane.
Yeah, but due to all the focus from Jankos and due to the fact that Xaxus and Overpow were doing fine in their solo laners alone, it meant he could just put all the focus up there and making sure that ROCCAT would keep up in farm. So it's just very nice early game play by ROCCAT as a team here, and it's also how we like to see them play, and it's actually what they've been improving on in the last few weeks. The entire early game for them are better.
Very much. In terms of objectives, it's been ROCCAT in a flame poking on towards Celaver, using that ace in the hole to burst him down as well. There was a bit of shielding coming out though from Vander. Vander looking at winding up the death sentence there. Not going to pull the trigger. Impaler and Selfie looking towards Jankos and Overpow. And honestly, I'm not sure I'd fancy that fight anymore. I'm not too sure who would come out on top.
Jankos is definitely strong at the moment. Just with the early tenacity though, not going to do too much from him in the 2v2 fight against someone like Evelynn and Orianna. We actually see Impaler coming down to this duo, bot lane here.
Oh, Celaver completely caught out. The leash is there, but again, another good lantern from Vander. He's going to try. Oh, death sentence not landing. Almost point blank miss.
And look actually the way ROCCAT was standing in his dual lane. They knew they couldn't get fully to the CS, so Vander waited all the way back at the turret so he could always lantern in case something should happen, and that's why Celaver didn't have to use anything to survive.
Mid lane danger for Selfie. He's got Xaxus going towards him. I wonder whether Overpow hasn't got flash available. They're not going to push it. Instead, he's going to have to go back in defense. So it's back down this mid lane. We do see Vander again taking that inner flame. Net shot on towards Celaver. It's going to keep them at bay. Jankos, they knew he was there.
And so far here, seeing some good action, but solo lane wise, we haven't actually seen anyone try and duel each other. It's just been farming, both of them, both in the mid lane, obviously off in the top lane. Mimer, as expected, is behind in CS, but still keeping up fairly well. Selfie though, with a good CS lead, still, with both now, the dragon spawned, all members from both teams have moved all the way down here in this area. We could see a big team fight.
Well, Impaler's snuck himself in there. I'm pretty sure that ROCCAT are fairly clear on this one. Again, Lantern comes out, being pulling Celaver away. That does actually give SUPA Hot Crew positional advantage to try and start this dragon off. Jankos is waiting in the wings, and Elite in Steel is certainly on the cards. Instead, Mimer's going to try and run interference. SUPA Hot Crew, they've been clumped in here, clustered in. Perfect placement for the rocket. The Sonic Wave doesn't manage to land, and ROCCAT now going to try and run away from this one. Celaver's trying to kite out towards Mimer. It's a 1-for-1 so far. SUPA Hot Crew turning this one back on its head. It's going to be a double kill for Selfie. Mimer's going to go down. Where is he? He stands just to stay safe. Stay away. Run for your life, Mimer. You cannot take on the dragon. Oh, you said... His Sunfire Cape starts off on the dragon anyway. And Zaz as well, the Overpow gets the kill. It was a great start for SUPA Hot Crew, but they just stuck around too long and it was a 4-for-3.
but this was actually a lot closer than it should have been. Overpow decided to run out of the fight, had to run all the way around the blue buff before he joined in. Meanwhile, his team actually noticed here in the replay, fight starting, the ultimate from Selfie is hitting hitting a Celaver, sorry, so he's getting something from it, but not a deal from him. He actually wants Vander, good flash. Going on to him, killing Mr. Riley's instantly, so the AD carry is gone. Notice up here, on your minimap, you actually see Evelyn being chased by Overpower. Instead of him staying with his team down here to clean up these very low members, he's being kited all the way around, gives some good kills over the super hard crew, then he joins in, full HP rise, just to kill Mimir.
Yeah, Overpower just runs in the back and cleans up, gets himself a nice double kill there. It was the easiest double kill he could walk in. It literally took 2 Qs, and that was it, 2 overloads. Fantastic stuff. So, Celaver trying to push this bottom lane. We saw a good rocket landing, and now he's got himself the CS advantage, more importantly, over Mr. Rales, which he hasn't had the entire game. Super Hot Crew, though, they're straight back on the Dragon.
They really want this Dragon here, but again, ROCCAT is nearby except for Sjokz. He's running all the way down. That's what they pinged. That's why they start this Dragon.
Well, Impaler's there in time. He should go for the smite. No! Jankos gets in and steals it. He's going to get Mixer down as well. There's the execute coming out. Jinx manages to get the kill. Celaver flashes out of the danger this time. Vander's taking a lot of damage from Mimir. Selfie's taking big picked apart. He's got no mana. Mr. Rales gets focused down. Selfie's the next focus. They've got vision. He just needs one more shot. No! It doesn't manage to land it with a zap. Mimir's going to chase down Overpower. Should get the kill here. No! The safeguard comes out. Not quite enough from Jankos.
So Super Crew started the Dragon because the spotted Xaxus was up towards this top lane here, but due to a great smite by Jankos, and then the fight turned around. Actually only 4 members from ROCCAT in the start, but Ryze doing so much damage, followed up by the rocket from Celaver, simply means they pick up 2 kills, pick up the Dragon, and wow, ROCCAT is looking very, very strong at the moment.
Once they get that confident play in them, they certainly can turn those team fights around. Fantastic stuff here. 9-5 currently in favor of ROCCAT in kills. They have that 4,000 gold advantage built up with a 3-1 towers. Let's see what they do with that power they've gained early on in this game.
And let's see how Super Crew decides to play this one. Do they still want to fight? Or do they just want to try and stay in the lanes and defend? Because the wave clear from them is near perfect actually. With Karma, Caitlyn and Orianna, you can clear waves in multiple waves, in multiple lanes. And of course also, even Evelyn and Siobhan actually bring some wave clear to at least fast push out the lanes. So Super Crew they have at least the possibility to extend this game by quite a long time.
And you know, all the work that Mr. Rales and Mixer put in early on has just been whittled away, because Celaver's now over 1,000 gold ahead of Mr. Rales in terms of items. You can see it's a clear Phantom Dancer.
One of the downsides about Caitlyn is once we hit this mid-game point, she's one of the weaker AD carries. She needs some items. Laning phase is very strong, late game is very strong, but the mid-game for her, Jinx will have more damage, and that's what actually we see in these fights, especially also with her ultimate. So Mr. Rales now, he just wants to continue farming. He needs the last Whisper, he needs of course the Phantom Dance or Static Shift before he even thinks about fighting again.
Making use of that Get Excite charging in. Blue buff's going to be the focus. Selfie doesn't want that stolen away. It's actually already been farmed out, I believe. I can say I'm pretty sure Selfie had it on him there. Not too sure whether it's the Spectator, but it is on him there. Absolutely is on him. So nothing to take away from him. Instead, it is going to be Selfie clearing out that mid lane. So, ROCCAT, where will they focus? Looks like it could be this bottom inner turret. There is 4 members around here at the moment. Xaxus is going to go and stop Mimir pushing the top.
Well, with 4 members here, if they actually decide to send Xaxus up here to stop him, they can try and at least either force a dive on the Super Crew, which would be the risky part, or they can do like they're doing now here, standing in different lanes, forcing small fights from Super Hard Crew's side. That's why actually they're moving Jankos here, keeping Overpow in the mid lane for now, with teleport to join in if something should happen. So if he can force Selfie to stay in the mid lane, and there's only 3 members defending here, ROCCAT can then go on them, get the turret, or get some kills.
Well, they may try and get some kills. Impaler's going to come around the side. Selfie is there. He gets a good slowdown. The Chompers, though, are going to force a stop. Vander's going to get caught out. The Ignite is running. Should we get him? No. Safeguard. One more tick. The Shockwave does pull in Jankos. Jankos flashes away. He's not going to get away this time. Selfie will pick himself up a kill.
And Overpow actually decided to recall instead of teleport in because they didn't want this fight. That's why they were just trying to run out here. So good engage from Super Hard Crew. Picking up a kill now. Stopping this push. And they actually want to go towards this turret down here.
Yeah, it's going to get them a turret. That should be a good advantage for them. Celaver has not backed away, though. Was sticking around. And now Impaler comes around, quickly throws those Chompers out. The Chompers have been doing a fantastic job from Celaver so far in these fights.
And they actually decide to back off here because Celaver stayed full HP, red buff, don't want to risk fighting against him also with the likes of Vander joining in later on here. But still, they got a kill. SUPA crew got something, but we clearly saw ROCCAT saying, this is our tactic, but this fight, we don't want it. That's why the mid laner with teleport just said recall and said, I'm out, guys.
I'm out, don't want any of that. Vander was so close to going down as well. The safeguard from Jankos, ironically, which cost Jankos his life, was enough to save Vander. As it stands, the AD carry of Celaver is stronger than Mr. Rales, and it's seemingly proving it in fights. We do see the Phantom Dancer now completed on Mr. Rales though, so he should be able to keep himself out of danger. 2 deaths on Mr. Rales is something unusual in itself.
He's been the focus in teamfights. You have seen it. You see Xaxus jumping in. You see Jankos jumping in towards him. They get him and then follow up by ROCCAT from Celaver to execute him in the end. He's been the focus for them. Selfie though, while his shockwaves have been a little bit hit or miss, he's actually still been doing a very good job farming. He's picked up death cap now, so he is also very strong. And of course, Orianna coming into teamfights, very, very good.
And something we haven't had really chance to focus on is top laners. They've not really been at it in the top lane, they're just farming up a storm. But Xaxus, you can see with that Tiamat on him, he has got a good advantage over Mima. We are, despite the fact we're in, what, level 15 for these 2 top laners, I would still say Xaxus is quite strong.
Xaxus is strong, however, tanky-wise, Shyvana is gonna be ahead of him. Brandon's Omen, Sunfire already, of course already picked up a Negatron Cloak, and also the fact here at level 16 for Mimir, when he pops his ultimate due to his passive, he's gonna actually get 1440 gold worth of item just by his passive, because he gets 40 armor and 40 magic resist, which is a chain vest and a Negatron Cloak. So Shyvana is gonna be a lot more tanky than Renekton.
And that may well come into play as they set up for the next dragon fight. 20 seconds time, we already see that burnout running from Mima. Xaxus getting a little bit of poke on him, and he doesn't want it as the rest of Super Hot Crew rotate around. Maybe it's the mid turret they're going to go for. Death Sentence doesn't land. Vander gets that speed up there. Doesn't manage to get the flay on Impaler either.
Yeah, Hook was already down, so he just tried to flay here. Vander, or Impaler though staying very far back, and both teams actually grouping here in the mid lane. Let's see if the wave clear from Super Hot Crew can do something, or they just want to try and set up a fight maybe from ROCCAT's side.
Overpow looking to go aggressive. He's trying to walk up there, trying to be that front man line. Instead, they're going to steal away the blue buff. Good fake out from ROCCAT.
And actually both teams don't have a clear hard engage here. You need either Evelyn to flank around from the side or Shyvana to do the same with the shockwave from Selfie, or you need Jankos to land his kick or land a hook from Vander to set something up. We don't have this like Leona or Vi just clicking on a target or setting something up instantly.
Selfie just goes around, realizes the blue buff is not there. That puts him way out of position if this fight were to play off, and he stood on the ward, so they know exactly where he is. He's going to head down the bottom lane. They may try and collapse on towards Super Hot Crew here.
Decides to actually not show himself down here. He doesn't of course know there's a ward on him, so ROCCAT knows exactly where he is, but he didn't want to show because he was afraid of ROCCAT either moving down to gank him or just pushing up the wave while he was out of position.
Well, that's given ROCCAT full vision over this dragon, and this is going to be a dangerous fight for Super Hot Crew now. They're going in blind.
Going in blind here, but actually getting now very good ping ward here, clearing some vision from ROCCAT side. They need to be careful though. Every time the kick lands from Jankos, he can go in and set something up. It is the engage from ROCCAT.
Maybe we're going to try and focus on Overpower, try and catch him off on the side. Good slow from Selfie there. Xaxus had something in mind, and I think he was going deep onto the team. It's this given vision for ROCCAT though. They're going to rotate around. They're taking this dragon with ease.
They should be able to get it down very, very fast. Impaler nearby, but not in smite range. Here's the fight though.
Goes in towards it. Not sure it's a fight he wants. He gets dragged into the choppers. Impaler completely locked up on his own. He goes down. Selfie gets dropped. Super Hot Crew are being absolutely obliterated by ROCCAT here. Mima going to try and get away. He's going to get locked down. The zap does not land. It doesn't matter. There's going to be the kick from Jankos, and it's a 3-for-0. And the dragon could run to Baron.
Could run to Baron here. Only AD carry and support to try and stop them. No smite, no tank. This should be a Baron for ROCCAT here. And they just used the better vision and the better position perfectly, because once Impaler went in, he actually went in alone to try and stay around, maybe even try and smite steal it. The rest of Super Hot Crew was staying too far back, so it's too easy for ROCCAT. Take a kill, go onto them, get onto Selfie here, and just blow him up.
And there's just so much crowd control that he walked in towards. He had no chance of ever getting out of that one. Selfie was imploded as well as that fight started off. So, big advantage gained by ROCCAT as they pick up that Baron, continuing to pick up the dragons and have themselves that turret advantage. Overpow continuing to stack out that tier, which by the way is currently just shy. 652 out of 750, so it's going to be complete around the 30-minute mark.
His Rod of Ages, however, is fully stacked now, so he's just waiting for this tier now to finish up, and he's really going to hit the power spike of Rise. And we've seen it in teamfights already, how much damage. We also seen the lack of focus from Super Hot Crew. It's always been on a lot of mixed targets. You have the Shockwave going on to Celaver and Vander, and then the rest of Super Hot Crew is jumping towards Overpow and Xaxus. So we see a lot of split damage, and ROCCAT has just been taking full advantage of it.
Yeah, so far we haven't seen the combo, the ball delivery system of Mima having that defensive ball on him and jumping into the team. But as you mentioned, ROCCAT have been staying fairly separate, apart from that fight down the bottom, but that was simply Impaler running in on his own.
They've just been doing a very good job of always splitting out the carries. So you have Ryze in one point and you have Celaver in a different one. They're not too far away from each other to help, but it makes it so the Shockwave from Selfie is never able to hit multiple carries from ROCCAT.
Well, Super Hot Crew, we're going to have to try and defend this one. We saw how back and forward it was in the previous game between FNATIC and Alliance, and Super Hot Crew would have been sat waiting for that game to end and simply sitting as spectators like we all are. Maybe they just learned something, maybe they figured out, okay, FNATIC sit and turtled that one out. Not quite as big a disadvantage that they've gone against ROCCAT though. And ROCCAT, they were famed for their 1-3-1 split before, seem to be going with 1 in the top, 4 in the mid.
Going a little bit of a mix here, they're actually keeping Overpow up top lane, but then keeping someone like Xaxus, waiting for Super Hot Crew to rotate up, and then he can jump onto them, get some damage, get someone low, and then they can force objectives. But they're clearly respecting the wave clear from Super Hot Crew. That's why you don't see them group up as 5 instantly. Instead, they actually want to try and set up a dive here, maybe.
We're going to see if Impaler wants to face check that bush. Did not fancy it, so he put the pink ward down. It bought the rest of the team time to take down their 5th turret of the game and the 2nd inner turret. Now we're going to see the rest of ROCCAT rotate around the bottom while Overpow continues to push the top.
And as long as Overpow is just left alone, with his teleport ready, he can just farm, pick up everything, going actually towards the golems, come back to the lane here. He's going to wait here for Mima to push out and then get a lot of damage onto him and hope Mima is expecting him to be recalled.
Instead, Mima is going to run across towards the bottom lane. The hook on Selfie, that's the end of him.
Vander
and that's the end of the turret, no doubt about that one. ROCCAT, fantastic hook again from Vander.
Great hook, getting them the kill now. They can push onto the base. Overpower up in the top lane, nobody's there to defend. Only 4 members from Super Hot Crew. Either they have to go onto ROCCAT here, or they're going to give up turret and inhibitor.
I think they're going to lose them both. There's one going down, the top one's already half health. There's the inhibitor dropping down in seconds. The rest of ROCCAT are going to rotate round, just go around the back of this mid lane turret, and they're going to go straight in towards this one. They have the minion wave pushing in just a moment. They don't care, they're just going to tank it up.
And you can have as much wave there as you want, but if you get hooked, you're going to die.
And Mima, you can see the tankiest member was just being played like ping pong by the rest of ROCCAT there as he gets bounced around the team. ROCCAT can push through and finish this game, surely.
ROCCAT was looking so dominant here, did everything correct in this game, got ahead in the team fights, and Super Hot Crew didn't have anything they could actually respond with.
Mixer taking so much damage. The rockets will come through. There's the get excite. We're going to see Celaver putting damage back on towards the turret. Selfie's going to get imploded. They managed to take him down as well. ROCCAT have performed perfectly in this game, taking down the Super Hot Crew. They're 1-1 away from securing playoffs.
And Super Hot Crew put so much focus onto these dragons. ROCCAT was there every single time to fight them with a stronger combo in the early mid game. And also, in general, stronger team fights as a team. So they just punished Super Hot Crew every single time they moved as a group and got ahead.
So, danger signs for Super Hot Crew. Relegation is, of course, looming, but it's the playoff spot they want. I think they've still got a shot. I'm not 100% on that. I think they've still got a shot, but that was not a loss they needed. ROCCAT, though, as you can see, very happy about that one. Just one more win away in Super Week from securing a playoff spot.
And they deserve it. I mean, they played so good this game. They play better than Super Hot Crew in every aspect of the game, actually. Even laning phase wise, the tactic with Renekton, you can survive alone. Overpow in the mid lane, you can survive alone. Jankos runs up to the top lane and just helps out the dual lane, get the farm they want, get to the team fights. There's already a Bloodthirst on Jinx. First team fight comes in, ROCCAT wins it, and from there on it was just one-way ticket.
So 14-11 now, I believe, for ROCCAT as they go into the next match. Good start for them, securing actually second place at the moment. I think they're tied. No, that won't, because they'll be 14-10 Alliance will be sat at.
Yeah.
So, I don't know, win-loss percentages, all that gubbins that happens in the standings. Nevertheless, a great performance, a great first game for ROCCAT there. Solid lane phase, solid rotation, solid dragon control. Overall, just a brilliant game by them.
And solid team fights. One of the things they have been weak at in the last few weeks is actually the team fights themselves. But this game, They really showed how to play the combo and the composition, and they also knew in these mid-game fights they would be strong with Renekton and Lee Sin, of course. And it was actually Jankos and Xaxus always jumping to the back line, killing Mr. Alice instantly, making sure they were always in an advantage.
And what do we take from Super Hot Crew in this one? Wasn't 100% convinced by their team comp they picked there. Had they simply banned away Selfie and basically took him out of the game?
Well, his Orianna, laning phase-wise, he actually got a hit-in farm. Shockwaves, he did land onto Celaver a few times, but it was never really as a team. I don't feel like Orianna was the champion for them because the team fights, the coordination for them, whenever he landed the Shockwaves, their members went the opposite way to kill someone else, even though the AD carry got actually Shockwave down in the bottom. So the coordination for them wasn't there. And I don't think Orianna is a champion they have possibly played too much with Selfie at least. And that's the issue for him. His champion pool is very small, and also the champion pool the team has been playing with is very small because they're used to a guy like Moobs, who played Gragas, Ziggs, and more Gragas. So they're not exactly a team who's been used to playing with a lot of different mid laners and a lot of different champions.
And I think they could have predicted that Rise was coming as well. So it was interesting performance. Nevertheless, ROCCAT are looking good, chasing those wins. There's 3 more games to go, don't forget, and that overall is 14 games in Super Week. Fantastic. Back-to-back LCS action as well, because don't forget, North America will be beginning on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. So lots and lots of games to be happening. But for now, let's send things over to Sjokz and Quickshot, who are standing by with one of ROCCAT's players.
Thank you very much, Deman. We are standing by with our top laner, Xaxus, after that win versus the Super Hot Crew. This means this win that you guys are locked in for the playoffs. Is that something that you think of when you go into this matchup, or is Super Week just win, win, win as much as you can?
Well, we prefer to just think about the matches, not about the results and so on. So we just focus on the match, not on the results and how it will look like.
Well, it worked out for the best. You guys are into the playoffs. I do want to say that there's a few other teams that can give you a high five. Thanks to you taking out the Super Hot Crew, it means Alliance, FNATIC, SK Gaming, and yourselves ROCCAT are guaranteed playoff positions. You're now playing for seeding. You're now playing for the bracket stage of those playoffs. How important is it getting a good seed going into the postseason playoffs?
Well, it's best if you are top 2, because you are automatically in the semifinals, if I'm not wrong. And beside that, I think it doesn't really matter if you are like 3rd or 4th, because every single team in Europe is so strong that you can just think, oh, well, it's good we play versus them, because it doesn't really matter.
Who would be the team you would hate to face in the quarterfinals? Let's say you finished between 3rd and 6th.
Right now, I would say either FNATIC or Alliance.
FNATIC is also a team that you will be playing in the Super Week further on, so that can be a good test. But talking about this match, of course, because you got a great start off the Super Week, tell me a little bit about the game plan, the strategy, because we thought it was mostly about getting Selfie out of the game.
Well, right now, I hate that patch, because it's so much about first level invades, because their trinkets are right now at 2nd minute, that it can really... If you know how to play first level, you can win whole net just by that, and I really don't like it. But
well, it worked out in your favor. We had that little bit of a scary fight in the top early game. Talk a little bit more about the rest of the game. Jankos seemed to be phenomenal on Lee Sin, some dragon steals, and it seemed every fight went in ROCCAT's favor. Why was that?
Because we had better champions and we played better. Even before the match started, we knew that we have better picks, and if we don't screw up something, we'll win.
So you say you have better picks. That's obviously something you've focused on. Jankos said a couple of weeks ago, we've not practiced that much, or he hadn't practiced that much. Have you felt a serious difference since that moment? Because you guys are looking better.
Well, we practice a lot of more right now. Like maybe it's not that much, because like 4 to 6 hours and plus solo queue. But yeah, we are looking much better right now.
So I've got a question about those picks and bans. You are very confident that you had better picks, you had better composition. How can you say it so confidently? What was it about your comp that made it so much better than Super Hot Crews?
Well, we had Rise, which is really strong right now. Beside the Renekton, which is really safe. And I think that's that. We thought that the picks will look more or less like that, and we enjoyed that match because of our picks.
And maybe you can say that the first game of the day proved that sometimes it doesn't go the way that the comps predicted to. But this was a very good game by you guys. Congratulations on locking in that playoff spot. And as for us, we need to step away for a short break. But when we come back, it's the last El Clasico of the Spring Split when SK Gaming takes on FNATIC. We'll be right back.
Goes in towards it, not sure it's a fight he wants. He gets dragged into the choppers. Impaler completely locked up on his own. He goes down. Selfie gets dropped. Super Hot Crew are being absolutely obliterated by ROCCAT here. Mime are going to try and get away. He's going to get locked down. The zap does not land. It doesn't matter. There's going to be the kick from Jankos, and it's a 3-0.
Welcome back to the European League of Legends Championship Series, and just like the steeped history of Real Madrid and Barcelona, we have our very own El Clasico here in the LCS. It is SK Gaming facing off against FNATIC. And the head-to-head currently sits at 2-1 in favor of SK Gaming, with the last match being played in Week 8. The last Super Week, ironically. A lot has changed since then, though, as FNATIC have returned to form, and SK Gaming, well, they're having a bit of a rough patch.
Been having a rough patch, yes, but they returned to the old playstyle in Champions recently when Svenskeren actually picked up Pantheon for the first time since the Super Week, and he continued his 100% win rate on the Spartan. And that's actually after he tried out Kha'Zix and Fiddlesticks with very little success. So Pantheon as a jungler is perfect for Svenskeren and SK Gaming because they need him to apply early pressure and help out the lanes early on. And SK Gaming then can be very happy going 1-1 in the week. In the last week, of course, where they faced both Gambit and Alliance. So coming into this Super Week, they still have a lot to prove because people expect them to fight for the #1 spot in the playoffs. And I feel they really need to improve their champion pool and also find their individual strength when it comes to the laning phase, because it's actually been an issue for them, and we have seen teams punish them early on, just beat them one-on-one in the lane.
Well, of course, their opponents, FNATIC, are on a hot streak right now, winning 5 games since going to the Untitled Extreme Masters, where they reached the finals. Their lane phases have been strong, and they're back to having fantastic rotations. They beat Alliance in our first match today, moving to 15 wins, 10 losses, and guaranteeing themselves a spot in.
Team play is really solid and they do good rotations, so their team play is pretty much carrying them.
The thing with SK is at some point, yeah, they were not the best players, but they had this map awareness that was super good with them. Now it seems like they kind of lost that.
They're playing consistently well, having a lot of pressure in every lane, which gives them this early lead, which they didn't have when they were losing a lot.
They have good strategies, like they have split push, they have peak compositions and everything, so they can adapt pretty easily.
I feel if we go back to how we used to play and how we just secured every objective and had pressure on every lane and played our own game and not enemy's game, waiting for them to make plays, I feel we would have a pretty good chance against FNATIC.
If we can match the team play of SK, we will be able to take the game rather easily.
Well, we'll see whether it plays out as it has in Cyanide's mind already. Let's check out those starting lineups. Over on the blue side, it is SK Gaming. That means Freddy's in the top lane, Svenskeren in the jungle, Jesiz in the mid lane, CandyPanda as AD carry, and nRated as support.
On the red side, we have FNATIC, Source is in the top lane, jungler is of course Cyanide, Xpeke is in the mid lane, Reckless on AD carry, and Yellowstar is his support.
And coming into this matchup, we've chosen to focus on the bottom lane AD carriers who so often go huge for their teams. And of course, these players, well, they're CandyPanda and Reckless.
Yeah, CandyPanda and Reckless are what I call true AD carries, because both of them are in the lead of European AD carries, and they've both shown they can easily carry games. Reckless, he's the most consistent AD carry we have here in Europe, as we have seen all season long. He kept performing and putting up good numbers even during the FNATIC losing streak, and as a team they can always rely on him to perform. And he's also leading the KDA in Europe with 7.13, and it really shows how consistently good he is. CandyPanda, he's more of a big play AD carry who loves to split push and also set things up by himself. He likes to play Vayne, and we often see SK Gaming focus a lot on getting the bot lane rolling early on, so CandyPanda can get his good start, so he can start split pushing and beating people 1v1 with, of course, his beloved Vayne. And the same actually goes for Reckless, because SK Gaming, the same as with Reckless, SK Gaming know they can rely on CandyPanda to always deliver.
Well, we saw with Reckless delivering on that Vayne early on, ironically. We're going to see whether they're going to get a challenge for that one as picks and bans get underway. I just want to quickly remind you guys, SK and FNATIC are both in the playoffs now, as our Alliance. These are all secured basically because of that ROCCAT win and ROCCAT. Gambit are not 100% secured yet. Of course, they're going to be playing later on today, so plenty of time for those guys. Now what they're fighting for is where they're going to be in this playoffs, the seedings. First and second place, they're going to get a bite to the semi-finals. Third will play 6th, fourth will play 5th. You all know what it is. We've done it many times in the spring split and the summer split last year. And of course, who wants to face who? That's the question. I mean, we talked about who beats who takes on who, but you're going to start looking at those head-to-head records and thinking, oh, 3rd place, 6th. At the moment, I'd say third and 6th are probably pretty even.
Very even. I mean, we're going to get some very close games. We can't argue about it. And most important, actually, getting 1 and 2 means you are straight into the next season as well. There's no chance
Yes.
of you losing the quarterfinal and having to play for this relegation spot.
Yeah, of course, you guys know all about that from last season. Of course,
Exactly.
Against going up against those alternate, wasn't it? Yeah, big match there. So bans coming very fast here. Lee Sin, LeBlanc being banned out by SK Gaming, and for FNATIC, well, Nidalee and Lulu.
So LeBlanc here, no surprise. SK Gaming tried to play her, but it didn't work for them. Jesiz didn't perform on LeBlanc, so now they want to ban away, make sure Pega can't actually take it and shut down Jesiz early game here. And then Nidalee, it's a must ban in my opinion against SK Gaming because he loves to play it and he's actually very good at playing Nidalee.
Well, at least being banned out by SK Gaming. Final one for FNATIC. Is Pantheon going to get through? And if so, will SK go for it? It is a Kha'Zix ban.
They should.
Evelyn
or Pantheon.
Well,
Evelyn or Pantheon.
That is the opportunity, and there is the Evelyn.
So actually they ban away 2 junglers, a little bit surprising against Cyanide, but obviously they must feel they can hit his champion pool, first pick Evelyn, then force him now on to something like Pantheon or Wukong. I don't think FNATIC actually minds, because now a lot of picks open for them. Gragas, banned away in the last game, is open, locked in already.
Locked in already, along with the Lucian, and like you said, banned away by Alliance, but this time around, Peke is going to be on that one. It's a champion he really feels comfortable on, it seems like, as do many players.
Of course, I mean, Gragas is just very safe throughout the entire game. You can always get farm. As Froggen actually said at Intel Extreme Masters, a good Gragas can always go even in farm. It doesn't even matter about the matchup. A good Gragas can always go even in farm. Pecker, he's a very good Gragas. So for him here, very safe pick. And for FNATIC instantly with Lucian and Gragas, good wave clear, good siege potential, and very safe laners here. So they're actually getting a very good start.
The bot lane being locked in actually is going to be nRated on Karma and CandyPanda on Jinx this time around. So taking the Jinx away from Reckless.
But look at this, high mobility. Evelyn, speed up herself, slow down the enemy team. Karma can do the same, speed up the team. Jinx, get the first kill here, get someone down, proc her passive. She's now very fast, can also slow down people. So all these 3 characters here speed up themselves, slow down the enemy. So a lot of mobility already for SK Gaming.
How are FNATIC going to counter? What will they go with here? Are they going to pick that support? We've seen some great stuff out from Yellowstar in the past. Played Leona up against Alliance earlier on today. Pantheon may get picked in, and there is maybe the Leona for Yellowstar.
Yeah, Leona here would be a perfect pick simply because SK Gaming, or what FNATIC needs to shut them down is CC. They need to just lock them down, otherwise they can kite them around in these team fights. So Leona paired up with a Pantheon, a lot of hard engage here, so it doesn't even matter how mobile SK is. If the stun lands from Yellowstar and then Pantheon jumps down, you will get to these targets. The only downside about Pantheon here, it's very hard for him to set something up by himself because the entire team can speed up when he tries to man drop down on their face and they can get out of it.
Good disengage again if Trundle gets locked in here for the top lane for Freddy, along with the Ziggs, which we haven't seen actually for a few weeks now. He's going to be selected for Jesiz.
So the only champion without any movement speed buffs is Ziggs. Everyone else here provide extra mobility, so the SK lineup can just run around this entire map very fast. Should be able to out-rotate FNATIC. However, the wave clear on FNATIC side and also the engage on FNATIC side is very strong, so once they actually find SK Gaming, they can start the fights.
More importantly, they got the explosive pack and speed boost off that.
Well,
launch yourself. Explosive pack versus explosive cask as well in that mid lane. This could be fun to cast.
Explosive pack.
Explosive pack.
Is it called a satchel?
Satchel, pack, satchel, same thing. It gets thrown on the floor.
You're the play-by-play
It's a little backpack, man. That's what it is.
It's fine. Backpack.
Anyway, we are waiting for the final choice. It's going to be Shyvana. I thought it was going to be a Kali. I thought rotating through. I thought we were going to see some excitement coming out of Soaz. He looks excited himself about this pick. He loves picking that Shyvana, clearly.
Well, again, the lineup here for FNATIC. Shyvana Trundle. It's actually a matchup we've seen quite a few times. Normally they go fairly even in laning phase, and then getting out of the laning phase, you have this Shyvana can split push against Trundle, but Trundle is bringing a teleport, also with the ultimate to get some of the tanky stats from Shyvana here, so teamfight wise, both of them are very tanky. Both actually gonna bring teleport. Very popular summer spell now after the buffs here in 4.4, of course. The rest of the lineups, late game wise from SK, it's very scary, but FNATICs are not bad. It's just the Pantheon who's not gonna scale into late game as well as the SK Gaming lineup here with Ziggs. Good wave clear, Karma, good wave clear. Same goes over for FNATIC side, Gragas, Lucian. Both these lineups are very good, very well-rounded. We just see a lot of focus on straight up CC and FNATIC, and a lot of mobility on SK.
We'll see how this one works out. The picks and bans are finished, so let's check to see how this match is going to play out according to you guys at home on LOL Esports. With 76% of you have voted and believe FNATIC will be coming away with the win. No surprise there.
No surprise, and after their win against Alliance, I mean, FNATIC is back. That's how it is. They are performing really well. Beat out Alliance here in teamfight, even with a composition worse than Alliance one. That really shows how strong you are.
Well, for SK Gaming had a charge up the standings, managed to get that top spot, but since then have started to falter, just like ROCCAT did, just like FNATIC did. Everybody that gets that top spot, it's a poison chalice, and Alliance have already discovered that. FNATIC there are right now the #1 team. Can SK knock them off that perch?
Well, what I like about SK here is actually the fact that they tried out some new picks the last few weeks. It didn't work for them. They decided to go back to everything that worked. No more assassins in the mid lane. No more Kha'Zix or Fiddlesticks for Svenskeren in the jungle. Take the things that worked for us beforehand, stick to them. And that's actually, it worked for them against Gambit last week.
Yeah, I felt like we're trying to bring too much newness to the team. I mean, they've got to keep teams guessing so they don't go stagnant, so they can't get banned out. But they were bringing multiple different changes to the team, and generally, when you change a number of variables, it tends to backfire on you. Svenskeren's going to get a peek towards Cyanide. He sees him in there. Jesiz gets a bomb on towards Yellowstar as well, just actually a passive.
And coming into teamfights here, for FNATIC, they need Yellowstar to land his ultimate every single time they want to engage. Otherwise, this SK team can just back off, kite around. Xaxus, of course, throwing bombs at you, slowing you down. It's going to be so annoying to deal with, unless FNATIC can actually land to engage CC.
At the moment, we have different positions. I'm wondering whether we're going to see Peke maybe going towards that bottom lane like he has done before on Gragas, whether it's going to be a rotation, whether we're going to see the two duo laners, because at the moment, look at the map, you can see Reckless is in that mid lane.
Well, matchup-wise, both of them should be fairly happy actually getting standard, just 1v1 in the mid lane. I mean, Peke, of course, Gragas versus Xaxus, sorry. Xaxus is going to put a lot of poke down to him, but Gragas will be able to farm. So the matchup-wise shouldn't be an issue here for FNATIC. Bot lane, Yellowstar will take a lot of poke, but you have Jinx, who's not very mobile, so he can actually get onto him and force a gank with Pantheon.
Are they going to try and jump something here? SK Gaming going to go for a late invade, it seems, but they're going to get spotted out. There's the barrel rolling through, and SK realize they're actually trapped now. Are they going to have to run through Reckless? I'm not sure Reckless really wants this one either. 3 members of SK coming towards him. They're going to ward this one out. They are very much trapped, but Peke has backed away from this one. They're simply just going to chase them around, and SK will back out of this one. Not going to try and go for the advantage.
But very good level 1, again by FNATIC here. They are delaying Svenskeren now. He's have to go all the way down to his own blue buff. He's actually going to do it alone. Meanwhile, Pantheon just started his own blue buff here, picked it up, already level 2, so he's getting ahead now. Yes, okay, they get this 2v2, which SK would be happy with, simply due to having Karma against Yellowstar here. But let's see what happens when Sana decides to join him, because he started blue buff. So he's going to clear it all the way up here and will be able to gank. However, there's actually a ward from SK, so should be able to spot him out.
Yeah, deep ward that was placed early on. So, it seems the lanes are going to be paired this way. We saw Cyanide getting that blue buff early on. Svenskeren has got the blue buff of his own. They're both heading towards their own red. Cyanide already starting it, of course, because he does have that speed advantage because it was taken away early on. There's a ping on him. They know the exact position, and I wonder if that's going to maybe try and create a play, or whether SK is simply saying, be wary, Pantheon is nearby.
It means for SK they want to shove out this lane as fast as possible and then just back off. They don't want to risk staying around the turret of FNATIC because they know Cyanide is nearby with this double wall. The ward is gone now. It's only 1 minute, so they don't actually know where he's moving, and that's why you see them do like this. Shove out the wave, moving down here, making sure Cyanide is not nearby.
Yeah, that's why nRated, you can see him just waiting, delaying around that tri-bush, making sure he doesn't get snuck around behind him from Cyanide. They're making sure they keep full vision so he doesn't come and loop around. Svenskeren, in the meantime, he's looking at looping around because they know that he's off in towards that top area of the map somewhere. He's going to try and steal those wolves away.
Should actually be able to get them fairly easily, keeping also a ward so you can see next time when Cyanide runs around. So SK Gaming doing a good job early on, getting some vision on Pantheon. And Cyanide, of course, we also know how strong Pantheon is in the early levels, how strong the first ganks are, so that's why they make sure they know where he is, and now they're going to spot him coming over to the wolf camp.
Great trade from Jesiz there, putting pressure back on towards him, making use of that passive, of course, keeping the short views on Peke, keeping those basic attacks poking back towards him, but, well, Peke rolled out the barrel and caught him straight away, so it kind of equalizes everything.
And yeah, okay, Peggy might be taking the damage, but he's actually getting a hit in CS early on, so he's farming really well. Jess is putting a lot of focus on hitting him, missing a few CS here. Still fairly even, it's good enough for both. However, Xaxus is the lane bully here and should actually be the one putting most damage onto Peggy.
Let's take a look down the bottom lane. We don't get to see a lot of these. They're going to be a rather passive farming session. Soaz and Freddy down that bottom. They are obviously going to be fairly even this time around. No Renekton, no big advantage gained by anyone. And Freddy actually keeping that poke going.
Yeah, but generally speaking, if you want to talk about the bot lane here, the top lane down in the bot lane is Trundle will be able to do a bit more damage onto Shyvana early. She needs a few levels before she can really start fighting back. But as long as he's keeping up with farm, it's fine. Now, both junglers coming towards this top lane. Svenskeren will spot out Cyanide.
He's going to walk straight in towards him, and actually Cyanide's going to get the advantage. Gets the pounce on him, gets the stun down, will get another spear off, and Svenskeren taking very low from that one. The shield from nRated happened to be enough, and actually going to force SK to step away a little. Nice work from Cyanide.
Yeah, good work by Cyanide here, but also SK avoids the gank because Svenskeren was there. Actually goes for FNATIC too, avoids the gank from Svenskeren. So both junglers backing off for now.
So we do get to look at this bottom lane eventually, and Freddy is putting that poke back on towards Soaz, but of course it was the top lane that was getting focused down there. So Freddy is going to get that farm going. It's a pretty even one here. We're going to see whether he goes with that standard Doran's Blade, triple Doran's Blade that Freddy always goes towards, or whether Soaz is going to cause him to change here. Soaz is going to get some last hits of his own.
And well, Freddy, he wants to get Blade of the Rune King if he wants to continue split pushing here against Shyvana. We can see if Soaz decides to go Tiamat, decides to go Blade of the Rune King by himself, or just full tank to try and prevent some of it. But look here in the mid lane, a lot of poke onto Pekka, so Jess is doing a good job, and who's nearby?
Svenskeren fancies this one. He's just got bullied. There's a big minion wave about to push in here. He can't give it too far away. Yellowstar's going to try and trap around that Zenith Blade, threading the needle maybe, I'm not too sure. It was more like going for a field goal, I think, instead. He does manage to put it either side of them. In that mid line, Peke is still low. Svenskeren's just took away the wolves, so he's still waiting around.
But actually, Peke hit level 6 just when Svenskeren was about to go for the gang, and then he decided to back off. Didn't want to risk going against Peke here with the ultimate when he didn't actually feel confident enough. He wasn't level 6 himself to go in and get the kill.
So Peke is going to back away, or is he? No, he's been stopped. He was about to back away and got caught a balloon, I believe, there from the water park Ziggs. I'm not so sure the exact name of it, but he's throwing out those rubber duckies and water balloons. Jesiz has managed to recover his farm.
Isn't it just pool party Ziggs?
Pool party, yeah.
Water park Ziggs.
Well, I'm not too sure really. I don't focus on the probably what have we got? 1,500, 1,000 skins, 2,000 skins maybe. I don't really focus on them too much. We don't get to see the load screens anymore. That's what we used to get the names down on them. Instead, don't worry, it is pool party Ziggs, and there is a gigantic water balloon being used to farm out the wave.
Yes. And looking at the map here, once again SK Gaming are keeping some great vision control in here. You see a ward up at the Wraiths, and also there was a ward at the blue buff, pinging out Cyanide once again. And they should also be able to spot if he gets level 6, so they can start being careful now, because level 6 Pantheon, in a lane with Leona, and you have Jinx. It's a very easy gang for him to set up, land a CC onto Jinx, and then man drop into her face.
Okay, basically demanding the blue buff there. Belly slams across. Cyanide, start this. I need mana. I need something now. And Cyanide, ever the wingman, is going to provide it as well. So Peke losing out a little bit here to Jesiz. Not surprised, as you mentioned earlier on. Jesiz probably is going to bully him out a bit with that Ziggs. Hasn't pressured him too much though.
No, again, Pega's been doing a good job getting some farm here early on, and now with the chalice, some magic resist, he should be fine in the lane. But Svenskeren actually, again, due to the good vision control, spotting Cyanide all the way over the blue buff, he walked up, and now he's going to duel him.
He's going to try and take him on. Remember, he has got the red buff, so he's going to give the advantage to Svenskeren, which is why he fancies this one. Getting a lot of damage on Cyanide there, forces the flash out of him as well.
And you see a big difference here in champions. Ultimate onto Evelynn, you can use it in your duel. Ultimate onto Pantheon, absolutely useless in a duel. You needed to set up ganks here. So Svenskeren, very good job forcing him back. But still, he doesn't even need the red buff on Pantheon to actually set up ganks now with the ultimate.
Wow, it's just more being used as that slowdown, and as the ultimate does as well. Jesiz, of course, had just used that Mega Inferno bomb, which is why it wasn't available to try and mop up that fight. Instead, he's going to get that blue buff, keep that cooldown running. And try and fight off Peke, who's actually pushed out that mid lane pretty well and looking to rotate himself towards the top lane. There's no vision wards here to give him coverage. He was peeking towards that blue buff. He may look to go for a kill.
Yeah, no vision simply due to the fact there's so many deep wards from SK. But now, going in here, Pantheon is nearby too. He can man drop in.
He's going to go for it. CandyPanda's really deep on this one. Zenith Blade not going to catch him. Flashes away from both of them. Peke comes around the side. Explosive grasp will be used, but it doesn't do enough damage. The rest of the team just trying to push the wave up. It was a pretty failed gank. Or is it? No, he gets the ignite down. CandyPanda's going to drop. He's going to turn his attention back on towards nRated. That is first blood. Mega Inferno Bomb thrown towards the top area, towards the tower. So that's going to clear out the tower and stop FNATIC pushing it so far.
Yeah, there's a long time till the wave is actually coming down here, so they won't be able to push the turret for now. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Jesiz is getting a lot of damage onto this mid turret.
Peke is going to come back around. He's going to try and start it off. SK Gaming going to try and create an advantage off the fact that there was 4 members in that top. There's the explosive pack. Satchel being thrown out there. But Sjokz is going to come around. He's going to try and interrupt the party. He's going to cause a lot of damage. If Peke can come back down here, it's going to get stopped off instead. And there is the smite. And look at FNATIC. They're laying in wait.
Yeah, they want SK to think they just recall, that's why they're not pushing the turret. But look here, nRated, he's gonna be the target.
Solar Flare goes down, Zenith Blade locks up, CandyPanda goes down for a second time, and now nRated gets focused on. A lot of tower damage on Yellowstar, but he should be safe from that one. And it's a double for FNATIC.
The FNATIC mind games here. SK Gaming was saying they recalled after the fight, that's why they're not taking out turret, and just walk straight by the bush. No wards put in, nothing. 2 kills, and FNATIC with the beautiful mind games.
Very well played. We asked you guys last week about those LCS mind games. There they were in action from the team that does it best in the LCS, FNATIC. Sjokz putting pressure back on Freddy now. It seems that the tables are turning here. Fancies this one. Freddy quickly putting that ultimate down of his own. Subjugate on towards him, stealing away some of those stats. But Sjokz wasn't in Dragon form, so he didn't get a great deal.
And now Sjokz actually also gone for Cutlass here, so he's going to have more dual potential against Freddy, who's gone straight for tank early on. So nice play by Sjokz here, picking up some farm, still slightly behind Freddy, but that is expected a little bit. Shyvana though, going into late game, especially if he completes the Blade of the Rune King before Freddy, he's going to be very, very strong in these 1v1s.
Chalice picked up, the Athene's Anointed Grail rather by Jesiz. I think that's going to get polluted. Yes, it will. Peke just picked that one up his own. Pink ward being placed. We'll see how long that stays there. We've had some long records for these pink wards, but at the moment I think Jesiz, no problem clearing this wave. Peke had gone back. Still only the basic boots for both.
And here, bot lane from SK Gaming, 0 summoners. Leona with ultimate, Pantheon with ultimate. It's a very deadly combo here, and SK Gaming, if they move too far up the lane, they're just gonna get destroyed by the gank. That's actually why they recalled and wanna go down to this bot lane. They don't wanna deal with this Leona Pantheon combo. And it's actually a combo they play themselves very, very often, just with Annie instead of Leona.
Well, they're gonna try and create some pressure on the bot lane on Sjokz perhaps. Sjokz himself has got that. Oh, hello. Svenskeren go for the pink ward, and Cyanide not happy. He's going to pounce on him. He's going to put some damage down. Peke is going to come back in support. There's the Mega Inferno Bomb. He gets the kill back on towards him. Good return fight from SK.
Very good return fight here. Cyanide again a little bit too over-aggressive. Pantheon is not the greatest when it comes to straight-up duels. We saw it earlier as well from Svenskeren. This means now he can actually go on to Source down here.
4-man dive on towards Sjokz. They're going to get the slowdown on towards him. He's pinned on the tower. It should be enough. CandyPanda comes in. Oh, scumbag Freddy takes the kill.
But still, kills for SK Gaming now, using the fact that Cyanide was dead. Rotate down bottom here. They will get a lot of damage. They might even be able to take it just with these 2 members. Quickly clearing out the wave. Up in top lane, Freddy teleported instantly to defend the turret.
Good counterplay here. Freddy, though, in this top lane is going to get dived on maybe. Yellowstar coming around. They've got a minion wave. They just want to put pressure on the tower. Yellowstar's going to go for it. He feels he can tank this one up. Solar Flare goes down. They have got the damage, it seems. Pillar of Ice. Will it be enough to slow down Yellowstar? No. Another turret hit is all is needed. The minions might do enough, though. The cannon, the siege minion. Can he take him down? No. Gets coming up. Svenskeren comes in, gets himself the kill. And now Reckless running for his life. He's going to have to dash away from this one. Svenskeren can't follow. No flash.
And FNATIC actually knew there was no ultimate. Pecking out to Jesiz.
Explosive cast win towards explosive satchel. Jesiz using the barrier bait on towards Peke. One more hit should do it. There it is. What? The barrel will not go off because Peke is dead.
And Peke was so low when he actually started the fight here, but he just went straight onto Jesiz. He stayed, popped the barrier, took the fight, didn't even have his ultimate and still won.
quick play, turning around here. FNATIC and SK stepping up the pace, and Svenskeren back in place the second the red buff respawned. Cyanide sat there, but I'm not too sure he wants his fight this time around.
Cyanide can try and smite it, but if he goes 1v1, he will lose it big time. And SK Gaming now actually taking mid turrets because Pekka was dead.
Steaming through that mid lane, honestly. nRated using that speed buff to get out of there, and quick advantages. SK Gaming now 3-0 up in turrets over FNATIC.
Yeah, so what we just saw here, FNATIC being ahead, trying to set up some fights, Pekka going 1v1 against Jesiz, Sana jumping onto Svenskeren, losing the 1v1s, being greedy actually, being too aggressive, and SK Gaming instantly just responds, takes the turrets here, gets the kills they want, especially down in the bot lane when Svenskeren just moved down and dived onto them. Freddy, yes, he died up in the top lane, but at least he defended the turret.
Yeah, I mean, they set up that mind game play, but they didn't take the turret with them.
They didn't actually take it,
the objective, and they keep backing away, and SK meanwhile have just rotated round and took everything. I expect to see that top lane turret. Pekka in trouble here. Has to use that belly dash, try and get away from it. It's actually going to land a nice barrel on towards Svenskeren, who's got himself a double buff.
Yeah, and he's level 10. The same as actually Pekka in the mid lane, who's slightly behind Jesiz here. So SK Gaming, very strong, ahead in XP as well, also due to all the objectives.
First turret of the game picked up by FNATIC, but look down the bottom, the whole of SK are rotating round in this one. Soaz is not a happy camper right now. He's got 4 members of SK all coming into his field, and well, he's not going to be able to keep them away. Pekka is going around. That explosive cast is not, it is available. Here comes Cyanide. They're going to pounce for it. Solar Flare, but they are just going to back away. Zenderblade is not really what you want, Yellowstar. You do not want this fight. Back away.
And look at this combo here from SK. As soon as they see the man drop, they just back out every one of them. The ultimate from Yellowstar hits absolutely nothing, so FNATIC, they can engage on it, or can they?
Pekka tried to throw the ultimate out there, tried to bounce them in towards the tower, but SK was so fast at backing away there, managing to disengage, and now they're going to maybe turn the tables, put pressure onto FNATIC.
They can stay and push here because there's no ultimate on Cyanide, no ultimate on Pekka, no ultimate on Yellowstar, so the engages from FNATIC are gone. They actually need SK to move too close and then try and punish them.
They've used that Pillar of Ice to separate Pekka. He's got nowhere to run here, but the rest of SK didn't rotate around. Soaz going to try and sneak around. He's got his ultimate available. Everyone from FNATIC is now fully healed. Yellowstar goes deep. There's Soaz pouncing in towards it. nRated taken low. We do see Jesiz getting the kill on Yellowstar. That's a double kill for Jesiz. They're turning this fight on its head. Pekka goes down. Freddy's going to pick that one up, and FNATIC, after a great little setup gang, just get annihilated by the 6 bombs.
We see the kiting potential of SK Gaming's combo, and we also see how important the engage ultimates from FNATIC are here. Yes, they got around, they flanked them from the backside, but it didn't lock anyone down. That simply meant that SK could continue moving backwards. Cyanide and Reckless could barely even join the fight because SK, no CC onto them, so they just kept moving backwards, got the kills they wanted here. Good use of that combo, and FNATIC tried to set something up. Look at it, this is the only CC onto CandyPanda, and that's it. Look here how SK are now gonna move backwards, up in the top of your screen. Pekka is trying to join in. Reckless and Cyanide are not even in the picture at the moment. Reckless will actually join in and pick 1 kill onto Jesiz, but simply due to them kiting backwards here, using the combo beautifully by SK.
Solar Flare used by Yellowstar to try and slow this one down, but SK quickly reacted to this mid lane. He's taken a lot of pressure. Their bombs will be back up. There's the bouncing ball rattling through. Jesiz gets himself another. It's a 4th kill in a row for him.
FNATIC tried to respond by pushing down, actually got the mid turret, but gave up a kill here, so worth it for them. Get some objective goals here, and only losing the support.
So, SK turning the fight in the hands of FNATIC. It looked like it was a great advantage early on for FNATIC, but SK really have turned the screws in this game. They've built themselves up that 3,000 gold lead. Pekka pushing his bottom turret. We are going to see CandyPanda reacting to it, but he's going to get there in time. They may try and collapse. Look at Jesiz and nRated. They're caught out of position.
They have full vision of FNATIC. They already spotted him, so they should be able to back out. Oh, what? The man drop!
Man drop coming in. It's not going to quite land. Oh, they do lock up Jesiz. That's what they need. That's going to be a gold, and it's going to be Pekka that claims the bounty.
So they just stayed a little bit too far up. They actually spotted FNATIC closing in on them here, but due to the great use of Grand Skyfall from Cyanide here, and also Soaz coming in, I believe it was, they actually locked him down and get a kill.
Svenskeren looking, hunting. Pink ward was cleared out. Maybe trying to create a play. Pekka is going to get himself the blue buff, and SK have to try and slow things down a little bit. That top lane tower has taken some pressure from Freddy, remember, but it seems the bottom lane, it's going to be FNATIC that will get themselves their 3rd turret of the game, evening things up with SK.
6 kills onto FNATIC. 4 of them is sitting on Reckless at the moment. He's gonna be the same kind of Lucian he was in the first game of the day for FNATIC here, where he, the same Lucian, but the same AD carry, where late game wise, he's gonna be able to do so much for FNATIC.
We have a pause, ladies and gentlemen. Not too sure what it is. Looks like it is with SK. It's CandyPanda. Looks like it's a client restart. Not too sure. It's CandyPanda or nRated. It is CandyPanda. They're just restarting his client. He'll be back in there in a moment. And maybe a 0-2-3 on Jinx. CandyPanda not having his best game so far, but it's been a very fast-paced game. It's turned around. It started with a slower lane phase that quickly transitioned into a hyper game.
As soon as they actually started getting down the first turrets from SK's side, they started moving around the map here, forcing FNATIC to react, and that's why we see these small fights, and also we saw the big team fight, of course, in the bottom lane here, which SK won. I believe they picked up 3 kills and only gave up 1 over to FNATIC here. So for SK Gaming side, they need to continue doing what they're doing here, using the utility, high mobility combo they actually have to rotate around the map, force FNATIC to move, and every time FNATIC misses something to engage with, being it Leona ultimate, being it the ultimate from Pekka, then they can stay and poke around, and in case a fight should break out, they can just kite, like we saw them do.
Well, the game back underway here. You're going to see Svenskeren diving straight towards Sjokz and putting some good damage down on towards him alongside CandyPanda. It will be the top lane turret going down, and Freddy has managed to secure that one. Let me just quickly tell you, of course, what is at risk here. It is the top position they're actually fighting for. FNATIC currently there, 15 wins, 10 losses. SK Gaming, 14 wins, 10 losses. That top spot, or even really the top 2 seedings, will have themselves the bye to the semi-finals, and more importantly, will secure their spot in the summer LCS.
Svenskeren actually staying around. He actually already used the ultimate, so SK Gaming, they want to fight this one.
Well, the Cullen landed all on CandyPanda. Explosive gas comes out. That's a good bit of damage from SK Gaming. Soaz waiting in the wings. He's really waiting to bide his time. Mega Inferno bomb being thrown out. Everybody steps away. Why did Soaz not go?
Well, Soaz didn't really feel the rest of the team could actually join in here. That's why he was waiting to see if SK wanted to chase. Then he could jump in from behind onto someone like CandyPanda, but he already backed off here. So he didn't really feel there was a target for him to go for. And also 2 members were very low.
Yeah, he's not actually built tanky items either. He's gone pretty aggressive with his build, so that makes a bit more sense. I was thinking if he's got Sunfire, okay, maybe Randy and Zoma just leap in there. But he hadn't, and that makes sense now. So as instead going for that Blade of the Rune King and now building up a bit of defense. Whereas Freddy, he went the opposite, went the return route. He went for the big tanky items and now the damage.
Let's see actually if FNATIC wants to try and split push a little bit with Soaz up in top lane and then 4 members with Bragas and Lucian pushing down the mid lane. It's very hard for them to actually push anything due to Karma and Ziggs on the side of SK. So they have so much wave clear to just stop them. You can obviously throw the bomb from Ziggs as well to the different lanes to stop the split pushing. And Freddy will be able to hold Soaz up here in the top lane. So it's very hard for both teams actually to set something up here unless it's going to be around this Baron.
Well, there is a pink ward on Baron. SK Gaming making sure that is covered off and secured. Baron not too happy about Jesiz throwing his water balloons around in his little river area. But nevertheless, they're setting up a gank down on bottom lane on Peke.
Peggy didn't spot him, but good pink ward here. He wants Svenskeren to face check him and then just blow him up.
He realizes around there, and I think he'd have heard the ward going down, probably expected it, would have seen the inventory slot item of that pink ward, and means he has to back away. Yellow Star is going to take himself a little bit of water balloon coverage, but no problems, no leaks in that armor.
And we actually see Peggy not having a large rod yet, so he's going to delay his death cap, which is one of the big items for Gragas, of course. And actually means also if Svenskeren had face check him, I don't think Svenskeren would have even been close to dying with his own ultimate, with the shield from it, and also Peke not having the death cap.
Well, they're going to try and focus towards Peke, try and focus towards his bottom lane. Svenskeren running basically as a mobile ward right now for CandyPanda, giving CandyPanda the freedom. Now he spots out the pink ward. Oh, Svenskeren's going to take that one. Thanks, I'll take the ball.
So Svenskeren was staying around here, hoping Peke would actually engage onto CandyPanda, and then he could join in for the fight, turn around and get the kill. Meanwhile, though, in his top lane, Freddy joined in with SK in mid, so Soaz was just left all alone, despite actually Freddy having teleport.
It's going to be an inner for an inner. There's a teleport from Freddy going down towards that bottom. He's going to secure that defense, which means SK are not going to pull the trigger on the attack here, which I think wisely so. They're unsure right now of who would actually win out in the power fight. Who would you put it down to? Dragon's going to be up in 12 seconds. They both want to fight for this.
both want to fight for this. FNATIC needs to land the crucial engages. They have to land the ultimate from Yellowstar. Or the man drop here. Perfect.
Oh, the man drop. Jesiz got out. He's got Zhonya's hourglass, but he doesn't even use it. And Svenskeren, he's going to get focused down. He has to flash out. Cyanide and Soaz so low. Explosive gas bursts nRated straight back towards him, and he gets dropped. And just like that, 2 members of FNATIC, SK Gaming, picked off by FNATIC.
And Jesiz was locked down the entire time. He couldn't use the Sonya Sim because he was stunned up here. And just as we said, FNATIC need to land the ultimate from Yellowstar, followed up by a man drop. What happens? Beautiful timing, stuns up Jesiz with the ultimate, man drops into his face, piles onto him, and kills him. This is what the FNATIC combo can do, as long as they land these crucial ultimates.
Just like with the Alliance game, we are once again very close in goal. 200 gold between these two teams at the 24-minute mark. And, well, the AD carries are starting to get fed. And that man on your screen, Reckless, 5-0-1, went huge in game 1 on Vayne. This time around on Lucian, seems to be doing the same. Really pulling himself out there, I think, for the All-Star vote right now.
Yeah, he's doing a pretty good commercial for himself. I think that's safe to say, and he deserves it for now because he's playing so well. And every single team fight we have seen, he's actually been just doing what he could do. Come in there, do some damage, back off a little bit, not giving SK the chance to jump onto him. And with the combo from SK, actually, it is going to be hard for him to get to Reckless, and that's why giving him all these kills is very, very good for FNATIC.
Some poke from SK. It's a pink ward fight that FNATIC do not want to lose, but it seems that both of them will lose out on those wards. SK Gaming, 4-man clump, in the mid lane. CandyPanda not with them at the moment. He's going to have to shove that bottom wave in, because that's really the focus they're going for. They're keeping pressure in this mid lane, while that bottom inner turret is going to be the focus.
Basically, the way SK have been playing the map is always having multiple members in the mid lane, pushing it up, and then whenever someone is split pushing, Svenskeren would stay nearby, join in if someone would actually try to gang onto CandyPanda. But they know he's so far behind. That's why they're giving him all this free farm to try and catch up with Reckless, who's now actually completed his last Whisper. So he's very, very far ahead of CandyPanda.
Yeah, he's over 2k gold ahead of CandyPanda right now. Soaz just tanking out the damage, but that turret will go down. Tries to turn it, puts a good burst on towards Soaz as well. Of course, always had that ultimate available if he needed to pile away from that one. SK Gaming rotate round, and they're actually making a fast push towards the Baron area. Whether they're going to run for that one or they're just going to farm up this mid lane and shove that in.
It's very, very risky for SK to start a Baron here against Grand Skyfall, against the ultimate from Leona, and of course the AoE from Gragas when you're stuck in this Dragon Pit here. So they need to actually try and set up a pick instead, get some vision control around in the area of FNATIC, and wait for some of them to either face check them or just catch them out of position. The issue is, they don't have any hard engage though. They need Evelyn to come in from the side, land her ultimate, and then followed up by someone like Freddy with a good pillar. Where on the other side, FNATIC can always decide, do we want to fight now? Okay, land your stuff, we go in.
They managed to sweep away a lot of the vision that FNATIC had around that pit, which is why we're seeing FNATIC doing the exact same. It's all about vision, these big games at the top level. I mean, skill-wise, generally they are all pretty even. You'll get the odd phenom that comes through, like Reckless in the AD carry role, but overall, I would say most of these players are evenly skilled and obviously have all got a lot of experience now on the stage. We are on to the 11th week, of course, in the LCS.
And it's also why so many of the players are saying, win the champ select, and the game is yours unless you make some crucial mistakes. That's what they're all saying. And the champ select is why we see teams prepare so much for them. It's why we see them set up these where they target ban a certain player. They think he's the weakest. Okay, we target ban him, so we get ahead in the champ select. So it's so important for them, and I actually believe FNATIC are fairly happy with what they got here, but so the same goes for SK Gaming, because both compositions make a lot of sense.
Well, I mean, you talk about the target bans, SK target ban Cyanide, it's not slowed him down too much.
No, the Pantheon is working pretty well.
It seems to be working pretty well. Their man drops have been crucial so far for FNATIC. So, gold-wise, look at that, just 200 gold between the two teams still. There's no objectives really to be had, whether they're going to try and push for the turrets. Of course, FNATIC have swept through, managed to get themselves good vision of the Baron. You can see there is still a ward replaying from SK just south of the Baron area where CandyPanda is right now. He's actually going to be the man split pushing off the side. Hello, they've pinged multiple times. I think they're going to get a ping warning if they keep that up anymore, because the ping ward spotted out Svenskeren in that river.
Yeah, he actually walked right past it. He didn't expect it to be warded here, so even though there's so many deep wards from SK, FNATIC have managed to keep some wards in the area of SK to spot it out. And once again, they see Svenskeren do the same thing. Whenever someone is split pushing this bot lane, he's nearby, and it's so scary to actually push out lanes versus something like Evelyn, because you never know if she's going to jump onto you.
Power of Jesiz is being countered by the power of Peke right now. Of course, Rabadon Deathcap up against a Zhonya's Hourglass. Let's hope Jesiz can get to use it, doesn't get locked down. It was great CC, great crowd control from FNATIC in the last fight. And that's really exactly what they did against Alliance, if you think about it. They just simply managed to land one of those picks and start everything off. Quick cheeky poke from Soaz on Baron there, making the attack on nRated did back away before taking too much damage.
But again, what we see here on the map is actually SK having their... Or SK has like the control around this area here, but they're not able to do anything with it because FNATIC can just stay nearby, wave clear, move over, put down a ward, wait for the next thing. SK won't be able to jump over the wall here and kill someone if you walk over the ward, because there's no LeBlanc like we saw from FNATIC in the first game. All their members actually need to run towards you to get onto you, so they won't be able to set up the same picks as we saw FNATIC do with their pick composition. So FNATIC at the moment can just decide, do we want to continue farming and wave clearing, or do we actually want a team fight where SK just basically don't really know what to do with this composition at the moment. They've been trying to set up kills in the side lanes when they're split pushing with Svenskeren, but FNATIC just never went for it.
Dragon spawning in 5 seconds. We do see, oh, the wave clear coming out, so that's the Zig bomb being used. They would have spotted that one. Dragon's going to get taken down by FNATIC here as well. They have full vision of this one. SK not even close and not even in position to counter or anything. I think they were just simply caught napping here.
That or they didn't actually have the timer on it, so they didn't even expect it to be up. We had 2 members actually recalling when the dragon spawned, and when FNATIC were there with 2 members to take it, so easy pickup for them. Again, the wards from SK have been very deep inside the jungle of FNATIC, so they don't actually see the river as much. Now they do around this Baron area here, because they make sure, of course, they can always see FNATIC moving around. Yellowstar want to clear it out, want to get some vision here from FNATIC, but SK is very close by with at least some members to stop him from clearing everything.
One thing they do see is Soaz continuing to push that bottom lane in once again. Freddy has to come down and deal with it. Soaz being a pain right now, I feel, on that Shyvana. Has got good wave clear, keeps on pushing those waves in. Freddy being very cautious that they don't get caught napping. Has both got teleport, of course, which is why we're seeing this split push duo 4-man fight where nothing really happens as they try and keep that coverage over at the Baron. They're just basically waiting for someone to make a mistake.
Yeah, the reason both these teams decide to not just fully commit to split pushing is, again, Evelyn on one side means if you're split pushing down, you want to engage onto CandyPanda or Freddy. If she's nearby in stealth, she's going to jump you, you're going to lose the fight, you're going to die. Same goes here from FNATIC's side. Source is split pushing, Cyanide can join in with his ultimate. So if you actually try to 1v1 Source, boom, ultimate in from Cyanide, 2v1, FNATIC will win it, and then they can keep wave clearing with Gragas, with Lucian in the mid lane or in the top lane. So that's why both these teams are feeling very scared when it comes to split pushing and just dancing around this Baron area for a long time now.
Well, we saw the damage that Peke had there. One single barrel shredding off half the health of Jesiz. And a little poke on towards Svenskeren, not quite so much on him with that. Magic resists. Svenskeren, oh, he's been caught out here. They're going to go for it. He's caught out by the ping wall, but they're going to try and turn this one back around. Yellowstar's going to be the focus. Svenskeren happy to tank that one up. Now Peke's running for it. He's going to get stunned and slowed up there. Soaz teleports in, but is simply running for his life now as Freddy teleports back in and counters it. It was a pick for SK. What will they do with it?
So now, whoa.
Oh.
yeah. I don't think they're going to do anything.
No, I think that's going to put a halt to the plan, I think, there. I just talked about how much damage Peke had, the explosive cast proving a point there as Svenskeren gets dropped. And now it's a 4-on-4 back in his mid lane. No advantage gain.
No, trading 1-for-1 here, but we did actually see SK what they tried to do. They were waiting for Yellowstar to actually move into the Dragon area to clear the wards, and then they could collapse onto him with the high mobility, with the slows. Catch onto him, even though he flashed, didn't do anything, still managed to die. But then, when Peker decides to kill your jungler, you can't really do Baron.
And everybody runs past that ping ward that FNATIC have in the bush. I think nRated may well just spot it, but instead he's going to have to use that in a flame. Does manage to take it down. Does he? I think he does. Ooh, let's have a look. They're going to run for this one. Well, the man drop actually was used by Cyanide. I thought it was going to get cancelled, but he did use it, but he didn't get anywhere close to catching Freddy out.
So they just wanted to try and set something up, maybe force a flash away from SK Gaming, which they can then use for the next fight to engage. Because at the moment, every single member from SK, flash is ready. Means if Lona tries to engage on you, you can flash out of it. Man drop, you can get out of it. It makes it hard for FNATIC to actually engage in fights.
Well, both teleports are down right now, which is why we're seeing the top laners staying fairly close to this one. Instead, they're going to keep that farm going, keep that pressure on them. Peke's gone down the bottom, quickly using a single barrel to clear that wave. Doesn't want to get caught out of position, but SK are miles away from this fight. Not even going to get involved. He may as well just keep farming.
He can just keep farming, so we will go for the late game here with these compositions. And it's just a matter of time before SK or FNATIC decides, okay, now we go full in for Baron here, we're gonna start it and we're gonna force the team to actually move around. But because they're so close in gold, because SK wants to fight out in the open, and because FNATIC wants to be the one setting up the fights, it's not really happening at the moment. And nobody wants to tank the Baron and take the debuff from him, or take the extra magic damage from him when there's a Ziggs and a Gragas to just throw things into and in the Dragon Pit, Baron Pit.
Well, actually landing the rubber ducky, explosive pack, as you'd like to call it, or
you like to call it.
It's a rubber ducky, that's what it is when it's on Pool Party. Oh, Yellowstar, he's got close to getting caught out a few times now. Inner Flame will catch on slow down on towards him, but he is simply running as bait. Zenith played miles wide there. Instead, Svenskeren going to get caught up, locked up, has to flash out of this one, has to use their ultimate. We're going to see the man drop coming in. Yellowstar is going to get taken down. We do see Soaz and Cyanide going deep. They've caught CandyPanda out, but the rest of the team claps him back around him. Cyanide's getting taken very low. He gets dropped by the rocket coming out from CandyPanda, and now the getting sight will force him to chase. Reckless, meanwhile, he's having nothing to do with this fight. Peke getting rolling them barrels in, doing good damage, catching all four members of SK, and again, no advantage gained by either team because both junglers went down, no smite available.
But you did see anyway the SK team fight. Now Peke being caught out.
Peke caught out, Pillar of Ice going to be enough. The zap does catch on towards him. He's going to get slowed down. The flash comes out from CandyPanda, and now Reckless. Pillar of Ice will be back up in a moment. It's going to keep on chasing this one. Reckless dashes away.
Should be able to get away here. CandyPanda chasing.
Oh, he got the slow. He got the slow on him. That's enough. They get excited. He's going to turn it around, but look at the damage from Reckless. He manages to take. Oh! If it wasn't for Jesiz coming in there, CandyPanda would have been a dead man. But they've managed to delay long enough that the junglers will be up in a second, and this is a dangerous fight for SK.
No Grand Skyfall on Cyanide, so he needs to run all the way down, but there's two members from FNATIC here. Ultimate on Source, he can jump in. They need to try and stop and delay this one.
SK Gaming are all low, and remember, Soaz is actually pretty damaging. He's got that Blade of the Rune King. He might try and jump on towards, say, CandyPanda or something. Instead, Svenskeren is going to come around now. Jesiz has to run for it. The Mega Inferno Bomb's not going to land, but the rocket did, and that forces him away.
No flash.
Cyanide, he's no flash. He can't get involved. He's going to be the Baron for SK Gaming, ladies and gentlemen. A fantastic turnaround. There's the Skyfall. He's going to come in. That's a mistake. He's a dead man. That's no problem about that. Jesiz claims the kill.
So, SK Gaming really showing in the start of all this how they like to team fight with this composition, how they always want to kite around back here, gets the first kill, pop the passive on to Jinx, and then you just continue running around. And FNATIC tried to actually go into multiple members, but SK just managed to always move back a little bit, get a few kills here, and then the chasing potential as they actually Peke face checked into Freddy here, pill onto his face, they come in, get the kill onto him, and then with this high mobility, high speed up combo, they actually catch on to Reckless as well.
And you saw how strong Reckless actually was there, almost taking down CandyPanda despite the fact Freddy was putting damage back on towards him, and instead didn't have the support, didn't have the backup of that team. Svenskeren is going to look around, see the Dragon was taken already, but SK with the Baron, let's see what they take from this one. There is, of course, the one inner turret remaining in that top lane. Not really a wave pushed in there, it's actually the mid lane where they're focusing right now.
And we still have to remember, FNATIC, very, very good wave clear. Gragas, we see him here, clearing the ways to the barrel, and of course with Lucian, so for SK just pushing up a wave, 5 members, is not going to work because they're just going to clear it out. They're going to force then SK to actually dive onto them. Unless we see SK spreading out and getting multiple lanes pushed up, we actually see CandyPanda down the bottom lane. He wants to get it rolling here, while the rest of them are waiting, hoping FNATIC wants to move down here to stop it and then catch someone out.
Yeah, trying to make a pick off the sides, not going to work out it seems. Peke sweeping out and taking away those wards. SK have denied vision in the jungle areas, so That's why Svenskeren, you can see him laying in wait, laying in prey, hoping someone will make that passage. Instead of that slight speed route, just going around instead of going through your own base. It's a mistake that so many players do make. This time around, I don't think they're going to fall for it. They know that Peke is in the mid though. Reckless caught out nicely. Big poke there coming out. The rocket, not quite enough, but CandyPanda gets the kill nonetheless. They do manage to get Cyanide down as well. SK Gaming looking very strong in this one. Peke tries to come around the side, but he's not in the right place. Yellowstar going to get caught out. The Ignite, is he going to get the burn down? Doesn't matter. Ziggs gets the bomb. It's there instead. And Jesiz gets his 10th kill of the game. They're going to get the inhibitor. It may be the game.
While CandyPanda had a bad start, he's definitely delivering now. Getting the kill onto Reckless here. Simply making SK just push on to the base.
SK Gaming pushing on through here. The Nexus turrets are going to get tanked up. They're going to get taken down. The minions are with them. The Karma speed buff is there. The explosive cast being used, but nothing can stop SK piling on through this base and taking top spot for their own. SK Gaming take down FNATIC in the final FNATIC of the season.
And such a close game. Both teams are waiting around the Baron for over 10 minutes. Nothing happened. Then one teamfight breaks out. SK Gaming pulls ahead, gets some kills, and then once the fight is actually over and we're saying everyone is gonna back off now, Peke decides to chase it. Freddy gets onto him, he's dead. Chase onto Reckless, he's dead. Then you get the Baron, and then we see down here, Reckless tried to wave clear. He got hit once, twice by CandyPanda. Drop low, ROCCAT plus ultimate from Sjokz. He was dead, and SK Gaming could just dive onto the remaining members.
Fantastic performance. So, FNATIC, they are at 15-11 right now. SK Gaming 15-10, currently topping the table as we move through this Super Week. 3 games down, another 13 to go. It's going to be a long, long week, that's for sure. And of course, North America will follow as well. A lot of conclusions to happen. A lot of places to be settled. Right now, SK Gaming sitting at the top of the pile once again.
Once again, and in general, just a very good game. Composition-wise, they made it work. Jesiz in the mid lane on Sjokz. No more assassins. Decides to instead get 10 kills. His most kills, I believe, actually.
I think he may be.
And just doing so well in every single team fight here.
Yeah, I mean, the game effectively had 3 stages. There was the lane phase, where FNATIC were looking deadly. They were laying in wait, laying prey, playing the mind games, getting the kills. Then there was the stage where SK went, you know what, we're going to take all the objectives. They took down, what, 3-4 turrets without reply from FNATIC. They quickly turned it around. And then we had the laying in wait phase around the Baron. That went on for a while, I'm not going to lie. That was a slightly delayed phase. But overall, SK Gaming, you know, it's the battle of a vision that happens quite regularly between the two. They're having to sweep back and forward. But overall, SK did a great job. They picked off Yellowstar twice, I hate to say.
So again, the thing is, they didn't have any hard engage. So they couldn't just start a fight. They were just waiting for FNATIC to move into this Dragon Pit and clear the pink ward, or Baron Pit, of course, and clear the pink ward here. And then they could engage in, pop all their speed ups, get in, get the stone to Yellowstar, kill him the first time. And nothing really happened for it the first time, but then second time when they did the same thing, forced the team fight, and didn't just manage to always spread out in the fights. They all the AoE from FNATIC didn't really do too much because they were so spread out and they started kiting around. CandyPanda was left alive down in the back line, hitting onto Cyanide and Swords, of course, so they won the fight. And then because they could chase afterwards, get the kills onto FNATIC, get the Baron, it was the whole, like, this game was actually decided by the fact that Peke and Reckless died after the fight, so they could pick up the Baron and then start pushing up. And then by Reckless trying to wave clear, where he then got caught up by CandyPanda, died, so they could just dive on here. But at that time, they were already behind, so SK were in the driving seat. So it's all about this Baron fight.
And it just goes to show how close these teams are at the top of the table right now. You know, SK taking games off FNATIC, FNATIC taking games off Alliance, Alliance probably going to take a game off SK, who knows? They're going to keep that round robin going, tiebreakers. And this is where we talked about the tiebreakers. You know, even when they go into the playoffs, these teams are very tight. Really, this season, this spring split, is actually open for a lot of teams to win.
Yeah, I'm not going to sit here and say who I think is going to win the split because it's going to be impossible. With the way teams are playing now, you never know. Going into best of 3, SK versus FNATIC, no idea. It can go both ways. If we go 3 games, that's the only thing I can hope for and I dare to predict because the games are going to be so close. So it just means that our playoff here in Europe is going to be damn exciting.
Yeah, I mean, last spring, it went all 5 games, of course, FNATIC and GAMBIT going at it. FNATIC came out on top 3-2. But for now, though, let's send it over to Sjokz and Quickshot to see what SK's nRated has to say about that game.
Thank you very much, Deman. I am indeed joined by nRated SK, now firmly in first place here as we dive into the rest of Super Week. Tell me a little bit about the game plan. You had Cyanide's number when it came to picks and bans.
Yeah, we kind of focused on Cyanide a bit, like the whole discussion was about the jungle. I feel like we wanted to get our comfort picks and it worked out really well.
I've got 2 questions about that. Do you feel the picks and bans worked at shutting down Cyanide? And secondarily, what is a perfect way to play your team composition, and did you play it that way?
It was not specifically to shut down Cyanide completely, just to get him out of his comfort zone. I feel like the picks have worked very well because we just managed to get the picks and give them the picks that we wanted to.
But then getting into the game, the early levels were kind of rough for you guys. Talk me through that and how you were able to grab it back.
Well, Leona and Pantheon is a pretty deadly comp. I think we have shown that and they have shown that as well. You just have to get over laning phase like as early as possible, and it just took us some time and we were struggling at the start, but at a certain point we just managed to pull ahead by having good rotations and just map pressure in total.
So in your mind, is the Karma and the Evelyn a good counter to that stun lock, engage kind of composition that FNATIC put together?
Well, I don't know if it's a counter, but everything that pressures can handle pressure. So Eve is a good pick.
A little bit in that early game as well, we saw that Svenskeren got a little put behind by the rotations on FNATIC in that early game. Wickd put on his Facebook, he thinks that level 1s are very random now. Do you feel the same? Is that not something you can strategize against at all?
Since the changes to the War Trinket, I feel it's completely random. You might as well invade any buff you want at any time without knowing where the lanes start or whatsoever. It might actually be a gamble, because someone might stand there and be able to shut down your invade like they did, but it didn't shut us down at all. It didn't manage to let us fall behind or anything, and we were just even, and that's all we had to do.
So congratulations on the win. You guys actually had your playoff position locked in thanks to Super Hot Crew losing the game earlier today. Thanks to this win over FNATIC, you are now holding sole first place position at the top of the table. What does that mean to you and your team? And did you expect to be there at Super Week, considering how rough SK Gaming started the spring split?
Well, no one of us would have predicted it at the start, but after some time we started dreaming, obviously. I feel like as long as we give everything and we're trying our best here in Super Week, we managed to get first or second place.
Well, if you end first place after playoffs, that means you're going to All-Star, and we've also been asking the people who do you think should go for the other event, and Reckless is currently very firmly in first place. You played with him together as well. Do you think that he deserves that spot, or who do you kind of think are the picks?
He's really an extraordinary player, and I feel like he deserves it, definitely. And he gets a lot of love with the community, and he represents Europe very well.
All right, well, that are your thoughts. And we also checked in with the people at home what they thought. We asked them on Twitter, what 3 European LCS players will get your all-star vote and why? Here are some of the answers. The first one is from @Aqualters. Reckless, his skill as an ADC is unworldly. Froggen, his champion pool is so diverse and amazing. He controls the game.
I think they're good picks. I think you've highlighted some of the top tier players. The interesting thing to remember is one of those guys may not be going. I mean, depending on whoever finishes first in playoffs, may reduce the number of players that can actually make it to the event.
And the second one is from @AlexMike20129. I would vote for CandyPanda, Froggen, and Diamond because I want to see dominance and they can dominate their opponents. nRated, CandyPanda, you think he deserves the shot?
Definitely, he's working hard, so he deserves to be there.
Who would your 3 players, other than nRated,
I would vote CandyPanda or Reckless for AD carry, Froggen mid lane, and probably Diamond jungle.
And then the last one is from @Kivisan, Reckless, XPK, Wickd. Reckless because get wrecked, XPK for the back doors, and Wickd because I want to see his Irelia at All-Star.
And a lot of people want to see his Irelia at the LCS, and it's not happening enough, I'm afraid. So I think there's good names. I'm not seeing any support votes yet, and I think you guys have to rate them a little higher because they have some pretty big game-changing impacts.
I would even say you have to rate them a little higher. Well, thank you very much, nRated, and congratulations. And you guys at home, as always, thank you for your great responses. Remember to follow us @LOL Esports and use the hashtag LCS to join in on the conversation. As for it is time to take a quick break, and we'll be back in 3.5 with MILLENIUM versus the Super Hot Crew. And this is the perfect time for you to head over to lolesports.com and rock the vote to send your favorite players into the 2014 All-Star event.
It would mean a lot to me to get picked for All-Stars.
I want to go because I want to compete at the highest level. To flex my jungle muscle.
The one player I want to face off against is Darius.
I want to show you my Garen mid, AP.
Because I'm one of the best junglers in the world. Pick me. Pick me.
Pick me. As there's only 2 players getting voted in from each region,
I need your help to get there.
we need your votes. Starting March 30.
You can vote for up to 3 players each day.
Every day till April 12th.
You get to decide who you want to see compete.
Be heard. Vote today at lolesports.com.
Watch the voting progress each day.
Make sure your favorites are represented.
The reason why you should vote for me is because I'm Superman.
For me, it's all about having fun on the biggest stage next to us.
For me, what Super Week means is to give people good games, like to show up good and don't let people think that we gave up or something. We want to show them that we're improving, and the relegation will be the final test.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our final Super Week of the Spring Split. I'm Joe Miller, and I'm joined by Trevor Quickshot Henry. And before we head into our second half of the day, we want to remind you that immediately following the European LCS, we have a very special exhibition match lined up between TSM and Cloud9. But of course, right now it is time for MILLENIUM to take on the Super Hot Crew. And while this is a battle between the bottom 2 teams in the European LCS, doesn't mean that there's not a lot on the line for both of these teams. MILLENIUM, on one hand, need a win in this game to keep any playoff hopes alive, while the Super Hot Crew need to put a win on the board to reach the 11 wins of the Copenhagen Wolves and stay in the running for that crucial 6th spot and force a tiebreaker game at the end of the week.
Yeah, so for MILLENIUM, due to the fact that they are staring down the barrel of a spot in the summer promotion tournament, every single match for them is literally do or die. If the Copenhagen Wolves win our last match of the day, MILLENIUM will be out of the playoffs, and they need to turn their focus to practice, synergy, and teamwork in preparation for that promotion tournament. I want to look at Kottenx from last week's games. He started for the first time in the LCS, and I feel like he did raise the level of play for MILLENIUM, but it was far from being a game-changing level increase. As a team, they also opted to play some new champions. They were the first European team to play Xerath in the mid lane against FNATIC, and I actually don't think they played poorly with him, but they did get controlled by FNATIC's very, very strong map-based play. FNATIC secured 10 towers before winning the game, while MILLENIUM only got 3. In addition, FNATIC secured 3 Barons, of which MILLENIUM just couldn't contest at all.
And of course, the Super Hot Crew lost their game earlier today against ROCCAT. We all saw that one. And that means that ROCCAT, SK Gaming, FNATIC, and Alliance are in the playoffs. And for a chance to battle those opponents, the Super Hot Crew needs to secure a win here to get closer to the Wolves' record. Now, earlier today, Super Crew ran Orianna in the mid lane as multiple mid lane bans in conjunction with that first pick Rise really limited Selfie's champion pool. It didn't really have a positive impact if you look at the bigger picture of that game.
No, unfortunately, Selfie didn't have any position to do anything. And it wasn't only that he was in a poor performance. You can't put all of the blame on his shoulders. It just simply appeared that every single big battle, ROCCAT had better positioning, better decision-making, and better targeting. And the Super Hot Crew just couldn't handle those focused team fights and targeting from ROCCAT. So against MILLENIUM, Super Hot Crew will need to ensure that they do not make the same positional mistakes if they want to come out ahead. In addition, they can't afford to hesitate around those objectives. If a fight is going to happen, start it on your terms. Don't wait for ROCCAT to jump in and then try to react.
We'll see if they can switch that one around for their second game of the day. Let's have a look at the starting lineups, though, first. On the blue side, it's MILLENIUM, with Kevin in the top lane, Kottenx in the jungle, Kerp in the mid lane, Creaton the AD carry, and Jree the support.
Yeah, and on the red side, the Super Hot Crew has the same lineup from their earlier match today. Mimer in the top lane, Impaler in the jungle, Selfie in the mid lane, Mr. Rolls and AD carry, and Mixer playing that support role.
So we're moving towards champion select here. Let's talk about what some of the contested bans and picks could be for this one. Starting with the mid lane. We already kind of touched on it there that Selfie has, had some troubles getting the champions that he wants, and even when, for example, he brought Rise out a little bit earlier on in the season, just didn't look comfortable.
Yeah, I agree, and I think it wasn't his laning phase that was a problem on Rise in particular. It was as the team moved over to the mid-game team fight. Selfie just didn't have the best positioning with that champion. For this particular game, LeBlanc is not going to make it through, and if she does make it through bans, it will be first picked. Because Kerp loves LeBlanc, we know Selfie loves LeBlanc. You've also got to consider the strength of Evelyn and Xaxus in the jungle. We know that both Kottenx and Impaler like to run those champions. So there is a fairly high priority on those particular picks. Earlier today, ROCCAT actually banned Lucian against Mr. Rolls. I personally question that ban because I feel like Mr. Rolls can do so well on multiple champions. But you know what? If you force his hand and you can predict what his next priority pick's going to be, why not play around it, play into your strengths?
Just a quick note, guys. Apparently, Kevin's not feeling too well at the moment, so we're just giving him a little bit of time to get things sorted out there, and hopefully he'll be up on the stage and in his position here shortly.
And it's a difficult position to be in. I mean, if MILLENIUM lose this game, they are out of the playoffs. They are guaranteed a spot in that promotion tournament. Even if MILLENIUM win the game, their future is not even in their own hands. If MILLENIUM go 4-0 this week, they are reliant on the Super Hot Crew going 1-3, and they're reliant on the Copenhagen Wolves going 0-4 to force a tiebreaker. There is no feasible scenario where MILLENIUM can make it into the playoffs without at least a tiebreaker match, assuming all of the stars align and Super Hot Crew and Wolves give them the results they're looking for.
Yeah, that's the horrible thing, I think, for MILLENIUM, but I have to say, at the same time, you've had 10 weeks coming up to this week. If you can't do it in those 10 weeks, then it can sometimes fall into these scenarios where it doesn't matter how well you play in a week, you can still end up having your fate decided by other teams. We've just seen Kevin there retake his seat here, so hopefully we'll be able to get into Champion Select in just a minute. And I'm assuming for MILLENIUM, it's always hard to tell. They've had this roster change bringing in Kottenx. You said it a little bit earlier on that he has improved the overall look for MILLENIUM, but it's not improved it to a position where you'd say, wow, this is a different team with Kottenx.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. If you look to last week's matches where MILLENIUM, they played Copenhagen Wolves, for example, they had moments that were good. In particular, the laning phase, they held even and actually had some positives. We've seen Kottenx involved in a few kills with the likes of his Xaxus and his Evelyn. But it didn't transition to mid-game power. And I think that is also a testament because of the team being so young. You've got a brand new player in there in such a crucial role like a jungler, and also replacing a player like Aranea, who is a loud voice in the team, who is a commanding voice in the team. It's difficult to readjust to a new guy, losing that sort of captain figure in-game. And that, to me, almost explains why the mid-game for MILLENIUM is a little shakier, is a little weaker, because they don't have that very clear direction voice on the team, in my opinion.
And the timing as well. Obviously, coming in there, that change was brought in for week 10 out of an 11-week series that we've got going on, an 11-week league. You have to wonder, was that a little bit too late for them to actually make for them to make those changes, bringing in a new guy, and for them to really feel comfortable with Kottenx there in that role. I suppose we'll never really know the answer to that one. We can only judge them on a week-by-week basis. We said it already that there was certainly an improvement for MILLENIUM last week. There's got to be an improvement for MILLENIUM this week, and even then, it's not all down to how they play, it's down to how other teams play.
So if we step back and we assume the most likely outcome is that Super Hardcore and MILLENIUM are realistically facing those promotion tournament positions. Teams ranked 7th and 8th go into the summer promo tournament in a couple of weeks' time. I think for a team like MILLENIUM, they should be using the stage to settle the nerves of their players, coming to grips with the different scenarios you can face on the big stage. Because if you play with an assumption, look, best case scenario, we make a tiebreaker. Worst case scenario, well, we can't change that. So remove the pressure, remove the fear, the doubt. Just play to your team's strengths and try to discover the limits of your teammates, because it sets you up in a much better position, because one of these teams could be facing the likes of Ninjas in Pajamas or Cloud9, for example, from the challenger scene. And that is by no means an easy task either.
Well, the way things are going right now, it looks like maybe both of these teams could be facing the two that you mentioned earlier on. Obviously, still a lot to work out from that. For now, we're into champion select for MILLENIUM versus the Super Hot Crew. I almost said the Copenhagen Wolves. They're coming up a little bit later on against GAMBIT, and, well, MILLENIUM will be watching that match closely, that's for sure. Bans coming quickly. Yasuo and Lucian, the two first bans here for MILLENIUM. Gragas and Ziggs over on the other side.
I wonder if Super Hot Crew are going to... I feel like both teams are trying to force their opponents to ban LeBlanc, because she's still up and available. We know that MILLENIUM likes to run it. She's also a champion you can get away with first picking. It's something that is fairly safe in that mid lane, does well in multiple matchups. And the fact that it's still up, we'll have to see where where they go. And there's your answer. MILLENIUM finally deciding, look, take LeBlanc away. We don't want to first pick her. So that tells me MILLENIUM's got another champion in mind that they put priority on. It could be a jungler like an Evelynn or a Xaxus.
And if we look back to the last time that these two teams met, that the bans weren't too far away. Yasuo was taking out Gragas, Ziggs, champions which you would really expect to come out. Lulu there as well, the final ban for the Super Hot Crew. It's left Kha'Zix open for the jungle. We've seen Kottenx run it already. We've seen Impaler run it already. It's MILLENIUM get their hands on it today.
Now with Renekton still available, you have to think that a Renekton Evelynn, or maybe even something like a Renekton Karma, could be some options here for the Super Hot Crew. Thresh is still up. We have not seen Mixer play much Thresh. Jree has played a fair amount of it, and Jree's had very hit-or-miss games against the Super Hot Crew many weeks ago. Jree was part of the reason that MILLENIUM destroyed that Super Hot Crew. He landed so many death sentences. But then last week and the week before, Jree just wasn't having that sort of game-changing impact. So I want to see, in particular, what champion Jree's feeling comfortable on, because it could signal the initiation power that MILLENIUM relies on.
I think Karma would be a safe bet here. If we look at the last 5 games for the Super Hot Crew, they've had Karma in that support role out for 4 of those 5 games. So really a realistic, as I say that, they lock in the Thresh. Kind of obvious that was going to happen. Commentator's curse. They follow up that with a Caitlyn first pick as well.
So the question is now, what are they giving up? By putting so much priority on your duo lane, Super Hot Crew must have some sort of counters in mind for a possible Renekton top lane, a possible Ryze mid lane. There's a lot of champions still available, and by locking in their duo, Super Hot Crew is going to be banking on the fact that their duo lane can outplay MILLENIUM's duo lane, or alternatively, because it's a Caitlyn Thresh, they could be looking for tower pushes early, putting themselves in a 2v1 and trying to force objective, rotate, objective. We just need to see how the rest of this picks and bans plays out though, because for the time being, Super Hot Crew, they're just playing it very, very safe.
I wonder if that Ryze will end up with Kevin in the top lane or in the mid lane. A Renekton pickup wouldn't have even surprised me there if Kevin had decided, okay, we've got Kha'Zix in the jungle, Ryze to that mid lane, let's take Renekton away from Mima and see what they can throw at us. On the other side, the Super Hot Crew now come down to their 3rd and 4th picks of this game. We'll see where they lay with that one. We talked about Renekton already. Pantheon, a champion which I would say turned around the season for the Super Hot Crew. You know, that almost halfway point in the season when they started picking up a few wins, it was Pantheon that was really doing the work for them.
I completely agree with you. Impaler found a champion he could have a positive impact in the game on. And I think we're just going to have to go back to our original plan.
Yeah.
But, you know, one of the reasons to highlight Pantheon for Impaler is it was a champion that when Impaler started doing well, Super Hot Crew started winning games. They would win the laning phase thanks to Impaler's assistance and Impaler's ganks. Now on a champion like Evelynn, it's a different style of gank, it's a different style of pressure, because it's the unknown that works in your favor. With Pantheon, it's very clear. You look for the big circle, whoever's inside of it gets stunned. And he relies on controlling zones by having teams overextended. Much the same like Evelynn. If a lane is pushed far towards Super Haku's towers, that is when and where Evelynn can gank from. And with Thresh, you've actually got a nice lantern gank opportunity, assuming Super Haku can have favorable lanes.
Well, Millennium's final 2 picks here were Sivir for the AD carry role to go with Jree's Leona, and Shyvana for the top lane here for Kevin. Going to be going up against Mimer's Renekton.
So what I like about Millennium's composition right now is they've got so much mobility, they've got engage, they've got wave clear. Depending on where the teleports are going to land, they're also going to have map presence. So I feel like Millennium has got an incredibly well-rounded composition. Every single one of their solo laners has high damage, and they scale very well. While Sivir's not going to offer the same amount of late game damage that a Caitlyn will, she's going to offer much more utility to the rest of her team. And when you've got Ryze, Shyvana, Sivir, and Xaxus running around in your face, it makes things very difficult to deal with. The problem for Millennium, they can't afford to fall behind early. If they get shut down and they get controlled and forced to sit under their turrets, it's going to take a longer time for their champions to hit those power spikes and hit those power levels where they can force engagements on their own terms.
So final pick here then for Super Hot Crew was in fact Orianna. Going to go in the mid lane here for Selfie. And I already touched on that in the pre-game. He's going to have to make a bigger impact, or I think we can almost safely say any impact, because that's not what he had against ROCCAT earlier on. He needs to play well here.
Completely agree with you. This time round, there are similar champions to their previous game. They've got an Evelynn jungle once again. It's the same matchup that Selfie played against Overpow on that Ryze, so there's going to be a little bit more experience. There is also safe wave clear. There is good engage from Super Hot Crew. Nowhere near as effective as Millennium's hard engage though. So for Super Hot Crew in the early game, they have stronger laning champions, and with the Evelynn ganks coming invisible, etc., in combination with their solo lanes, I feel like Super Hot Crew need to make plays within the first 15 to 20 minutes of the game before Millennium get to that power level. And if Super Hot Crew can win the early game, they have the ability and the expertise to close out the mid and late game. But I feel like if it goes even, advantage is heavily in favor of Millennium thanks to the scaling.
Well, very important game for both teams, and with that game ready to begin, let's see who you guys voted for in this one. According to LOLesports.com, you've picked the Super Hot Crew by 64%. Not a massive difference between these two teams. I think 64% is almost the least we could expect from this one. Millennium have not been able to really pick up wins lately, and the Super Hot Crew have had their moments where you've thought, are they turning the tables?
You know what, Super Hot Crew pulled the game back last week from GAMBIT that they were down a Baron, they got caught down poorly, and they managed to win the game thanks to a late scaling composition. They've gone the inverse route this time. They've picked a early game composition. We need to see if they can make it work.
So here we go then. In game, it is Millennium versus the Super Hot Crew. A very, very important clash for both teams. We mentioned it before. Not for Millennium in terms of their survival this year, but to make sure that they gather themselves as a team and really get working. They're also, we should point out here as we get into game, one of the teams that have constantly, throughout the European LCS Spring Split this year, been a bit funky at level 1 and tried some different things.
Yeah, it hasn't worked out for the best in most scenarios, though. That's the other thing we have to call out. Millennium have tried things. They have tried roaming, they've tried invading for buffs, and it's never truly garnered them a large advantage. And one of the reasons I think it hasn't worked out, the game has sort of evolved past that point. Last year, level 1 buff invades and early lane advantages could determine the entire outcome of a game. Less so now in the 2014 season. So Millennium going for the defensive start this time around, and Super Hot Crew, they are the ones I'm expecting to make the first moves because of the champions they have in their favor, and because Impaler will be looking to roam and get in the faces of Shyvana and Ryze, who are going to have a difficult time in the early game anyway.
Once again, we see a bit of a move from Millennium. Are they trying to force something here at level 1, or are they going to be putting in a lane swap? Shyvana's still on the top side, but both Jree and Creaton are headed up past the halfway point, and it looks like Millennium are going to go for an invade.
It looks like it's going to be a straight buff trade, would be my instinct here. Because of Super Hot Crew's positioning on the bottom area of the map, they're going to be moving in together. You can see Mimer's backed away towards his red buff, which will allow him to back away safely if or when Millennium come in, and it is just going to be a delayed invade. So buff trades. The one thing I want to highlight right now, though, as and when engages happen, Millennium have 2 teleports on their side with both Ryze and Shyvana. So not only do they have champions that are weaker in lane, they're giving up the kill pressure as they're both going up against Ignites. What it does mean, though, the moment Impaler shows himself, if Millennium are on the ball, Kevin and Kerp could show up in a lane and destroy faces because of that additional global power that they bring.
So we did see the lane swaps coming in. Millennium wanting this 2v1 on the top side. Jree and Creaton up against Mimer's Renekton. Not wanting to leave Kevin in that 1v1 scenario by the looks of it, or even have the danger of possibly being hooked in there and taken out early on by Mr. Rolls and Mixer.
So 2 reasons for the lane swap. As we've already mentioned, they don't want to put that Renekton versus Shyvana, who's going to be in a poor matchup. In addition, because they're facing off against Millennium, this is something that we say every single time we see an Evelyn. If you force a 2v1, it means Impaler has 2 options. He either goes for the level 3 tower dive, which is looking like he's about to do right now, or he defends with his top laner. We'll need to see if a death sentence can land from Mixer, because without the CC, there's not a lot of strong crowd control underneath this turret. So Mixer needs to connect with Kevin if they want to hold him in place long enough. With Burnout and Flash, Kevin, let's see, what did he actually level up at rank 1? He's got Flame Breath, so he doesn't have Burnout yet, which means he's a little easier to lock down.
And he's going to face check straight in towards Impaler. This could force a flash from Kevin early on. We'll see about that when he does get behind the turret, being very, very patient there in terms of how he uses those summoner spells. But that turret is going to take a bit of a beating. Meanwhile, Millennium also have 3 men on the top side. That turret a little bit harder to take down, but they're doing a great job so far.
It's actually very impressive from the side of Millennium because they've got the melee support, which means it's more difficult to get the tower. Remember, this is before 8 minutes, so this top tower has damage reduction from champion auto attacks. They trade roughly even, a couple seconds apart. The one thing you do need to highlight, Mima was playing very, very smart, hiding just on the opposite side of the tree line in range of experience. So yes, he's 2 CS down on Kevin, but he's already hit level 2 and he's still in experience range. So yes, he's losing his towers, but he's making the best of a terrible situation.
And we're going to see the inner turrets now being focused on by both teams. The Super Hot crew having a good wave of minions. Kevin trying to get in range there to sort something out, but Millennium are going to be taking this turret quicker than what the Super Hot crew can manage down on the bottom side. The question is now, do they stop or do they keep going?
From what I've seen in the past, both teams will continue until the inhibitor turret, and if any team sticks around on the inhibitor turret, this is the point that now players begin to rotate. Remember, there is teleports on the side of Millennium, so if anybody wants to try catch them out, they'll be in trouble. Mima trying to defend his top turret. You can see Super Hot crew not on the turret yet, so they need to back away. These are the turrets teams defend. And it's an interesting setup. This is something we see from OGN, we've been seeing it from North America, and I always find it's a very explosive start to the game. Attacks, but it ends up delaying the laning phase because now it's so risky to invade further.
Oh, Selfie going to get jumped on here. He's level 5, got no mana. Well, did have enough there for the command protect. Also had a flash if he really needed to jump away to safety there, but nice positioning, moving through the enemy jungle there, did Kottenx. And actually, Kerp going to go aggressive on towards Selfie once again. Here comes Leona. There's a flash away from the Zenith play.
And manages to avoid that crowd control. Had Jree actually connected, that would have been a dead Selfie and first blood given up. To go back to the map presence point now, both of these teams are most likely going to set their dual lanes against their dual lanes and their top against their top. And because of the teleports on Millennium, if they push a lane, they will have the advantage at continually sieging and pushing down towers. However, Super Hot crew, on the other hand, have the factor of Evelyn that needs to be considered. So Millennium need to be decisive in their play or run the risk of getting caught out. As it stands, Millennium onto the first dragon.
Well, if you want to talk about decisive, this certainly looks like it for me. We are going to see Millennium starting off the dragon, but the Super Hot crew aren't messing around. Flash play in there from Mixer, and Kottenx going to go low. First blood comes in from Mixer. Don't think he's going to get away. That leaves us at 1-for-1 with the dragon. Still hitting Millennium, and Impaler will pick himself up another one. Can he get away though? He has to turn around, dodges the boomerang. The rest of the Super Hot crew coming close, but didn't have the damage to finish anymore.
2-for-1 in favor of the Super Hot crew. Millennium just didn't have the damage to burn that dragon down quickly enough. So the dragon was the extra member of Super Hot crew who was continually landing attacks onto the Millennium members. They gave up those kills. First blood was secured by Mixer, so at the very least he's going to have a decent gold boost. and the Dragon was not secured. So advantage to the Super Hot Crew as they defended that objective and got themselves kills as well.
Very, very interesting start to this one. We could see there in the mid lane, a lane which, despite those couple of little pushes earlier on and the flash from Selfie, has been relatively quiet. Both players having equal CS there, 42 to 43, slightly in favor of Selfie, who now has himself that Chalice and boots. And obviously Kerp working his way, picked up that Catalyst first of all with the boots as well. We'll see where he heads next. Gonna have to get started in the tier stacking as well.
Yeah, so talking about the build from Kerp, Deficio and I had a lengthy argument about the decision-making of going Catalyst before tier. And what it ends up doing is it delays your fully stacked tier by about 5 minutes. So you're only going to get that bonus 750 mana at around 30 minutes as opposed to 25. Now, you could theorize that with Catalyst going Rod of Ages, you're going to have more ability power and HP, making you a little bit of a tankier frontline, but you delay your damage burst. And when I look at a Kha'Zix and a Shyvana, I feel like you don't need to be as tanky on Rise. We'll get to that in a second. Can the hook land? That's the question.
Is he going to throw the hook? That was the question to ask before that, and he didn't throw it. So no, it can't land. And now we see the Super Hot Crew with that numbers advantage, all of them down the bottom, starting off the Dragon. We've already seen it being a death trap so far.
There is a teleport up for Kevin, so we'll see if he decides to use it. That is a channel. Here comes Millennium.
Here comes the teleport, and it is going to be taken down, actually picked up in the end by Selfie, but they've already lost one man. There's Kottenx taking down Impaler, but Kottenx himself has already gone down. Mixer will fall. Kerp picks up that kill, but look at Creaton and Jree. They're getting hammered at the backside, and that is going to be another kill for the Super Hot Crew. Can they get in towards Kerp? I don't think so. He's got those boots on already, and that in the end will be a 3-4-1.
If Mima was not there in time, that could have been so much different. Mima with Dominus and Cull the Meek was just destroying members of Millennium. It ends up meaning Super Hot Crew get more kills and the Dragon. Basically, as this fight breaks out, you notice on the minimap, Mina is right there. This is a 5-man Super Hot Crew that a split Millennium are trying to get involved in. Because Kerp is not with the rest of his team with Kevin, Jree, and Creaton. He's trying to zone out members of Super Hot Crew. All of his damage was focused elsewhere, was focused on members who didn't have a massive impact on this fight. A very good play there from Mixer, holds people in place, and at the end of the day, because Mima was in the middle with Dominus the entire time, he was a massive determining factor in why that team fight went so well for the Super Hot Crew.
And it was, of course, a 3-for-2 in the end. I told a couple of porkies in that one, but still a win for the Super Hot Crew nonetheless, taking the Dragon as well. Leaves them 2,000 gold and even a little bit more than 2,000 gold in the lead. The question now is, how are Millennium going to be moving around the map? We can see already that Mixer and Mr. Rolls are coming to middle. Millennium have to move to defend this.
Yeah, I'd like to see Super Hot Crew using Orianna to zone members of Millennium away from the turrets, and then using the range of Caitlyn to melt those towers down. There's not a lot of auto attack damage on the side of Mr. Rolls. He's currently only got that Vamp Scepter so far, so we'll see how quickly they can take those tower down. In the top lane, they're going to be diving Kevin. This is going to be hard.
Oh, this could be bad news for Kevin. Mima is 2 levels above him. Impaler does come around, but Kevin did have his flash and is able to get away. Meanwhile, teleport coming in, and we are going to see Kevin coming around. Kottenx is joining in as well. Impaler, the squishy target here, will actually flash over the wall. Kottenx now finding himself a little bit isolated from the rest of his team. Kerp doesn't have the damage to burst down Mima. In the end, they can walk off, but they might rotate and have this middle turret.
I like the thinking from Super Hot Crew. Generally, with so many towers down, teams play passively, and they just farm themselves into the late game. Super Hot Crew are trying to force their hand, diving Millennium under the turret with Evelyn. Because of the positional advantage that they've gained from that top lane dive, it has allowed them to get onto this mid-outer turret. There was no teleports from Millennium. They've been burned in the previous fights, and it means Super Hot Crew grabbed their 3rd and last outer turret away from Millennium.
Nicely done, and let's have a look down some of the CS here as things, hopefully for the Millennium at least, calm down and allow them to farm, because Kevin is currently quite a chunk behind, although we consider he's having some free time up now in that top lane. 62 to 50 CS on that front. Mid lane 73 to 70, so they're keeping fairly even. In fact, we do see that Selfie slightly ahead because of that global gold, but the 2 kills for Kerp really keeping him in that matchup.
Yeah, every single member of Super Hot Crew with a kill on the board right now. So going to be using that gold to get themselves as much of an item advantage as possible. And I like the decisive play from the Super Hot Crew. As we talked about, their composition is earlier focus than that of Millennium. So in order to remain relevant as the game scales on in time and in items, the Super Hot Crew have to have a gold lead. If they are not ahead, then their composition is just going to be outscaled by that of Millennium's. With all 3 outer turrets down, Super Hot Crew now need to invest a lot of vision in the jungle of Millennium to continue sieging those inner turrets and prevent being flanked by Shyvana and Kha'Zix respectively.
And I like the fact that they got rid of that pink wall there. It's going to allow Impaler a little bit more freedom to roam around the Millennium jungle and also stop Millennium really being able to defend quite as well. And speaking of defenders, Selfie and Mixer are moving in. They've got Mr. Rals there with them as well. Only Kerp there for now. Kottenx will come around, but this turret already going to take a lot of damage.
So much damage from the Super Hot Crew that's unanswered. Creaton is trying to push the bottom lane of the minions. There's no teleport from Kevin, so he can't respond. And that was a very smart play from Super Hot Crew because they knew Millennium couldn't respond. It was going to take a large investment of players from Millennium to interrupt that defense, and at the end of the day, Super Hot Crew grab 50% of the inner turret's HP down. If they manage to get the same position in the next few minutes, it will secure that tower.
And they need to move here, Millennium, to defend that top outer turret. In fact, the final outer turret left on the map. Kevin going to show himself, and, well, he won't really be able to do anything about this one. He's going to get zoned away, but the rest of Millennium start to come around. They found Mixer in the middle of nowhere. Jree actually missing the Zenith blade. He's going to throw down his ultimate, and there is the kill, but the shockwave lands as well. Jree now going to be the focus target as he flashes away to the back. Kottenx moving in. They've got the rest of the team closing around, and Impaler is going to fall. Creaton gets that one. Selfie gets locked up once again. Kottenx gets that kill. That's a 3 for nothing, and the tower lives.
Millennium had a great counterplay. Super Hot Crew trying to force down their top turret, and Mixer was way out of position. He should not have been caught in the river. He was late to the tower push, and what that meant is the Millennium members coming in to try and surround Super Hot Crew just caught him out, focused him down one by one. What I liked was Kottenx diving to the backline and focusing down Selfie. You've seen a very clear focus that Kottenx wanted to get Selfie as low and as away from the fight as possible, while the rest of the Millennium squad stuck with the higher clump numbers of the Super Hot Crew.
Kerp trying to get himself a bit of a lead going on farm. It's the top lane that Mima is really running rings in terms of farm over Kevin. But look at the timer in the top left. Dragon is coming up in just a couple of seconds. Mima's already started to move down there. There are a lot of wards being put down from the backside from Millennium. They've got one inside of the Dragon pit itself, so they're going to see Selfie and Impaler doing the Dragon.
Now we need to get Mr. Rolls onto this Dragon to get through quickly enough. Millennium have got to engage quickly if they want to start a fight. They're going for the surround. Dragon's low.
Oh, I think they're going to have to give this one up. Yes, they are. The Super Hot Crew take that one. Smited down in the end by Impaler, and Millennium just weren't quick enough to react there.
The moment to engage was that those last few seconds. As we stopped, taking a look at it, Shyvana had the ability to jump in. Actually, didn't have Dragon's Descent. And I think because Dragon's Descent was not available and Rise wasn't close enough, that split sort of pincer engage from Millennium was just a little bit too risky. So at the end of the day, they play it safe. Probably the smart decision, because as far as global gold is concerned, they're not that far behind. It is 1,500, but they've held onto this top outer turret. They've been keeping relatively even in most of the lanes, so you've got to give them credit for that one. It's only Kevin that's hurting a little bit for gold.
And now Mima may get closed in on him if he's not careful there. In fact, Siva and Leona coming in, and Selfie going to get jumped on, using a good shockwave, and now the rest of the team starting to move in. Let's say the rest of the team, it's just Mixer, but his presence was enough to force him away. Mr. Rals here, can they land everything onto him? They have landed literally everything onto Mr. Rals. You don't escape that kind of lockup.
That one hurt just a little bit. It's not over, it's now Kottenx, it's found Mixer.
All the other way around even. Kottenx getting a little bit low, and already Kevin was struggling on HP, and with Selfie being there as well, they didn't want to risk that one as Mima and Creaton butt heads in this top lane. Creaton trying to keep that wave as far away from the turret as possible, doesn't want to fall back to it knowing exactly how low that one is. It leaves Millennium 7-5 up in kills, 3-2 still the leading turrets for the Super Hot Crew, with the Dragons in their favor as well. Only equates to 1,000 gold right now.
So the Super Hot Crew, they lost members in the top lane when they tried to push the tower down. They didn't have vision in the river, and they didn't have the greatest vision of Millennium's blue buff jungle, so they got surrounded. A few seconds ago, we see Mr. Rals being taken down in the mid lane. If you look at the wards for Super Hot Crew, they've got the entrances to the river, as well as that mid lane warded up. But with a Boots of Mobility Leona, you don't have enough time to get away safely from the range of Solar Flare. So I feel like Super Hot Crew need to get more wards in the river to ensure that they don't get caught up, that they don't get flanked by the members of Millennium who have done this now, you know, repeatedly. They tried it in the Dragon Pit. If you cast your mind back, we did see multiple members of Millennium, one from the top, one from below. So if we get more vision in this river, it's going to give Super Hot Crew more information to work with. And I don't think they've got enough wards, so we'll see if they rectify that.
Let's peek at some of the items here now as well. Rise, we mentioned his build earlier on. When that Catalyst before the tier, he's had his Rod of Ages and that tier now stacking up for a while. And I'm assuming got a decent amount of gold. Yeah, 1,500 gold he's currently sat on, so he'll be able to go home and buy himself up soon. And on the other side, Selfie himself has 1,300 gold that he's been saving up there as well. Kerp, in the meantime, does have that blue buff with him. Also want to take a bit of a look at the AD carries, because we see 104 there in overall for Creaton, 131 to 127 CS. That's Mr. Rolls actually bringing things back somewhat, but because of that global gold, there's a 600 gold lead for Mr. Rolls on Caitlyn. Both of them have a Bloodthirster right now with those Berserker Greaves in there.
Yeah, at this point in time, Creaton is going to be in a better position despite being down on gold. Because of the power of Siva's ultimate that will synergize with the rest of Millennium's composition, you get a lot of unaccounted for gold value in that utility stats. On a champion like Caitlyn, it's something that you see many times. When Caitlyn's got a Bloodthirster and a Zeal or Static Shiv, Phantom Monster for example, she's pretty good at clearing waves, not that great at killing tanks. She needs to get to the 4-5 item build, and for that, Super Hot Crew need to give him either more kills or more farm. We do see in the bottom lane, Mr. Rolls, I think he's going to die.
Ah, well, he might not get either of them here, as everything again he's thrown at Mr. Rolls. I don't see him escaping it either. Jree's actually tanking up a lot of damage. He's going to go down. Poorly executed there. Not sure why he didn't go topside. Meanwhile, Creaton beat Dofia in the top lane as well. Mime going to take a lot of damage, but there's a double teleport once again. Kerp comes flying out with the home gun. Impaler takes a lot of damage, but there's the shockwave. It's been turned around. The shutdown comes in, and now they're going back in for Creaton. Mime goes a little bit too far, has to flash out. What a turnaround.
Yeah, at the end of the day, Super Hot Crew were backing away quickly enough to negate the power of those teleports. Kottenx fancies a chance. He's coming in with Kha'Zix from the side. We'll see if Millennium can make anything happen. They've got a lot of distance to cover.
Mine is low, but I don't think low enough now. And we saw that Kottenx didn't really fancy that one. That puts Millennium 8-7 up now in kills. Gold is still not that much of a difference, and with that last fight and the different items that we've seen coming in, there's a Zeal now for Creaton. We can see that the Archangel staff was completed by Kerp despite not being fully stacked just yet. They may feel strong enough to fight now when this next dragon comes up in a minute.
I like the fact that Kerp has finished that Archangel staff quite early. It's currently got 400 mana out of the potential 750. He is at the 20-minute mark, but because he's upgraded it a little bit earlier, it is going to stack faster. So we may see Kerp still hitting that, 25-minute power spike. And with the teleport, when Kerp decides to go for those teleport ganks, we've seen Rises with teleport and Home Guard boots motoring after that TP finishes to lock somebody up and blow them up. I am expecting a similar thing from Kerp. The one thing you do have to highlight, that was a double teleport top lane that didn't actually garner Millennium a massive advantage. They held onto the turret. I think that's very crucial to admit. They gave up a kill, but they held onto the turret. So they haven't opened up the complete top half of their map for Super Hot Crew to invade and roam around. And that's the third attempt, I think I'm going to say, that Super Hot Crew have made for that turret and have not succeeded in taking it down.
Yeah, and I just noticed when I said they're running out here with the home guards going, that was just Kurt with his ulti going and the ultimate from Creaton as well that gave him that speed. So we'll see, imagine how that's going to be a little bit later on should they get involved. Dragon has now spawned. We've seen a few wards being cleared out. Super Hot Crew got positional advantage for now.
Super Hot Crew do not want to get caught by a multi-man solar flare because that is going to be a very powerful locker. Mime is miles away. Millennium have got it.
Oh, the shockwave was absolutely horrible as well from Selfie. Didn't get anyone, and now Kottenx and Kevin are in there. Selfie's going to go down. Mr. Rolls gets locked up. This is 2 kills coming in for Millennium, and they're not done just yet. The Zenith play doesn't quite land, but Mixer's running into no man's land here. Creaton will get that one. That's 3 for basically no health even from Millennium. They're going to get their first dragon of the game.
You cannot afford to go for a pincer engage against a team with Siva and Shyvana and Kha'Zix. The moment you show that your forces are split, Millennium are going to pick one target and run you down. Mime was in the middle lane. Now look at the positioning on the minimap. Mime is 1.5 miles away from this engage. The shockwave may have bought some time, but the fact that it hit no one means that SUPA are in an even worse position. The very mobile, fast-moving members of MILLENIUM just run down the high-priority targets. You've got an AD carry and an AP carry alone. They've got no one to peel for them. They've got no one to protect them. And MILLENIUM just pick up easy kills, running down Mixer, grabbing the Dragon, and a bunch of towers. Now Mr. Rolls is going to die.
Oh, Mr. Rolls once again caught out. Actually, Kottenx may die. No, he is not. He's got a charge on his ultimate there. That will get him, at least for now, into safety. But the rest of the Super Hot crew are closing in. Kottenx actually going to flash away from this. And somehow MILLENIUM are turning this one back around. There's a good shockwave finally coming out of Selfie. Kerp will fall to that one. And they did manage to get Kottenx in the end.
Now MILLENIUM playing a little bit over-aggressive. I don't think they needed to be that deep. They got some towers and some kills. Mima's not done yet. He doesn't have flash available. I don't think he's going to catch them, but it's not going to stop him trying. Now Burnout's going to make sure that ends the chase. But at the end of the day, MILLENIUM sticking around a little too over-aggressive. Mima's not stopping. Well, no, he is. And I think that the Archangel Star plus Rod of Ages has given Kerp some confidence on that champion, and you see how much damage Rise already has. That is just going to keep scaling and keep growing.
What my fear for this game is that we've seen that those last two fights, that twice we saw them making rough decisions in terms of what they're going to do. Jree is completely out of position here. We'll throw the Solar Flare down, but we'll see if anyone can actually get in. Kerp's going to come around the side. He does blow up Mixer, but I think he might end up falling himself for it. Selfie now going to be focused. Creaton running right in the back. Impaler actually off inside of the Dragon Pit, and with Kevin and Creaton chasing down Mima, I'm not sure that he'll be able to get off. Uses the slice and then the dive. That's a good slope from Mr. Rolls, but here comes Kottenx on the side. Can he now get Mr. Rolls? He flashes away, but Kottenx got the speed boost there as he goes invisible once again. The slow's enough to get him the double.
4 kills, all thanks to Jree holding members of SUPA Hot crew in place. Yes, Jree gave up his life. Maybe it's a little bit overkill, but his death allowed the rest of SUPA Hot crew to stay there long enough for MILLENIUM to just completely surround them. Both teleports were burned on that engage, and MILLENIUM grabbed themselves more kills. It's now 16-11. This is the bloodiest game in the LCS that we've seen in a while, because both teams just keep going at it. I think when you consider both of these teams are facing promotion tournament, there's less pressure to play perfectly, and they're just playing uninhibited, very aggressive, trying to force objectives and force themselves into a powerful position.
And that can also come back to bite you. We'll see if MILLENIUM can really do something that they've struggled, which is having a lead, keeping the lead, number one, and not making mistakes so that you end up losing it, and then trying to close out games. That's not been the strong point for MILLENIUM so far this year. Right now they have about a 1,500 gold lead, and they're gonna be maybe faced with a face check scenario where they have to go towards Baron. We can see that the backside was cleared out. Actually, MILLENIUM are already there, using those sweepers to clear out and actually do what I would say is the smart thing here and move straight up the middle. Selfie caught out completely, and that is Creaton getting the kill for free.
Yeah, in a turret now available. Solar Flare was used, so at the very least that hard engage isn't there, but MILLENIUM will be happy with this. Going to continue the push, knowing that Selfie's not there. Remember, Shockwave is available, so if Selfie can lock up members of MILLENIUM, that could be their way in. Actually, that's their only way in. Rest of MILLENIUM, they're now on the inhibitor turrets.
And Selfie's dead, so that's not their way in for a while here. They need him to respawn, as Kevin says, okay, I'll tank it up. And the rest of the team don't quite realize that that was going to happen, and he just takes a free turret hit. We'll see if they want to push in from this one. There's Dragon coming up in 2 minutes. Damage, the wave clear coming out there for MILLENIUM allows them to get another hit or two off on towards the turret, but we see they've backed away now. They want to get some vision control over this bottom side of the SUPA Hot crew jungle.
The moment you take that inner turret and you have free access on this part of the jungle, the smart decision is to ward it up. Kerp has thrown down his ultimate, he's going for Mima.
Be able to lock him up though. That's the tanking man as Mixer going to get caught in the shockwave. Only brought Jree into the fight there. Selfie going low. Kottenx actually diving to him. Mima doing good interference work actually in the middle of the fight. But he is going to go down in the end, and that will be a 1-for-1. Kottenx also took away the blue.
Yeah, he did steal that objective just before the fight broke out. Off screen, we also see Mixer picking up a kill on Jree. Now, because MILLENIUM have got that tanky top laner down from the SUPA Hot crew, they're on the inner bottom turret. This is going to be the 6th tower of the game. SUPA Hot crew are going to try to defend, but they could get turned on.
Baylor actually coming flaring out of the base there with Mr. Rolls, but they've turned around Mixer. I didn't even realize that Mixer was there, and I don't think the rest of his team were really coordinated on that one.
So, as an aside, as we've got a little bit of time, Mixer has been very outspoken in the recent weeks, saying how he's on track to break Kiwi Kid's all-time death record for the LCS. We'll get to those numbers in a second, as this is going to be Mixer just getting popped from the side. This is a perfect replay to highlight my point. At 6 deaths in this game, Mixer currently has 111 deaths this split. The record is 126 deaths by KiwiKid as a top laner in North America. If Mixer picks up one more death this game, he is on par with the per game averages to tie that record. For Mixer to truly go above and beyond and claim the undisputed title as most killed pro in the LCS, he needs to break that average of 7 deaths per game.
Well, we're 27 minutes in. Something tells me that's not his last death that we've just seen there. But they may go and prove me wrong. Right now, one thing's for sure is that they're losing another dragon. Millennium's going to destroy that one without any contest at all from the Super Hot crew. That's their second out of 4, so 50-50 on the Dragons. Millennium having the last 2. Dragon worth more as we go along. Definite advantage for Millennium.
So Millennium now need to play the ward game and pull Super Hot crew towards them. If Millennium try to bait out a Baron, you can force Super Hot crew's hand to engage on you. And with Shyvana as well as Kha'Zix and Leona that can jump over the wall and a pretty good range on spells from Ryze and Sivir, if anyone checks that wall by the Baron Pit, Millennium can actually blow them up very, very effectively. The question is, what does Super Hot crew do to defend this siege? There's 6,000 gold down on a composition that gets outscaled. So the only way for them to break that gold lead and bring themselves back into the game is to catch members of Millennium out and blow them up quickly. They need an ace in the hole into Shockwave to remove a Sivir, a Kha'Zix, or a Ryze before they can continue fighting.
Mixer getting a little bit close there, actually just spotting Kerp as he comes around, and Kottenx actually waiting off to the... That's something I have to give him real credit for so far, is actually they're going to go in for this one. Kerp going to get Shockwave, actually caught 2 of them. This could be a decent fight for the Super Hot crew, but actually they're falling quickly. Mima goes down, and there is a Millennium bug at the back, taking down Evelyn. Mr. Ross is going to fall as well. That will be a 4 for 2 in favor of Millennium. Kottenx not done just yet, he just pushes Mima away.
That was as near a perfect a start as you could get. Super Hot crew catching up multiple members of Millennium. The problem was once Millennium re-engaged with their full roster, they shredded through the HP bars of Super Hot crew. They were too far behind, and there is so much damage. Kottenx has got a Last Whisper and a Hex Drinker. Take a look at how Kottenx realizes something's up. He's peeling around the side because Kottenx wants to get on either Selfie or Mr. Rolls. 3-man Shockwave, they all get hit by the Piltover Peacemaker, and Kottenx just completely zoning out Selfie. To be fair, Oriana did his job. He did as best as he could. And because Mr. Rolls was focused down as the next target, it just meant that consistent damage over time was not available for Super Hot crew. Millennium ended up winning the team fight pretty convincingly, considering they got caught out so horribly at the beginning.
So their next move, Taylor. For the respawn coming here and start off that red buff, which looks like it will be given over to the AD carry, Mr. Rolls, who now Bloodthirster, Phantom Dancer, and the Last Whisper. Over on the other side, we do have Bloodthirster, that Last Whisper, Static Shift, but there's a BF Sword and a Pickaxe in there right now for Creaton, so he's working his way nicely into that Infinity Edge. Going to give him a lot of damage, although you have to say if he gets nuked down as quickly as he did in that last one, he was caught as the second man in that Shockwave as that fight started. He needs to be a little bit more careful about his positioning, otherwise they're not going to have anything from those extra items.
Yeah, I agree with you. The one thing that you do have to highlight is how well Kottenx has played his Kha'Zix this game. Every team fight, he's managing to find the right targets. He's running amok in the Super Hot crew composition, and this is probably one of the most effective Kha'Zix games we've seen. He's finally going to get focused down, leaps away.
Leaps away, but gets hooked back in there. He is going to get shockwaved onto, but look at that, he's still alive. All that damage reduction, keeping him alive for a hell of a long time, and now the Super Hot crew, one by one, being ripped to shreds. There's a flash over by Kerp. Mima the last one standing, and he will fall as well, and that will be a 5 for 1, an ace for Millennium.
With the amount of damage Millennium have right now, they may even push down towards those Nexus turrets. Kottenx got once again caught out. He was in no man's land and took all of the damage from the Super Hot crew. Survived long enough for Millennium to get their AoE down onto Super Hot crew. And with the Ryze AoE and the stun from Leona, it just meant Super Hot crew just got melted by the heat of Millennium. Inhibitor secured. Death time is fairly low on the side of Super Hot crew, so a wise play by Millennium. They're going to back away, spend the gold that they've earned, probably just keep playing this Baron bait because Super Hot crew have face checked twice. It's worked out both times. Why not keep doing it?
Plenty of gold to spend as well, though. We just saw the totals that they were going back home with, and There is the Infinity Edge actually going to be coming out for Sivir. On the other side, Selfie did get himself the Void Staff. There's a Locket of the Iron Solari in there. You have to wonder though if those items themselves are going to be enough, because that, and in fact the fight before it, were very one-sided despite Selfie catching both the AP and the AD carry there in that shockwave. The fight just before didn't work their way. Question is now, can they're going to have to pick someone off, and the fact that Kottenx survived so long in the middle of the team is a very worrying sign for the Super Hot Crew.
Yeah, it really is. The problem for the Super Hot Crew is their opponents are too tanky. Shyvana gets so much additional stats. She's getting that level 18 points, and Deficio pointed out earlier, it's 1,400 gold worth of armor and magic resist that Kevin picks up for free just in Dragon form. Now we'll get to the stats in a second as MILLENIUM. If they throw down a Solar Flare, Super Hot Crew can't do anything about it. MILLENIUM deciding to peel away. They're not going for Baron. If Super Hot Crew don't run immediately, they run at risk of getting caught out. Here come MILLENIUM.
MILLENIUM Mimer gets himself to the front. There is a talisman pop. Who are they going to go for? Mixer just puts himself at the front there. That's a free kill. Kottenx going low. Kevin's fairly low as well, but now that the rest of the team are here, surely they'll be able to pick them off one by one. Kottenx is going to get in front and pushed onto by Impaler. Oh, almost getting the kill onto him there. Impaler did get that one, and that actually leaves us with a 1-for-1 now, with Mr. Rawls running for his life, trying to get himself executed. I'm afraid that's not going to happen. Kevin comes around the top. He's now unstoppable at 5-1-16 on Shyvana.
Yeah, at this point in time, I think there's very little that Super Hot Crew can do to make up that massive, massive deficit that they are behind. MILLENIUM maybe saving that ultimate from Sivir just a little bit too late. Had they run a tad quicker, that could have gone somewhat different, but nevertheless, MILLENIUM grabbed themselves 2 kills out of the deal. They only lost Kottenx, and now they've got 4-man stack. Look at the vision they've got around this Baron pit. They're just going to keep forcing Super Hot Crew's hands. The one thing that we have seen from MILLENIUM in the past is they tend to struggle in this mid-game at closing out the game. When it gets to this point, MILLENIUM, it looks like they're just looking for more kills. They're trying to use Creaton as bait here. And the problem is, MILLENIUM need to turn those kills to objectives. Otherwise, Super Hot Crew could find a perfect fight. Mixer's going to die again.
Mixer is probably going to die. You're not wrong with that one, I think. He tries the play, but Kevin dominating now. And that will be 6-1-16 and double-figure deaths for Mixer. He's getting closer.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mixer needs 21 deaths to claim that title. He has 10 in this game alone with 2 games remaining. That is not a good position to be in. However, MILLENIUM are in a great position. They have nearly double the kills. They're going to grab themselves a Baron buff. With the stats and the gold, it is a insurmountable advantage for the Super Hot Crew. Mimer's going to go down, and here's potentially another fight.
Yeah, going out for Mimer. Actually, Kottenx is just running riot at the backside. Impaler and Selfie both going very, very low. Selfie actually walks into the path of Jree, but Kottenx has come back, scanning out the wards, getting rid of the vision. And actually, it doesn't matter with vision or not here. Actually, there's a ward there just on the bottom side at the entry, so they do have vision in this one. But there is the pushover from Jree. The rest of the team will just climb out the Baron pit, pick up another one onto Selfie, and now they look again to finish off the Baron. Impaler is still waiting. Impaler has flash. He's not going to be quick enough, and he's going to die. Zenith Blade landing onto him. Kottenx blows him off.
Kottenx, before that Baron started, was actually zoning away both Impaler and Selfie. Selfie was forced to use the Shockwave just to defend against this Kha'Zix that is 10, 5, and 10. MILLENIUM with the Baron buff and 3 members of Super Hot Crew down turn their attention to this inhibitor. We see a teleport from Kevin as well as Kerp. This could be the final push.
This could be the final push. Still 25 seconds for Impaler, 16 seconds for Selfie. Mixer's going to get caught up once again. That's another death. Kill number 11 onto Mixer. There is the first Nexus turret. I think the rest of the Super Hot Crew are just going to sit back and let this one happen. MILLENIUM, despite having a terrible season so far, picking things up here in the last week and picking up the victory over the Super Hot Crew.
That was a very good performance from MILLENIUM. It was chaotic, it was exciting, but it was always MILLENIUM starting the fight. MILLENIUM found the engages that they wanted to that kept the Super Hot Crew shut down. I want to highlight Mr. Rawls that game. He went 4-8-7, and even in the games that Super Hot Crew have lost in the past, Mr. Rawls had never gone 4-8-7. He has been a shining light for that team, and he just got focused and killed by Kottenx and Kevin so many times.
Yeah, to be honest, he got caught out of position on towers. They went straight underneath the tower. I want to move it straight off to the positive though here. Kottenx 11-5-10 with his Kha'Zix. He played such an incredible game with it, and That was possibly the closest that we've seen if we look back to Intel Extreme Masters to the way that Insect was playing. You know, always away from his team, always being the annoyance and almost offering that unsafe factor in terms of, you know, where is the bug? Where is he going to come from? Where's he going to dive onto us? And even when he does, he pops his ultimate, you do no damage to it.
Yeah, so the few times you leave him alone, he's going to solo you AD carry when he's got that much damage. And then the few times you try focus him, he just pops his ult, gets that damage reduction. And you've seen 2 fights prior to the last one, he was caught out. Kottenx was focused on by 5 members of Super Hot Crew, but it took them so long to kill him that MILLENIUM just grabbed themselves 4 kills of themselves and just melted through the Super Hot Crew entirely.
We should look where that actually leaves these 2 teams now as well. 8 for 17 is the scoreline that MILLENIUM currently have. They're still bottom of the league from this, but an encouraging win nonetheless. For the Super Hot Crew, definitely not encouraging. 10 for 16 now they sit in the table.
So, what that means in the big picture, in the grand scheme of things, Super Hot Crew were the team that could break people's hearts. Coming into today, if Super Hot Crew had wins, they could have knocked the likes of GAMBIT or ROCCAT into the summer promotion tournament. Because they're 0-2, if Super Hot Crew pick up 1 more win out of their last games, Copenhagen Wolves go 0-4, and if MILLENIUM go 4-0, those 3 teams will be in a tiebreaker to determine who places 6th at the end of the day. And based on the results that we've seen so far, the 3 games, and with Wolves coming up next, we may be 1 step closer to having at least another tiebreaker for 6th place.
I don't know why everyone makes these funny faces when they talk about tiebreakers, because I personally absolutely love them. And we're going to have some. I'm just going to go out there and say, just the way that things are working out is very much looking like we're going to be seeing tiebreakers. Another point from that on MILLENIUM, actually now 3-1 up in the head-to-head. And while that's a great thing, you also have to look at the flip side of it. They've got 8 wins so far, and 3 of them have been against the Super Hot Crew. They've not been able to find them against anything else. And while their season is all but done, this was a good-looking MILLENIUM.
It really was. And I think you have to attest the fact that it was a chaotic game. It was non-stop. I actually have a replay of one of these fights and examples as to why it was so chaotic. Let's pull that clip up onto your screen. Now roll this one out. It's a teleport that comes in just around this 18 minutes. And you see members of MILLENIUM trying to save Creaton. Now Creaton is going to be alive. Thanks to the teleport, Kerp and Kevin are able to scare them away. But now Kerp goes a little bit on his own mission, gets caught out, and here come the Super Hot Crew from the side. I think MILLENIUM need to make sure they avoid those kinds of teleports because it ended up costing them. It's one of the mistakes that they made with that double teleport strategy. And, you know, props to Super Hot Crew for turning on the members as they engage. They need to be on the same page. And that's something that MILLENIUM needs to look at going forward for the rest of Super Week.
Well, remember that you guys can share plays like that with us by tweeting them to @LOLesports and using the hashtag LCS Big Plays. We've still got so many great games to come today. So many games which actually can you know, really change how the standings are. And I think none bigger than the Copenhagen Wolves coming up here next. They can completely knock MILLENIUM out of the run.
Yeah, they really can. Because MILLENIUM picked up that win now, they are not entirely out of this game just yet. However, if MILLENIUM go on a similar record with the Copenhagen Wolves and the Copenhagen Wolves win, it means they own a better win-loss ratio, which means MILLENIUM have no chance of playoffs. So there's a lot more riding than just Copenhagen Wolves' Gambit. MILLENIUM's hopes as well are resting on the Wolves' shoulders.
Well, before we get to the Copenhagen Wolves Gambit game, let's head over to Sjokz and Deficio, who are standing by with one of the winning players.
Thank you very much, Joe. And indeed, I was starting to miss you on the table here, Creaton, but all jokes aside, very good job from you guys. Still in the running to making it to playoffs. Tell me a little bit about how you went into this game, with what mindset?
So basically, we had only 2 days to prepare. Since it's Super Week started Tuesday, it was really hard. We didn't prepare anything special, but we always knew that we can beat anyone. And sometimes we play really, really good, but sometimes we play sloppy, as you can see. And that's it. Like, we never, like, when I come to the game, I feel like I can win versus anyone. And that's it. Like, staying positive.
So do you guys actually believe you can still make the playoffs, or do you just play now for the confidence or to prepare for relegation?
To be honest, everything can happen, you know. But it's a really small chance. So we just want to make a good showing for fans, like show them we didn't give up, like we're not gonna give the games away just because we are like last place or something.
And you guys got a grand applause from the crowd here as well after that victory. Tell me a little bit about how the game went for you guys. Did you watch the Super Hot Crew's game earlier, and did you base your strategy on that, or?
Yes, we watched the game before, but we had our own strategy that used for us on Scream, so we decided to go for it. And I think that strategy works really well against Super Hot Crew because their main playmakers are from bot lane, in my opinion at least. Misga always play over aggressive and try to do stuff, and we just had to punish him.
And then looking also at your pick, of course, playing Sivir. I believe we've only seen you maybe once on it through the entire season. Why did you pick her?
Honestly, I never want to play Sivir, but always Kevin is like, pick Sivir, she's OP. I'm like, no, please. But he always install her, and I have to play her. Like, what can I do?
Much like Doublelift, who learned to love her as well because it works in a team. One last question about the game. We saw that whenever the fights were pretty chaotic, but if they went very long, drawn out, you guys seem to have the upper hand. Can you tell me a little bit about how a fight goes? Where do you position yourself? Who do you go for?
I think we mainly won this fight because of Sivir Ultimate, because it really gives you so much opportunities. You can back off at the one time and start kiting, then you can go all in again. And we had pretty good calls in team fights. We tried not to split too much until we got Fed Kha'Zix. Then he was able to do a lot of stuff by himself. But I think we made some good calls in this game, especially during team fights, and that's it.
And talking about the Fed Kha'Zix, of course, Kottenx. How do you actually think he's doing, and how is it to play with him now?
It's always when you have the new guy, you are motivated, you start playing more, you want to show that the change that Arani stepped down, because in his opinion, like, it was the time to step down. And you have to show people that the change is for better, you know, like, that's it. It's for better. And Kottenx played really good, especially on scrims. I feel like on LCS he's still a bit nervous, but he's going there. And soon he's gonna perform better, in my opinion.
He's already doing very well for you guys. One final question. Obviously, Aranea stepped down. It was all very sudden that he went, and he's actually visiting today to say kind of goodbye to all of you. How has that been for you guys to see that?
It was really cool to see him again. I saw him actually in the crowd while we played the game. And actually, he kissed me right now. So, as you can see,
he's very good at jumping too. That was very impressive. But thank you very much, Creaton. Congratulations once again. Great win that keeps you guys in the race. And as for us, we need to top off our mana. But when we return to Copenhagen Wolves and Gambit, we'll fight for a spot in the playoffs. We'll be right back.
Actually, they're going to go in for this one. Kerp going to get Shockwave. Actually caught two of them. This could be a decent fight for the Super Hot Crew, but actually they're falling quickly. Mimer goes down, and there is a Millennium bug at the back, taking down Evelyn. Mr. Ross is going to fall as well. That will be a 4-for-2 in favor of Millennium. in LCS, it's time for the Copenhagen Wolves to face off against GAMBIT. The Wolves take on GAMBIT for the last time this split, and this matchup is already in GAMBIT's favour, as the Wolves have not taken a single game from the Russians. And with that second loss from Super Hot Crew in our last game, GAMBIT has now secured a spot in the playoffs.
Yes, so we know at least 5 of those teams. We need to figure out who the next one's going to be. It is also worth noting that if the Wolves pick up 1 win this week, they will lock Millennium into the summer promotion tournament with no chance of making the playoffs.
Now, the Copenhagen Wolves went 1-for-1 last week, and while taking down Millennium, they lost in convincing fashion to ROCCAT. I want to focus a bit more on that ROCCAT game, as Kautard pulled out Xerath, going 0-2-1, and we saw amazing play in Elise. He ended 0-0-1. Now, we didn't really see either Kautard or Amazing put together any game-changing plays, and truthfully, the Wolves just seemed to get completely controlled.
Yeah, the problem that the Wolves ran into was giving up early kills to ROCCAT's heavy poke composition. As a result, the Wolves got put onto their back foot, and even though they had Shyvana, Elise, and Annie on their side, they simply did not engage. They only picked up 1 kill the entire game, and netted 0 dragons, and 3 towers against ROCCAT. As an aside, just to show you the level of dominance, Wolves' first member to hit level 16 was 3 minutes and 47 seconds after everyone on ROCCAT had hit level 16. That shows you just how far back the Wolves had to play. They missed so much CS and all of their jungle camps, and they were an immense amount of experience behind, let alone gold and items.
And GAMBIT went also 0-for-2 last week, and it was the first week this year, actually, that they didn't pick up a single win. They lost, of course, to the Super Hot Crew in what was an incredibly exciting match. It lasted nearly an hour, and then later in the day, they lost that rematch to SK Gaming. Was itself another exciting and chaotic game. But during both of those games, GAMBIT just didn't seem to be at their usual level of play. They lacked the coordination and control in the early game that we've become a little bit more used to seeing from GAMBIT.
Yeah, I think GAMBIT, they only managed to secure 4 out of the 9 dragons against both SK and the Super Hot Crew, and they only got 1 out of the 3 barons. When we look at their actual in-game play, there was a trend that we noticed during the early laning phase. Sticking with experience for this one, 4 out of 5 members of Super Hot Crew and 3 out of 5 members of SK Gaming also hit level 6 before GAMBIT did, displaying a superior laning phase. If we step back and look at GAMBIT during their wins, however, during 7 out of GAMBIT's 13 wins, they've managed to close the game out in that 30 to 40 minute mark. Yeah. The only team with more wins in that time frame is currently Alliance with 9 wins. And looking at their mid-game control, between 20 and 30 minutes, GAMBIT have secured 17 dragons. The only team with more is ironically Millennium at 18. Now, the reason I highlight these mid-game stats for GAMBIT is the importance it can have during this week. With 4 incredibly important games which will decide playoff seedings, GAMBIT will now need to rely on their ability in their mid-game to finish as far up the table as possible. The only way for them to get a first-place seed in playoffs is to finish above all of their opponents, because the head-to-head records are not as strong as some of the other contenders.
And while Unlimited and the Copenhagen Wolves are still looking for that elusive first victory over GAMBIT, the men in suits believe they've got them figured out.
Personally, for me, I want to beat GAMBIT since we never beaten them in LCS. We're 0-3 right now versus them.
We've had very good plans against GAMBIT, but they have our number.
Copenhagen Wolves is a really solid team. They're not strong individually, except of their AD carry, because he's more like solo queue player.
The best lane is the bottom lane, because Forgiven and Unlimited are really good.
They're always trying to play their game, and their game is like lose early game, wait for a team fight, win it, and then win the game.
GAMBIT's own game is just face roll. See hero, kill hero, just kill everyone. When you're playing Rise, it's called face roll because you're rolling with your face on the keyboard. So it's much easier to play GAMBIT as this style, just rolling all the enemies with your face.
We're 0-3 against them now, but we've had some very close matches, so maybe this time it's our time.
I really want to talk about what Youngbuck said there. They've always had a plan against GAMBIT, but they've always had their number. They've never been able to pull through.
Yeah, having a plan and executing are actually 2 very different things. You heard from Alex, he was saying, well, Forgiven and Unlimited, that's our focus if you shut them down. So I wonder which lane Diamond's going to gank.
Yeah, I think they kind of made it clear with that one. Let's check out the starting lineups of the game. Starting with the blue side and the Copenhagen Wolves. They are Youngbuck in the top lane, Amazing in the jungle, Kautard the mid laner, Forgiven the AD carry, and Unlimited the support.
And on the red side, for GAMBIT, we have Darien in the top lane, Diamond in the jungle, Alex in the mid lane, Genja on AD carry, and Edward as your support carry.
So, see hero, kill hero. We heard that earlier. Does that mean see hero, kill hero, ban Rise?
You know what? I think it actually is. And I think a slightly more interesting question for me would be, do Gambit fear the Yasuo from Kautard enough to ban it? Last week, Kautard pulled out Yasuo, and it was interesting because last week we were talking about Kautard and how, in statistics, he was one of the weaker mid laners. He pulled this assassin out and had a phenomenal game. He really did well. So my question is going to be, who gets the priority bans? And you also have to highlight Amazing on Lee Sin, Evelyn for Diamond, Xaxus, is that going to be in there? I think the jungle and mid lane is probably where the bans are going to be focused.
And we can't forget the AD carries. We heard how much respect was thrown the way of Forgiven in that one, and we've said it so many times before, even when they're losing, he still somehow farms up an absolute storm. Let's have a look at the bans though. LeBlanc, Nidalee, 2 bans aimed at Alex On the other side, aiming for the mid lane once again. Ziggs taken away by Gambit against Kautard.
So Lee Sin is still available, as is that Xaxus. Thresh is still available as well. Unlimited has run a lot of Karma this split, so I wonder if Copenhagen Wolves may be looking for that Karma and giving Thresh away over to Edward. We'll have to see how this pick ban phase plays out. I do feel that the mid laners and the junglers are really the way that lots of these champions are going to be staying focused.
Taken out there as well. All 4 aimed at Kautard and Alex Ich. 2 AD carries Forgiven and Genja. They're going to have a big role to play in this one, as are those 2 supports. We've seen some big plays out of them already, some big hooks out of Eddie in the last couple of weeks as well. We'll see if he gets his hands on Thresh this time around. Kha'Zix was banned out, and for me, Kha'Zix right now is so strong that it's a good ban either way.
My question is now, do they want to get their hands on Lee or Evelyn? Because I think that has to be a priority for Gambit. Maybe banning one of those, and whichever one's not banned could be first picked for the Copenhagen Wolves. I think that is the argument they're going to go for. It does look to be the case right now, and that was as quick a lock-in as ever. Both of these teams have a lot of priority and a lot of emphasis on their junglers getting their lanes rolling. So as it stands, with Amazing being a comfortable jungler, having banned Kha'Zix, not having Lee, and forcing Diamond to go on something like Elise, Pantheon, Wukong, which is still up there.
Xin Zhao.
Xin Zhao's possible as well. We'll need to see what Gambit decide to run.
Xin Zhao, of course, was played last week for the first time, actually, by Diamond, and, well, he put in a 9-1-10 performance against SK Gaming. Bit of a beast, scary game that was. For Gambit, though, what are they going to be picking up? Taking their time here about locking things in. Lucian, a favourite of Forgiven, and Genja is a good pickup and a good secure. Even, you know, even if it's about getting Forgiven a little bit more uncomfortable. I talked about Rise earlier as well, and that will be picked in the first round by Gambit.
So Gambit lost their game to the Super Hot Crew last week because they gave Rise away. We've seen Orianna being played by Alex against Selfie's Rise last week. And it's one of those things that we keep talking about over and over. He scales incredibly well, and because of the way you have to build Rise, he does even better in the late game. It's not just that his damage scales, his everything scales. He can be a tank, he can be a damage dealer, he can burst, he's got wave clear. So I think that's a smart lock-in. What it does also signal to me is potentially an early game jungler. If you combo Rune Prism with the Xin Zhao knock-up from that 3-talent strike, that is a lot of time that you can hold a champion in place. So maybe going to see that Xin Zhao from Gambit.
So on the other side, you see there Kautard having a bit of a discussion with the rest of the team. One thing's for sure, Caitlyn is going to be picked here for the Copenhagen Wolves. Something we've already seen Forgiven a lot on. And Gragas actually for Kautard. Funnily enough, played in the earlier season a lot of Gragas. The last time we played it, it's not been for a while. It was the last time they played Gambit and they lost.
I want to see how Alex decides to lane, because what we've seen when Rises have come up against Gragases in the past is starting either Ruby Crystal and Ruby or Mana Crystal and Pots if they are feeling confident, and if they are somewhat afraid of their opponent, going Boots and Potions, making sure that they can dodge the barrels that is thrown out from Gragas. And because of the fact that Rise is a ranged character as opposed to the melee of Gragas, with Boots, it actually gives Rise an immense lane presence in those opening levels where he can trade evenly, avoid the barrels, and come out unscathed from poke against his opponents.
What will Gambit go for? Udyr. Wow, we've not seen Udyr from Diamond in a while. I can't even remember the last time that we saw Udyr actually coming out for Diamond. That's going to be locked in here, along with Morgana support for Edward. We know how scary Diamond used to be with Udyr. We knew how fearless he used to be, flashing over dragon walls to do early dragons and crazy stuff like that.
Once again, you've got a good scaling champion. I think if this Udyr does go into the jungle, you could theorize there is the possibility of being top as well. But depending on where this Udyr goes, he's going to scale very, very well. We're adding another champion to the list. What I like about it is when you deal with an Udyr, the problems that you have, or the ways to counter him, is with terrain. You have Anivia walls blocking him. You put Jarvan, you know, when Udyr was popular, you'd see Jarvan's locking him in and he can't do anything. But against a Gragas, Caitlyn, and Evelynn, the only fear that Udyr has is the explosive cask. So on the condition that Udyr can get around that and dodge it, maybe flash it or avoid it, that's going to be his way into the game. That's going to be his tool with dealing with the Copenhagen Wolves. And raise your what? Heimerdinger is locked in.
Absolutely awesome stuff. The smile on Youngbuck's face there. Also getting Karma into this one. And one thing's for sure, running into Heimerdinger these days is something that you don't want to do.
So Gragas top lane with the Heimerdinger mid lane is my prediction for the Copenhagen Wolves. Putting Gragas against whoever the top lane is going to be for Gambit is going to make Gragas's playstyle much more in the advantage. I don't think it's going to be Teemo, we'll have to see. What I like about the Heimerdinger against the Ryze matchup, Ryze, as far as getting aggressive and running at you, is incredibly linear. He has to run, he has to flash over something. If Countard has got some good turrets down and lands himself a decent concussion grenade, you can stun Ryze up, let your turrets with their laser beams shred through him. The one thing I don't like about that pick is on an aggressive front, Heimerdinger's not the greatest. He can help defend a siege area. He can sit with Karma and Gragas and poke under a tower. And if you engage in him, you can fall back to your turrets. But it's not the strongest at moving forward.
So, final pick Zed. This is somewhat surprising for me. Darien playing Ryze is something that, again, I don't even remember the last time that we've seen this happen for him. You know, we all know what the Darien-style champions are in this top lane. Usually it's something that can run extremely fast. Usually away from bunches of champions. He's going to have Ryze this time around. Alexic gonna have Zed. We know how scary Alexic is on Zed.
So I want to see where the Copenhagen Wolves put their champions because it's going to determine the matchup so much. I wonder, I don't know who's been playing Heimer in solo queue for either Couch or Youngbuck. So at this point in time, it does look like it's going to be a Heimer top lane. So Heimer doing against Ryze, it's still the matchup we talked about. The theory is still there. Ryze runs at him, you put your towers down. In the mid lane, that Gragas versus Zed, that's something that we've seen a little bit more of. And as long as Gragas can keep Zed under control with his barrels and keep some poke on him, Alex is not going to be able to go all in. But I like the Zed pickup because he can jump onto Heimer. He can get past his turrets, blow him up in the mid game. And once Heimer's down, his turrets stop firing very shortly after, and that's going to allow Gambit to just run through with their Ryze and Udyr onto the composition of the Copenhagen Wolves.
More first-time LCS picks here. That's what we like to see. And as we get into this one, let's have a look at your guys' votes from LOLesports.com. It's a big one. 84% of you have picked Gambit to win this game.
And I can't fault them for that. I think as we're getting closer to playoffs, Gambit have the ability to be the #1 team in Europe. They always have, and they need to make it work now. We've seen Darien on that AP top laner. I actually think the champion of Ryze suits his playstyle. Split push, get involved, just run into a team. And as the game goes on, he'll be more likely to actually run out of the opponent's team as well. Because we know Darien has a tendency to give up kills. The thing that he can't afford to do is give up kills against a Heimer early on, especially a Heimer with teleport, because he does have very high base values on his damage, and his turrets have thousands of hit points. So as long as he's alive around his turrets, it's difficult to get through.
So here we go then, the Copenhagen Wolves versus Gambit. We've got Heimerdinger, we've got Udyr, both for the first time here in the LCS. Question is, who's going to be the stronger of the two on opposing sides for this one? And there is Youngbuck with that Heimerdinger, whose locks are just absolutely fantastic these days.
The pressure for the Copenhagen Wolves is to land stuns and slows on Ryze and Udyr as they're trying to approach. So that means that the grenades from Heimerdinger, as well as the zoning power of Karma and Gragas, are the important facets. If Gambit can find ways around those turrets, around those grenades, and get past Unlimited's, Inner Flame, his Q slows on the floor, that's where Gambit's going to run amok. It's not a traditional way of locking people down from the Copenhagen Wolves side, but they've got non-traditional champions. So we need to see how this new reworked Heimerdinger is going to deal with Ryze in the top lane.
And funny we should talk about that because Youngbuck has broken the mold really of his champion pool. I mean, we've seen him play in the very standard bruiserish top lane, as Renekton was of course one that he was always famous for, but we've seen him bringing out Gragas in the top lane with the win against MILLENIUM. Now we see him pulling out the Heimerdinger in this top lane, but the Wolves need wins at this point of the season. This is really the crunch time for him, and these have to work out.
So for the Copenhagen Wolves to make playoffs, they need to win 2 of the 4 games here in Super Week. If they win 1 game, they can tie with the Super Hot crew and potentially look at tiebreaker scenarios. We'll need to see how they actually perform this game. I think one of the things you need to remember with Heimerdinger is that his passive does actually give champions and turrets around him additional health regen. And the reason I highlight that point, I feel like the siege potential from Copenhagen Wolves is immensely strong. With turrets for defense, with the poke from Gragas, Caitlyn, and Karma, and the regen innately from Heimerdinger and his passive, it means that GAMBIT need to all in, and it needs to work. Because if they all in and don't kill the Wolves, the regen and the engage that they've got to get through puts GAMBIT in a very bad position. So Copenhagen Wolves, I imagine, get towers, get sieging, and let the comp do the work for them.
And we've seen a lot of poke already landed down in this bottom lane. Even before they got to the lane, GAMBIT were being hit over the wall by both Forgiven and Unlimited, and Genja having to really stay back from this one. The Copenhagen Wolves standing right up at the front, and that early advantage certainly going their way in this one, as Genja once again going to try and get some damage back this time and brings Unlimited to about half HP, but again just gets hit himself right under the turret.
So we'll see how that dual lane continues to pan out. I'm glad we caught a brief glimpse there of Diamond, currently 1 point into Tiger, Turtle, and Bear. And I want to see how he's going to itemize, because this is the first time we've seen, Udyr in the 2014 season. It'll be interesting to see which route he's going to skill. The fact that he has not gone for a Phoenix stance skill point yet already tells you it's not going to be your traditional AoE farm-heavy Udyr. If he's going to go Tiger stance, which we've seen last year, that is a lot more damage-centric. It's a lot more, I will execute my opponents rather than farm the hell out of my jungle.
And it's a lot of damage as well if this Udyr really gets rolling. No, Diamond of all people will be able to punish the Copenhagen Wolves from this on this mid lane. Interesting to see Countout on Gragas versus Alex HZ, and we've seen countless times if Alex gets himself on these assassins, and if he gets rolling, if he's able to get things started in terms of those kills and getting some good farm going, he can be absolutely deadly, especially when he starts roaming towards those other lanes.
The one thing I do like about the fact that Countout is on Gragas, he can knock Alex away. When Alex engages with the Death Mark and the shadows, you just get him away. Now Alex is on the wrong side of his minion wave, and here comes Amazing.
Yeah, this is a big bait, but there's a Tiger flashing to your face. Countdown goes low. The Ignite is running. Is he enough? No, it's not. He gets up. Diamond gonna fall low, but Amazing will die. First blood to Zed, and that's what I was talking about.
Flash, bear stun stance from Diamond, follow it up with the damage and the buffs, allows Gambit to pick up first blood. The gold goes to Alex as well. Not only does he get first blood and the gold bonus, he now has double buffs. If Kautar didn't have a tough lane to deal with already, he's now got a double buff Zed at level 5 to deal with when he comes back to lane. He got away with his life. Now Forgiven's been caught.
Oh, but look at Edward. He's gone far too low. Piltover won't connect, though. That surely would have been the end of Edward. We saw the Ignite being used from Unlimited, and now Genja going aggressive. Actually going to do a lot of damage, but he's going to get locked up. Actually, a Black Shield just saving him right at the last second.
Yeah, that Dark Binding flew out from Edward. If Unlimited had stuck around to try and kill Genja, the Binding plus the Barrier Flash that Genja had available may have allowed them to secure a kill. It didn't connect, so at the end of the day, Forgiven and Unlimited have forced Genja and Edward away. Not only have they used their superior poke and damage in the early game, there is a 23 CS advantage for Forgiven. We heard in the pregame how Alex was saying Forgiven and Unlimited are the strongest players of Wolves. They are making it count.
Here knows now that this is such a hard lane for him. Wouldn't even surprise me to see Alex Hitch pushing as fast as he can to hit that level 6 mark and then putting down his own mark with the death mark and trying to take down Kautar. Meanwhile, Diamond is waiting around by this top side. Will he be able to get in on towards Youngbuck. He's waiting by that tri-bush. There is a ward there. Comes around in turtle stance and he's going to go flying in. Rune Prison's already down. Youngbuck's going to have to flash. And that is now an unsafe Heimerdinger in the top lane.
Successful gank, so advantage in favor of Gambit, but look at the damage Darien's taking. Darien is farming relatively well. He started with that mana crystal, most likely going to upgrade to a tier. Otherwise Catalyst if he's afraid of the poke. But you see Youngbuck, he's got triple Doran's Blade on this Heimer. He wants to get as early an advantage as possible, but he is going to be delaying his core build. And I think until Heimerdinger gets himself a Zhonya's Hourglass, he is always going to be at threat of dying the moment you get to him. No flash available. Next time Diamond comes around, if his flash is available, Flash Bear Stun could catch him out.
Amazing there, just clearing out that pink orb. That's going to leave Darien a little bit more unsafe in that top lane with the unseen threat of that Evelyn to come around. Meanwhile, Diamond, with his single assist, is going back on his merry way. Tier already in there for Darien, and already has one part of that Catalyst to protect her as well. So he's going to be stacking that up whilst Youngbuck pushes him right up onto his own turret.
Yeah, so Darien actually farming pretty well under the turret there. It's quite nice to see him landing the abilities, missing only one of those CS. It also demonstrates a definite point that he's practiced the champion. You know, it's one of those things where you always see, well, let's see how Darien does. He's losing a little bit in CS, but holding as even as you can against all of the range and the poke from those Hextech micro missiles, as well as the grenades coming out from Youngbuck's Heimer.
The blue buff exchanges coming in. Alexic will be given his counter just briefly before that picked up one of his own. Actually, Alexic does have level advantage right now. Counter though has just dinged a level 6 there in that mid lane as well, and does have a slight CS lead, but Alex will catch that up with his wave.
Very important to note, that very big CS advantage that Forgiven had over Genja earlier is slowly shrinking. It's now only 13 when it was about 20 to 25 a few minutes ago. So Genja, now that he's returned to lane, is CSing pretty well underneath the turret. We do see that Dark Binding once again going a bit wide. The strength of the Morgana was not picked for the laning phase. Morgana in my mind was picked in case Evelyn comes running in from the side along with a speed boost of Karma and Gragas. It's going to allow Soul Shackles to protect Genja and whoever else is threatened. And very importantly, if that Black Shield can get thrown onto Ryze or Udyr, it's going to allow them to run through the slow and the CC of Copenhagen Wolf. So we need to see how effective Edward can be at placing those shields on his team members.
At this rate though, that tower's going to go down before Gambit are able to do anything about it. We've actually seen Diamond headed back off to base. He's going to come back into the mix here soon. Unlimited is decently low on mana as well, so that means maybe a brief respite here for Gambit. It's amazing now, has worked himself up. The problem is, there's 3 turrets there. Darien's never going to come out and go against those turrets. He's going to fight here a little bit with Youngbuck, but that's what I said. He can push out a little, but there's no way that he'll run into those.
No, I don't expect Darien to engage into those turrets, and because I'm not expecting him to move forward, Amazing is going to have to pull off an amazing gank to catch Darien out. Agony's Embrace is available. They're going in.
And they are going to push in onto him, and there is a stun coming in. Darien going low. The turret will finish him off. Youngbuck gets the first kill for the Wolves.
That was a very well-played grenade. It manages to stun Darien up under the turret, out of range of his own turret. And when the mega turret gets placed down from Heimer, that alone had 1,000 hit points and is melting the HP of Darien. Gambit, however, will secure the dragon, as we see from them so many times. The moment Darien gets jumped on, Gambit have this knack or ability to take an objective. And at the end of the day, it's going to keep that gold fairly even, considering that top tower did fall.
That was always the case as well. If you think back to Diamond playing Udyr last year, that early dragons was something that that Gambit always went for. This time around, that bottom lane, we said it before, there is a disparity in terms of CS there, and they're throwing everything they've got at Edward and Genja to try and force them away from that tower and pick up their second in the game. Probably the next couple of waves, they should be able to get in there and take that down.
And that's because of the composition of Copenhagen Wolves. We've seen Amazing, he hasn't come bottom lane at all. You've seen Forgiven and Unlimited poking that turret as much as possible, and they should be able to back away. I think they didn't have vision of Diamond, but you could see a little bit of hesitation. If Copenhagen Wolves can continue this very strong map push by getting the towers down quickly and rotating around, that is how their composition can do well. Protect the flanks with vision and make sure Ryze and Udyr don't run at you, and then allow your very good zoning of Gragas and Heimer and Karma to protect you around those turrets.
Where's Darien off to? He's just thrown a ward over the blue buff wall, and he's going to head back up towards this top lane. Still only a couple of CS behind, but there is the outer turret now for the Copenhagen Wolves, finally being finished off. Meanwhile, Darien going to come straight in on towards Youngbuck, actually fancying his chances here at putting down good damage, and in the end, a fairly even trade, about half HP each.
Even enough trade. Youngbuck has been very, very good with those concussion grenades. Every time Ryze stops to cast spells, it actually allows Youngbuck to line his E up very well. Look at that. Another perfect stun, but he's in trouble here.
Oh, the stun for Diamond is going to be flashed on towards Youngbuck, but he actually nukes down Darien. Diamond does get the kill, but does he get away just about there from the Mega Turret?
Yeah, so that's one of the benefits of that Heimerdinger. He's in trouble as a champion, but he's still close enough to his turrets to allow the turrets to secure the kill. So at the end of the day, 1-for-1 trade, a little bit of additional assist gold goes over to the side of Gambit, but they're trying to shut Heimer down. He's got a CS lead, he's got that needlessly large rod, he's working his way towards an hourglass. Not only will it help him stay alive with his turrets, it will also counter Zed. Forgiven, this is going to hurt.
And actually, Forgiven putting some good damage back. They've caught Kaltard, but Edward here is all alone, and he's going to get locked up from this. Does run his ulti. He's going to pull down Amazing, but not before the last hate spike gets the kill.
Yeah, no black shield available. It had already been used leading up to that. So Edward just out of position, giving up an uncontested kill to the Copenhagen Wolves. Thanks to the tower advantage that the Wolves have and some slight CS numbers in their favor, they've actually built up a 2,000 gold lead. The trick for the Wolves is getting past those those outer turrets though. So we need to see more wards on their side, and we need to be moving around as a group, because the skirmishing power of Gambit, I still feel is stronger. With the burst damage of Zed and the mobility of Udi and Ryze, who have got built-in movement speed increases, if they catch the Wolves in those 2-on-2 and 3-on-3 scenarios, Gambit do have a lot of tools and a lot of damage to work with.
Blue buffs coming into play, and again being gifted over to those mid laners. The CS between them is still very, very even, 117 to 116. Looking at the items, Brutalizer and the Cutlass for Alexich. On the other side, Kaltard, of course, moving up to that Seeker's Arm Guard, and the Zhonya straight after that, needing that extra armor to really stay alive against Alexich's Zed, who, let's not forget, did get that first blood earlier on in the game. Right now, Gambit are actually setting themselves up with 3 men towards middle. The Wolves themselves have 3 in there, and actually it leaves us just in a bit of a switch around, because Alex and Kaltard both moved down to that bottom lane. Both duos came towards the middle. Heimer and Ryze are going to continue to farm on that top side.
Yeah, Alex is not going to be able to deal with a Caitlyn Karma lane. So had he stuck around in that mid to try and 1v2, it would have given the advantage to Wolves. We see him now rolling around just to pick up that white camp before he goes back into lane. So I quite like the decision. What it also allows Gambit to do is respond to any invades that the Wolves put down. If the Wolves group up and try to challenge for a buff or go for a dragon, because the duo of Genja and Edward are in the middle lane, they can respond quicker and get in range to make plays for their team. Right now, you can see the Wolves grouping up around this mid lane, and I think Gambit needs to respond very quickly if they want to protect the HP of this turret.
Oh, Edward's going to take a lot of damage. Will Kaltard throw his ultimate in there? No. Felt like he wasn't close enough. The Cullen coming out there from Genja. That's going to get rid of the minion wave and make sure that the Copenhagen Wolves don't stick around for too long, because they did do a lot of damage to that tower. But here we see Alex. He's going to be playing that Zed to his full potential, pushing down onto the bottom lane, doing some damage onto the turret, but knew that Kaltard was moving in already from that from the mid lane to the bottom.
So pretty good play from Copenhagen Wolves. They get a lot of damage on that turret, but they don't actually get the turret down. What I like from the Wolves is all of the vision and the wards that they place down in the bottom half of the river. If you look at all of those ward placements around the buffs of Gambit and around the entry to their own jungle, it gives the Wolves a lot of information to work with. Their composition cannot afford to get flanked, because they need time to set up as a team and as a unit. So right now, we're going to keep our eyes on Youngbuck. He's picked himself up Home Guard boots. Gambit nowhere near this tower to respond. Unlimited and Forgiven just are gifted a global objective. Home Guard boots on this Heimerdinger of Youngbuck plus those triple Dawn, still working towards Hourglass. But I think this is just going to be a testament to the tower defense game that he wants to play, protecting his own turrets and responding to the map. You can see already positioning themselves for this dragon. If Heimer gets some wards down, I don't think Gambit have the tools to break through that line just yet.
No, and that's not going to happen for them. We saw the missiles coming out. We saw Kaltard throwing his barrel into position, and Copenhagen Wolves going to do a lot of damage to this dragon. No one from Gambit in range from this one, and there is a pickup. Youngblood keeping everyone zoned out with his turrets. Ace in the hole going to be blocked out by Gambit, by Diamond, and Gambit just have to back away. They've lost that dragon, the second one of the game. That leaves us at 1-1 in terms of those.
So just to give you an idea on the damage that those turrets are dealing right now, Heimerdinger's basic turrets have got 450 hit points. Their basic attacks are dealing 60 damage per attack, and their beam is hitting for 230. Those on the basic turrets. When he puts down his upgraded Apex turret, which is the major one, the auto attacks are hitting for 160 damage, which is just shy of Caitlyn's damage, and the burst from the beam is 430 damage to targets hit by that beam. Also on that big turret, the beam charges faster in this particular patch. So that's one of the reasons that Gambit cannot afford to run through that line of turrets. They get so many auto attacks and they eat so many beams that their HP is low, and it allows the burst damage of Evelyn and Gragas to force them away and shut them down.
Killing of Evelyn, it's amazing that's been tasked now to defend this bottom outer turret. Away from Alex Hitch, who's constantly played now down in this bottom lane and actually has built himself up a nice healthy CS lead. In fact, he's going to go diving into Amazing here, who's trying to run rings around. The death mark does go up. Diamond going to get sandwiched against the wall there. Good barrel from Coutard, but he just switches out to bare floor and will walk away.
Very well played by Alex. Even with the Giant's Belt and the Sunfire Cape there on the side of Evelyn, didn't see if she just picked that up. She probably did have it in the fight. Just immediately melted through. Blade of the Rune King and Brutalizer, enough to burst through Amazing, and the Shield of Agony's Embrace. Alex needs to keep playing the split push game. If Alex can get to a point where he's controlling the map or pulling members of Wolves towards him, it reduces the strength of the Wolves composition. So I think as far as split pushing is concerned, that's definitely the way to go. In addition, eventually, Rise and Udia are going to be very strong. And Limited, this is very brave. He gets some poke down, but there was no one to back him up except for Forgiven.
Not scared, but we saw how scared Gambit were of them. Are we going to see them move through the jungle? And this is where Unlimited needs to be careful. A Dark Binding comes out. It was in the right aim, but didn't quite have the range there as Unlimited just stepped back from it. Do have Youngblood wait. Sadly for them, they were on top of a pink ward, and that spotted them out this entire time.
Yeah, right now Youngbuck has now responded. He's got that. He's got his ultimate, his upgrade available. And I think what I like about the Heimerdinger play thus far is Youngbuck has been doing a good job with using the zone that his turrets create for him. In lane, he was keeping Youngbuck back, and even though he gave up a kill to a gank, he still secured a kill himself. We've seen for that dragon fight, Youngbuck with his home guard boots was in place quick enough to set up multiple turrets and forced Gambit to work around it. So Copenhagen will keep growing this lead. It's now up to 3,000 gold as they're playing aggressive. They're playing on the invade game, which is what they can afford to do when they group up.
Oh, Heimerdinger, this is not good news. Zed going to dive in there. Is the death mark enough? No, not quite. Darien now going to get knocked into the team. Forgiven picks up that kill. The culling doesn't do any killing, and they will have to back off as another good barrel comes out from Coutard.
Youngbuck needs to get his Zhonya's Hourglass. If he had his Hourglass, he could have stayed there and pulled more members of Gambit towards him. Forced to flash over the wall, gets away with his life. But Alex is almost able to one-shot him. The problem is, they need to burn his Hourglass first and then go for the death mark. Right now, Copenhagen Wolves grouping as a 4-man in this top tower. They don't have those Heimerdinger turrets to work around, so going to be relying on the wave clear of Caitlyn and Gragas, and now Heimer's with him with home guard as well. There's a lot of damage that can go down.
Youngblood taking your advice there, finishing off that Zhonya's Hourglass. That leaves 2 on the team for the Copenhagen Wolves, makes Alex's job a lot harder. Who does he go to with that death mark when one of them can cancel all of that damage out? Right now, the Copenhagen Wolves have certainly set their sights on taking this inner turret in the top lane. Gambit are roughly around there. We can see that Genja is a little bit far away. He's doing the raids right now and probably needs to get involved.
Yeah, what we need to see from Edward is a very fast Talisman of Ascension, because the only way for Gambit to deal with this is to run at Wolves. They're trying to do it, but look at all of the poke that they're taking. They've lost the tower.
They've lost the tower, and they might lose Diamond here. The haste spike's coming in. Good damage. Coutard finishes it off with his ultimate. Maybe should have held on to that one to go a little bit further, but kill's a kill. They got the tower. There's minions pushing the inner mid turret as well. This should be 2 in a row for Copenhagen Wolves.
There's nobody from Gambit that can respond to this right now. With the damage that they're putting down onto this turret, it's 50% of the HP. Their wave clear has been good. Alex was able to use his shadows effectively, but it's not going to save the turret. Copenhagen Wolves go 5-0 on the turret game. They hold themselves a 5,500 gold lead right now, and they've got a minute to go for Dragon. They can buy, get back to Dragon Pit, put the turrets down, and repeat the previous Drake control.
Good gold to spend. 50 seconds until Dragon comes back in as Gambit struggle to scramble out of their base and get some vision down around that area. It's Edward that will be tasked with that one and will immediately find himself a pink ward there off to the side, and may land, in fact does land that Dark Binding onto Youngbuck, but honestly, do you really want to fight against that Heimerdinger who's got his Zhonya's 3 Doran's rings and these Sorcerer shoes? I guess we already saw the answer to that one. Edward backing straight away from it.
Well, we'll see how it works out for them. At this point in time, I think Gambit, they finally got their first tower. And I think if you look at the champions that they've got, Udyr is not a threat right now. He's only got a Hex Drinker and a Spirit of the Elder Lizard. Nobody from the Wolves is going to be terrified of that. In addition, Darien's still working towards that power spike. Luckily for Gambit, they are going to scale well. And the most difficult part of sieging an opposing team is when you get to those inhibitor turrets, which is where the Wolves are starting to hit that point. If the Copenhagen Wolves misplay under an inhibitor turret, they can give up multiple kills and potentially multiple objectives. Right now, Genja, he's split pushing this top lane, should get the tower down with his minion wave. So I think for Gambit, this has to become a stall game. This has to be wave clear, don't give up inhib turrets, and wait till your Udyr and Ryze become terrifying to run down the members of the Wolves.
I like that Genja's actually picked up a Bloodthirster first here as well. Nice to see him going, at least for now, the more standard route that we like to see. Also, the ace in the hole that came to Diamond a little bit earlier on did a lot of damage despite the items that Diamond has, and that's with that Last Whisper, the second item pickup for Forgiven. Knows that he's got to chew through quite a lot of that armor moving forward, and Gambit here wrestling or trying to wrestle control back of the Baron area. Little do they know there's a ward right on top there at the front of things, so they've got full vision over what Diamond is going to do.
We do see Unlimited getting vision, but there is some backup behind him. Amazing tries to chase in. Now, Unlimited could be in trouble.
Yeah, Alex going to go in on top of him. They didn't realize that Amazing was there, ace in the hole. Going to come through, but Alex went back off to his shadow, survived it. Oh, what a flash from Alex Inch, getting away from Youngbuck's turrets. That was some crazy reaction.
Very well played by Alex. He gets a kill onto Unlimited. It is much needed gold. The problem is, what is it going to net them? Gambit cannot string the kill onto Unlimited into an objective. They need to try get on that mid turret if they could. Alex gets away with his life, survives the ace in the hole, flashes over the turret from Youngbuck, does manage to survive. At the end of the day, small win for Gambit, but it didn't net them any global objectives, and that's what they are desperately in need of.
That's always a start for them though, and we always used to say if you give Gambit a finger, they'll take your entire arm. Whether that's quite a scenario right now, I'm not, to be honest, so sure about it. The Copenhagen Wolves have maintained good control. Genja is literally in the middle of no man's land here. He's just cleared himself out of Warden. While the Wolves had vision of him there, I think they expected more people to be with Genja, considering he's on their side of the map clearing out. Wasn't actually the case. He was alone doing that, but they decided not to push in there and try and punish him for it.
Yeah, it's definitely the case. When you see an AD carry playing that aggressive and that brave, you immediately start to question, where is everybody else? Right now, Gambit, they've made their focus very clear. They don't want to run the risk of giving up this Baron. At this point in time, we do see that Diamond is level 13. He's maxed out his Tiger stance, he's maxed out his Turtle stance, 3 points into Bear. We'll see if he wants to continue skilling up that Bear stance, and part of the reason I highlighted it does give him that additional move speed as he continues to rank that one up. So, you know, he gets he gets to avoid unit collision, so when he's running at the Copenhagen Wolves with the black shield on, that is their initiation power. And flash Bear stun stances is the way to play Udyr, the way to get kills. We'll see if he can make it work. As now Gambit hard pressed to defend this Baron. Youngbuck is split pushing on the bottom lane. He has teleport to react if a fight were to break out.
Continue to push through though that bottom lane, and Gambit are going to have to react to that at some point. But it also could be scary here from Darien just locking up Amazing So he came a little step too forward, but both teams just hovering around this Baron area. Amazing now will back away, and that's because there's a big wave of minions being pushed down by Diamond on the top side of the map. Meanwhile, Heimerdinger and Zed are going to be meeting up here in the jungle. Alexic did spot Youngbuck now, and he's going to start chasing in. Youngbuck already using his flash, and Alex decides to stop chasing.
No towers from Youngbuck, so he can't pick a fight. Even with the Zhonya's Hourglass enabled, because the fight was on Alex's terms and Youngbuck was not in his zone of control, it meant Alex had the damage to get through his Hourglass and kill him. And you have to add into the fact that that grenade did not connect, did not stun Alex up, so there was no additional time to get that going. Desperate Power will be available for Darien in just a few seconds as the rest of the Wolves are looking for a fight. They're trying to force something, and it's just going to be a matter of who steps out of place first.
Again, it always is like a magnet there in that mid lane, just farming up. The Wolves move around to see if there's any opportunity for them. As was, they've managed to force Gambit away from Baron Pit, which allows Unlimited once again to start clearing things out. But we see that Youngbuck there, along with those Caitlyn traps, just basically setting themselves up a line of defense and saying to Gambit, if you want to come and walk to us, if you want to push through to us here, or even check the front side of Baron, you've got to walk through a hell of a lot.
So the trick for Gambit is to work around that, because Copenhagen Wolves want to pitch their tents in a very clearly defined area of the map. When the Wolves begin fortifying a zone, Gambit need to push elsewhere on the map. Gambit need to get the lanes pushing. You can see Alex is farming and pushing up that top wave. The bottom wave is in favor of Gambit. So if Gambit can make use of the side lanes and force Copenhagen Wolves to come to them, you can mitigate a lot of the power that the Wolves have in their composition. So I think that has to be a focus for Gambit, leaving Genja, Darien, or Alex to push those side lanes.
What kind of time frame, in your opinion, do we have on this game? We talked about it before. Rise gonna take the time to get second up. Already had that Rod of Ages, the T are coming into this one. If the Copenhagen Wolves suit, again, I was talking about Millennium earlier, the Wolves have been in a similar scenario when it comes to finishing out games. They've really dragged them out. Do they suffer if it goes longer?
I actually think Gambit will gain the advantage when it comes to the team fights, but I feel that Gambit have a much they have an inferior composition at taking towers. Because of the stupid amounts of wave clear on the side of Copenhagen Wolves, in addition to the turrets that come out from Youngbuck's Heimerdinger, taking a tower while you're in a siege situation is next to impossible. And that's the reason you see Gambit continuing the split push game. On the other side of the coin, because Gambit have got this member that's very ineffective at sieging a turret with Heimer, he's good at defending an area but not taking the turret down unless you commit all the way up and put your turrets right there, which opens you up to ganks. I feel like we could be in for a long game because neither of these comps are particularly effective at completely blowing up your opponents and then running down for objectives. So as long as the Wolves are not caught out of position, caught unawares, they should be able to control. You see Youngbuck, he's putting his turrets down to zone it out, but they are getting melted, and Alex is pushing the top lane.
Pushing that top lane out, no teleport, of course, on the side of Gambit, so he won't be able to get involved should needs be, as Kautar here gonna take a lot of damage from Darien. That turret has now gone down. In fact, Alex is gonna continue to push. There's the Culling coming out, doing good damage. Unlimited gonna get jumped on. They get the kill onto him as well. Genja at the front doesn't die. We saw Youngbuck trying to put in enough damage. Barrier was burnt out. They've got the turret here, but Alexic is taking down the inhibitor turret in that top lane.
Copenhagen Wolves are going to get the inhibitor, and this is so important. Gambit should not have given that objective up. The weakness that Copenhagen Wolves had was forcing that objective, and in a 5v4, even though they lost Unlimited, they got a very crucial play. Now we are going to see Kautar running away from Diamond, and we've seen Amazing defending the top lane inhibitor. Youngbuck can now start to push out that top lane, use the minions to his advantage, use the turrets to his advantage, wait until super creeps are in Gambit's base, and then siege the next turret. Now we see Youngbuck going to force a Diamond away thanks to that turret placement. And I think Gambit, they got a kill, but it wasn't enough. We didn't see them committing to defend that objective. And I really feel like if Wolves play the map well, they're in a good spot.
Alex going for Amazing. He's done enough damage there as well. The death mark goes off, and that will get the kill. That leaves them 4v5 or 5v4 really for another 35 seconds or so, and this is where we're going to see whether Gambit can do anything with this kind of advantage. We've got Edward waiting off to the side. He's going to look to catch a cheeky binding over the side, but those two turrets making it a little bit harder to land, and Edward is going to throw in there, does land the binding on towards Youngbuck. The culling going to come out, but the ace in the hole goes back, and Genja actually ends up worse out. Youngbuck flashes in, uses ultimate rockets as well, but look at Alex once again pushing down here. That inhibitor will finally go down.
Yeah, and he manages to get away from that explosive cast. We see Alex is being chased down by Unlimited.
He's dead now for sure, and it is going to be the belly slam of Kaltard that gets the shutdown.
So Youngbuck is showing a mastery of Heimerdinger. He's picked up 2 great kills in high pressure situations, landing the rockets and the grenades when he needs to. So they traded 1-for-1 in the mid lane. Diamond is being chased away from Kaltard. Body slam doesn't connect. Kaltard doesn't manage to get the kill. With super minions in 2 lanes now, this game becomes all about who controls their minions better. Wolves, they're starting Baron off. This is against 3 members of Gambit. This could go badly.
This could go badly. Darien doing some good damage in there, but they turn and burn on towards Gambit. Diamond actually will be able to walk off. Darien done the same. Edward and the rest of the team now coming back into this one, but they need to be so very careful how low they go. The Baron is moving towards half HP. Edward is at less than half HP himself. Diamond takes a big hit as well. Darien's not even there for this one, and they continue on with the Baron. He's now got so little HP remaining. I don't think that Gambit can get close. No, they won't. The Copenhagen Wolves take the first Baron of the game.
Yeah, it must be one of the longest Barons in competitive LCS history, but they make it work. The reason Gambit couldn't get in there to interfere was the 3 turrets from Youngbuck. It was putting enough zone and enough damage to make Gambit hesitate. You've seen how low Diamond was going from the poke of both Youngbuck and Kaltard. Now, with Copenhagen Wolves having that Baron buff, it's going to give them somewhat of an advantage if they continue to siege up, and if they actually try to force fight. The regen and the stats could play in their favor. The problem is Alex has made it clear he doesn't actually care too much about the big engagements. Alex is playing the map game. He's playing the split push, and he may go aggressive on Kaltard. Kaltard does have Hourglass, so this could be an outplay, but Amazing is waiting in the wings. I think Alex, he's bitten off a little more than he can chew, I think.
Showing himself here, and Kaltard just going to wait. There's the death mark coming in. Alex may have gone too early on this one, but dashes out.
Yeah, Kaltard does manage to get away. That Hourglass was very, very close to being too early. So Alex gets out alive thanks to the Ghost Blade and the mobility that it offers him. The rest of Gambit are doing a very, very smart thing. You force Copenhagen Wolves to react, and the power of Heimerdinger gets reduced. I was hoping that we're going to siege that bottom turret, but not enough vision in the jungle or the river forces Gambit to back away. The moment people left that middle lane, there was no more information to work with. So probably the safe bet. But if Gambit want to bring themselves back into this game, that's how they've got to play it. Force the Wolves to come together.
It's going to be bad news for Edward, getting hit by the slow. Are they going to be able to lock him up? Ace in the hole comes through! Oh, so close to finishing off Edward.
Yeah, if Youngbuck had hit a single one of those upgraded rockets with his damage, he would have hit. Darien's in trouble.
Darien gets knocked back into the rest of the team. Youngbuck will pick up another kill. 4-1-2 now is this Heimerdinger. This is a 5v4 without the rise for 40 seconds. The inhibitor's not going to survive it.
Alex he cannot defend it. So you see the rest of Wolves, they're going to get the inhibitor. We do see Youngbuck backing. I think this is smart. He should go to that bottom lane to defend or to deal with the super minions in the top lane. Alex considering, does he want to split push? Does he want to recall? Gambit cannot fight in those enclosed spaces. Right now, Alex still undecided. There's going to be some kills here for potentially Gambit, as there are 3 or 4 members of the Wolves caught in the jungle. We'll see what Gambit can do about this.
There they go, in towards Amazing, but Diamond's taking a big hit. There's a death mark coming down towards Amazing. Will it be enough to finish him off? No, and Alex Hitch goes down, and now Forgiven gonna net into the rest of the team. Has he got the damage? Diamond flash stuns in, but now Diamond might just lose his life. There it is, double kill for Unlimited. And this is bad news now for Gambit. 50 seconds on Diamond, almost as much on Alex Hitch.
You have to question what Gambit were thinking. They went into 4 members of the Copenhagen Wolves as only 2. The rest of Gambit were not close enough to be factors in that fight. Now with 4 members of Wolves as well as Baron buff still on their side, they're trying to push the Nexus turrets. There is a Rise and a Lucian plus culling available, so they should be able to defend these Nexus turrets at least until Diamond and Alex are respawning. And we'll see if anyone else goes down, because if Gambit suffer more deaths, they are not going to be able to defend this.
They're not going to be able to defend it, and actually Unlimited here maybe forced away. That's a good culling from Genja, but he will have to back off as the barrel slides in. This is at least one Nexus turret going down. Binding doesn't connect. There is the Nexus turret, and the Copenhagen Wolves, I think wisely here, going to back away from it.
10,000 gold lead with Baron still on their side. Their inhibitor has respawned, and they have super minions streaming into the base of Gambit. Copenhagen Wolves are going to grab their 8th tower of the game now, as there is a massive minion wave on this bottom half of the map. This should go down very, very quickly. Gambit, they can't contest this. They went in one by one a few minutes ago in the jungle. It backfired, and it allowed Copenhagen Wolves to get even further ahead as far as map control is concerned.
8-4 in turrets, 35.5 minutes into this one, 10-6 in kills. And if you look at the gold, as you said, 10,000 gold is the lead for the Copenhagen Wolves. That's only going to extend. They pick up themselves another dragon. Meanwhile, we actually have minions pushing in that top side of the map right now.
What I'd like to highlight about that giant glowing red siege minion is that is a banner of command upgraded minion from Youngbuck. We talked about how this composition of the Wolves wants to control the map and control the lanes. And when you've got Heimerdinger zoning out, say, a mid lane or a side lane, you can have that upgraded banner of command siege minion dealing with the others. It's going to be pushing, it's going to be forcing Gambit to deal with that wave. Otherwise, they're going to lose a massive chunk of hit points on their last remaining towers. So Copenhagen Wolves are just going to continue playing this game. If you catch someone from Gambit out, blow every ability you have to kill him. Then force a 5-on-4 siege with turrets and upgraded minions on your side, and all of a sudden Gambit have next to no option to deal with.
What is the next step here, though, for the Wolves? You've got 150 until that Baron. Of course, the Copenhagen Wolves took the last one. It did take them a while to finish that one off, and it wouldn't really surprise me here to see the Wolves, who have traditionally been a very careful team when it comes to converting leads into victories so far here in this spring split. But they are with 3 men in the top side of the map. Gambit are going to have to push around to that top side and make sure that they keep things defended. Here, actually, Unlimited might be able to steal Note Genja to dash us forward. Gets the double auto attack, but Gambit a little bit out of position here on this tower.
Yeah, the problem is, what are they going to do when they get under the tower? Their wave clear is with Zed and Rise when his ultimate's up. Morgana's not going to do a whole lot. That's the reason that Alex is trying to play the map. They realize they're going to lose their fight. Darien's forced away. Copenhagen Wolves are going to get on this turret. Here comes Alex. Finally, there's some wave clear. It's too little, it's too late, and another turret's going to go down shortly.
Very shortly. Promise. In just a couple of moments, Forgiven does step forward there. One more auto attack from him will seal the deal, and we can see that Gambit stepping ever so further forward here. There's a barrel knocking, get Darien out. He actually flashes away to safety, but he's going to have to go back and heal. Turret is now gone. That's both inhib turrets down. The middle inhibitor has actually respawned here, so there's not just this inhib, but a second one for the Wolves to go for afterwards.
Yeah, look at this. The Wolves still sticking around. They've got so many tools available to them. Diamond trying to get in range, but there's nothing he can do. He's got that turtle stance. He's tanking up members, but all he's going to do is survive a while. Let's see if we can get a kill.
Amazing right in there. He's just thrown his ultimate down. Gets a big shield from that one as well. They force Gambit away from this inhibitor. Diamond at less than half HP, and there is the inhib going down. They'll move straight away towards that middle one where Gambit won't be able to put up any kind of fight, and that is in perfect timing for the Baron to come into play. Will the Wolves take this one? Will they go for it right now if they have to, because Gambit are coming out chasing?
Gambit need to find a perfect fight. They had no wave clear up until that point because Alex was split pushing on the side lanes. He was trying to get some form of map control in favor of Gambit, and it was too little and it was too late. Finally, when Alex tries to siege, oh, Edward's dead.
Sure is. Not much more to say about that one. Walking into the trap as Genja catches the ace in the hole. Half of his health goes. Alex is trying to get it from the side. Deathmark comes on to Unlimited. Well, look at the control in there from that one. Alex does manage to get away to his shadow, but look how low the entire Gambit team's gone from that one. Youngbuck, he's actually got vision of them there. I was going to say face check, but he does have vision of those men on the top side of red.
So two things. Unlimited pops the Mikhail's Crucible on himself to heal, in addition to building ability power. He's got a Leandri's Torment and a needlessly large rod. This is an AP support karma right now. Thanks to that additional ability power, the shield that he now has is allowing him to survive the burst of Alex Itch on Zed. Gambit cannot contest this. They took too much damage. They lost Edward in the process. Copenhagen Wolves are going to grab the second Baron of the game. They have super minions streaming down 2 lanes for themselves, and with the Banner of Command, they can upgrade one of that massive, one of the minions in that massive wave in the bottom lane and try force the final inhib turret down. At this point, Gambit simply can't deal with the zone control that Wolves have, because that zone is the entire map.
And we did see them, pretty much all of them, with a lot of gold after that one. And probably the biggest item is Youngbuck's Guardian Angel is now in there. So not only is it hard to get into him without taking absolute masses of damage, well, you're going to have to do it twice here if you want to finish him off. 4-1-3. First Heimerdinger we've seen, definitely impressed so far.
Yeah, and at this point in time, Genja, Infinity Edge, Bloodthirster, Static Shiv. He's got no armor penetration. You look at all of the armor on the side of the Copenhagen Wolves. There's a lot of HP and armor for Youngbuck, amazing, and Countodd with that Hourglass. Now Countodd's going to go in. I think they can maybe steal this blue. Oh, these people are in trouble.
A lot of damage coming in. It's Diamond actually who takes the ace in the hole. And now they turn around towards Alex. He dashes over the side, but Edward lost his life there to Youngbuck. And that is 5 versus 4 now. 50-second spawn time on Edward. They've got minions streaming in towards the inhibitor turret. Gambit might have to just back away from this one.
Gambit have never had a 5-on-5 tower defense this entire game. Alex has been split pushing. The teleport from Youngbuck just to make the minion impervious to damage is going to allow Copenhagen Wolves to get the tower. With Edward down and Soul Shackle's not there to lock people up, the turret has fallen. There are super minions in the top lane. There are super minions in the middle lane. Copenhagen Wolves could be in for the final push.
Amazing coming around the side. Got his ulti onto 2. Diamond gonna flash away, but will he get away from the final damage? No, he won't. Double kill. And now they push both Alex and Genja back in there. These Nexus turrets already losing their lives. And the Copenhagen Wolves start off the final week of the split with a win over Gambit.
They played phenomenal around their champions, with the Heimerdinger for zone control and the Evelyn for flanking, plus the great poke and farming that Gragas, Caitlyn and Karma offer you. The Copenhagen Doves, as they would have you call them today, secure a win. They are 1 win away now for guaranteeing 6th spot and ensuring that the Super Hot Crew as well as MILLENIUM go to the promotion tournament. In fact, this win guarantees MILLENIUM have no more chances of making it to the playoffs. MILLENIUM are the first team confirmed for the summer promotion tournament.
And this is the danger we talked about at the start of the day, that despite MILLENIUM's great win over the Super Hot Crew, their fate was not in their hands. It was in the hands of the Copenhagen Wolves, who you could argue maybe not the worst team to have your fate placed in their hands, but look at the wins that they've pulled off here. The wins against MILLENIUM, against ROCCAT, and now a stunner against Gambit as well. They're on the up and up at this point.
I completely agree, and I think if you look at this game, while I was impressed with how the Wolves played the map and worked around the Heimerdinger, Youngbuck in particular really showing that he can play Heimerdinger at a great level, you have to question Gambit's decision making. At no point were they able to defend a turret. Now again, their comp didn't do well when being sieged upon. They needed to find picks. Alex couldn't find them.
Yeah.
In addition to that, when Alex finally did come to defend, it was too late. And leading up to it, Edward had been caught, Diamond had been caught, Alex had been caught. At every point they were defending a key objective, a member of Gambit went down because of either poor vision, poor decision making, and getting caught out. And you can't afford that because it will be punished at this level.
And if we look at the remaining fixtures for the Copenhagen Wolves, you said 1 more win for them will guarantee the 6th place, will mean that both MILLENIUM and the Super Hot Crew have to play in promotion. Their next game is against SK Gaming, which is going to be a very tough task for them. The next one after that is against Super Hot Crew. That could be the decider for the Super Hot Crew if, of course, the Copenhagen Wolves don't just beat SK Gaming tomorrow.
Yeah, that's the truth. You know, it's almost poetic that the 2 teams that are vying for that 6th place position face each other in Super Week, and it could very seriously be determined their head-to-head. So we'll have to see how the rest of the games go. But based on this game, you can see why Heimerdinger was banned against the Wolves last week, and you can see how to play with the Heimerdinger, because that was a great theory crafting.
And whilst Gambit lost and whilst Alex on Z 4-2-0, definitely the highlight of the team, I think we have to think about that brilliant play from him. The flash over the Heimerdinger turret was pretty impressive.
It really was, and he also got a kill. Let's pull that replay up onto your screen right now. It's my hashtag LCS big play for this game. Now, let's roll this clip out, and you'll notice that Alex is coming in from the river, and he's going to spot Unlimited in just a moment. Diamond decides to back away, and he's pulling pretty good bait. Alex is going to pop Unlimited. Now, what we're looking for in a moment or two, look at Youngbuck's position in the river. There is a turret that has been placed down. Alex is about to flash over it. Unlimited goes to ignite, and this is the play. Laser beam, insta-flash. I mean, that was milliseconds from catching Alex, and it would have killed him. At 120 HP, with the ability power and the damage that laser beam does, would definitely have taken him out.
So Quickshot, remember, you can get on Twitter as well and send that to... let me try that one again. At LOL Esports and use the hashtag LCS Big Play so that we don't miss it, because obviously we'll be showing them further on in the week.
To be fair, I just showed mine, so now I think it's up to everybody else at home to get theirs in, and if you like it enough, we'll show it again tomorrow.
I think we probably end up well, won't we? Because that was pretty special. Guys, we're going to check in with Sjokz and Deficio. We're actually standing by with Youngbuck from the Copenhagen Wolves.
Thank you very much, Joe. Razor, what? Very impressive. Coming out with the Heimerdinger, and in this match, very important for you guys. Tell me a little bit about the theory crafting. When did you decide to go for it? Why in this game?
Well, we've seen a lot of good Heimerdingers in solo queue, and after the game last week we said Gambit is very strong against us and has hit our number the entire season, so if we're going to pull out something crazy, let's do it against them. So we started to practice it, and it had a lot of mixed results, but we still went through on it.
Do you actually expect them to see more Heimerdinger now in the future, or do you think it's only you actually who can pull it out?
Since it's just recently popular, I don't think a lot of people have picked it up yet, but I do expect some bans in the future games.
Yeah, then tell me about the game plan, because in the beginning, Udyr was running some havoc coming into that early game.
Well, overall, the Heimerdinger was to put a lot of pressure in the top lane, so the bot lane could get their tower, and that worked very perfectly. And in scrims, I usually died 4 or 5 times, but against the Udyr, I was pretty safe and actually got a 1-for-1 one, so it was a very good game plan and very well executed.
And what about the matchup then? Because of course you're against Ryze. Heimerdinger is a lane bull, in my opinion. Is there actually anyone where you feel you have any issues laning against with Heimerdinger, or is it just always like today versus Ryze?
The main problem is top lane is trying to get my towers on level 1, and that's why I called Coutard over to give me some protection so that he couldn't just 1-versus-1 the tower. And if he did go for it, we would have punished him and forced a recall.
So obviously you were getting a lot of turrets. What's your strategy? Do you always build the banner of command on Heimerdinger, or was it situational in this case?
Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. I was split pushing a lot and they didn't have a teleport, so I decided for going with a better split push item. I could buff my own minion, and of course my turrets deal a lot more damage with the banner of command as well.
Alright, but then looking at the standings, you guys are still not 100% sure to make the playoffs. I believe if you guys lose all the 3 next games and SUPA could win both theirs, they are actually in, you guys are out. You played them on Thursday. What kind of feelings do you have about that game?
Well, after the results last week, we saw them climbing and getting closer to us, so we felt a lot of pressure. And going into this week, we know that the game against Super Hot Crew was going to be the most important one. But we put a lot of focus on Gambit, and we just hope to beat Gambit and SK, so we can avoid any pressure against Super Hot Crew.
So a very clear game plan when it comes to the matchup you have got going for you. This Heimer pick, I don't want to concentrate on that too much, but just, did you feel like you have to come up with something really special? Did you feel like you were lacking when you went for those other picks right now?
Not necessarily. We have large champion pools in all the lanes, but it's just a strategy that works very well against Gambit.
Okay, but then Copenhagen Wolves again. Still talking playoffs here because it's the big deal for you guys. Let's say you guys actually qualify for playoffs. How far can you take it?
It's tough to say. A lot of the teams here are almost equally scaled. Some have a little bit better individual skill, some have a little bit more teamwork. Our team specializes in lane swaps. That's what we probably have over some of the other teams. So in the playoffs, it's hard to call.
Right, so SK, Super Hot Crew, and Alliance are all the teams you have to beat. After what you saw here today, what is your most realistic expectation for those games?
Alliance is looking very strong, SK as well. We have a chance, but I won't be surprised if they're small favorites. So maybe the Super Hot Crew one will be the defining game of the season for us.
And I'd actually like to hear from you now, because obviously you guys played in the challenger scene. You dominated it so hard. Went into relegation, you were the favorites coming in there. Now, this relegation here, let's say you guys do not drop down to relegation, but if you look at the challenger teams, how do you see the level actually compared to, let's say, the last relegation where you guys were obviously coming in as a challenger team? Do you think the new teams here are better, like NIP, Cloud9, whatever teams we have?
I think they are a little bit weaker, but that's not to hate on them. It's just that right now, all the challenger teams from the last split, all the best challenger teams made it into the LCS.
All right, one final question for you. As there were some new picks coming out today, how do you feel about the top meta right now? Because it seems like we've come past the point of that holy trinity.
Yeah, I'm quite happy about it. I like to play a little bit more assassin AP type, so even though I might not play Renekton as much anymore, I'll enjoy this meta.
All right, well, thank you very much. Congratulations on that victory. And now we're going to check in back with Joe and Quickshot to see what the standings look like after today.
Thank you very much, guys. And with only 2 days left of the spring split, where the hell did it go? I have no idea. Everything going so quickly. Let's have a look at how the table currently stacks up. Right at the very top, we have SK Gaming with 15 wins and 10 losses to their name. In second place, FNATIC at 15 and 11. And in third, we have a tie with Alliance and ROCCAT at 14 for 11.
Yeah, in fifth position is GAMBIT at 13 wins and 12 losses. Sixth position is the Copenhagen Wolves. They are at 12 and 13. Now, Copenhagen Wolves is the first team that we're not sure are they in playoffs yet or not. They share that uncertainty with the Super Hot Crew, who are 10 and 16. One of those teams will be making it to playoffs. We will be finding out who as the week rolls on. MILLENIUM currently 8 and 17. So as we've said, at this point, SK, FNATIC, Alliance, ROCCAT, and GAMBIT have all secured those playoff spots. The Copenhagen Wolves and the Super Hot Crew are fighting for that 6th spot in the postseason. And as we said, MILLENIUM has been eliminated. So we're setting ourselves up for a Super Hot Crew versus Copenhagen Wolves showdown later this week.
And of course, on Wednesday, Super Week continues with 6 more games, and here's who's going to be going head-to-head in those. We start the day with Alliance versus MILLENIUM, then we move into GAMBIT versus ROCCAT, and the Super Hot Crew then take on SK.
Yeah, MILLENIUM will take on ROCCAT for the 4th game of the day, followed by SK Gaming and the Copenhagen Wolves, before we round out our LCS coverage with GAMBIT versus FNATIC.
And that's all happening on Wednesday at 5 PM Central European Time, which is 8 AM Pacific. Coming up shortly, the Challenger Series continues with Denial versus Coast Gold, but right now we have a very special look at the future of the LCS. Let's send things over to our friends in North America for an explosive exhibition match between TSM and Cloud9.